2024 Toyota South African Adult Championships, which is the second leg of the Toyota Triple Crown, proudly sponsored by Toyota South Africa. Well, very good morning to you. Welcome to the Peter Mini Arena at Kyalami Equestrian Park. Lovely drone shot, that's where we are. It's the 1st of September 2024. A happy spring day to all of you out there, although from those shots you can see just how dry it is still in this part of the world, in Gauteng. We desperately need the rain, but we are looking forward to a wonderful day's show jumping here at Kyalami Equestrian Park. That's where we'll be, where you can see that Toyota banner on the roof of the Peter Mini Arena. We're situated there for the main day of show jumping here at the South African Championships, which all culminates today in the main class, which is the second leg of the Triple Crown. That's the second leg of the second class today. As you can see, there's the running order. We start off with the adult 1 meter 40 South African Championships, where riders are currently walking the course, and then we move on to the 1 meter 50 SA Show Jumping Championship. That's a big one, 2 full rounds, and then if we have a quality of score, we'll go to a jump off. And then the team competition will be later on in the afternoon, the adult 1 meter 30, 1 meter 35 Interprovincial team competition, which is always very, very exciting. Lovely shots from Kyalami Equestrian Park. So there, that center arena where you see that grey horse going around. Shots from yesterday's action. Big thank you to Toyota South Africa. The showgrounds are looking resplendent. Well done to Kyalami Equestrian Park and their team. Jeanette Schultz, Heather Mpofu, the executive committee, Andrew Dawson and his team, Angie Meredith. All of you guys, well done. Successful South African Championships here on the go at KEP. Right, so that is the lineup for the first class of the morning. It's, well, look at that. 2 songs to start us off. All Amour and Pretty Woman first and second. Some scratchings in the class. A few changes at 23. John Bauer will not bring in Lord Grannis. I had a chat to John. Said the horse is just a little bit above himself. Very sensitive animal, and with all the goings on, he hasn't been on his best form, and he's elected not to jump him. 37 is Gareth Neal now, and Bolzano de Quincy, and at 48 Oscar Krube has decided to scratch Calaho Consigo. But still, very, very good class here. Some top names, some top horses. And joining me for co-commentary for the first class of the morning is Brendan McNevin, who has had a walk around this course pitched by Anne-Marie Esslinger, level 3 FEI course designer, who's been doing duties for the course of the week here in the Peter Mini Arena. And Brendan, you were telling me you've got a little bit of FOMO. You would like to be out there riding.
Morning, everybody. Thanks, Aidan. Morning. It's such an exciting day. I mean, I woke up this morning with a bit of butterflies in my tummy thinking, all those 150 riders must be really, really amped up. It's a incredibly exciting day. Big prizes on offer all round. But, and again, just exciting to see what Anna's pitched for everybody today. I think that's been something that's impressed me all week. I think she's been on absolutely top form. I think she's tested riders so well. I think she's built riders up so well. There's been fantastic show jumping all round, soft fences happening at random parts of the course and that type of thing. So it's in for an absolutely cracker of a day of show jumping for me. A little testing this morning again. There's the open water. She was very particular that she was going to be putting the open water in all the championship classes. So she's done that definitely. 7 to 8 here right in front of us. The Hollard on a left-handed 7 strides down to the Toyota double. I think is going to take some jumping, and just the way she's put jumps, sort of as you've landed after 8B, you've got a left handbrake turn almost to a square skinny oxer. Just that also takes a little bit of jumping, testing a bit of balance, and then she opens you up and makes you give a long right-handed canter past the Hollard, right past us, down to a little bit of a technical line at the end of the course. So I'm really excited to see how the horses jump today, and I mean obviously the next one's going to be what everybody's hopefully coming to watch or coming to see on live streaming. The SA Champs is going to be an absolute stormer.
And yesterday, of course, we saw a lot of time penalties in the two-phase competition, so she's going to put a little bit of pressure on riders to keep moving along.
Absolutely. I was actually chatting to Ronnie Healy about that yesterday, and he was saying, well, he thought he was in with a prize. He had no idea that he had time faults. And it was, again, I said to him, look, I mean, you got to remember, this is champs. And he was saying, no, he's going to have his pencil sharpened for today, that's for sure.
Well, there, a moment or two ago, you saw what's on offer after the third leg of the Triple Crown, sponsored by Toyota. Third leg will be the Derby in around about a month's time. That Toyota Crown motor vehicle worth just under 1 million rand will go to the winning rider on points. Well, it's a winning horse and rider combination, so plenty to play for. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, all the action from the first class of the morning. Toyota sponsors the 1 meter 40 Championship of South Africa.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna show you flames, boy!
Hey, no, you drive like a mama.
Ooh, that's cold! Like your bed in summer.
Oh, easy, boy. I'm coming for you.
Coming for me! Watch me pop this up! Joe. Smooth! Where are you?
The Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
2024 sees Kyalami Park Club play host to all three legs of South African show jumping's Triple Crown. And Toyota South Africa has come on board as the official sponsor of all three legs. Don't miss the Toyota South African Outdoor Grand Prix at Easter Festival on April 1st, the Toyota South African Adult Show Jumping Championship on September 1st, and the Toyota South African Derby on October 6th. What's more, the Toyota Triple Crown will, for the first time ever, be run as a series on points, where the winner will drive away in a brand new Toyota Crown worth close to 1 million rand. Should the winner take victory on a clear round score, Toyota is also offering bonus prize money to reach 100,000 rand to the winners of both the Outdoor Grand Prix as well as the South African Championship. A minimum of 150,000 rand is guaranteed to the winner of the Toyota South African Derby. Catch all the action of the Toyota Triple Crown live at Kyalami Park Club or on live stream with Equestrian Live SA. Stay tuned to social media for more event details. The Toyota Triple Crown, hosted by Kyalami Park Club and proudly sponsored by Toyota South Africa.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live, and here we are at the Peter Mini Arena, Kyalami Equestrian Park for the Toyota South African Adult Championships, the final day. What a show it's been. Toyota certainly has upped the ante in terms of sponsorship in South Africa, and we are so grateful to have them on board for not only this show, but for the Toyota Triple Crown. Of course, the second class of today is the South African Adult Championship over 2 full rounds. And then if we have equality of score, we go to a jump-off. And Brendan, you know all about the South African Championship because you were second a few years ago, and it's testing, isn't it?
It's incredibly testing. You know, I think just to have 2 big full rounds, you know, after you jumped your first clear, the crowd goes wild. You usually think jump-off time. No, you've got to do it all again. You've got to get back down the triple. You've got to get back over the water, back over the wall. It's a heck of a lot of times that you've got to go up and down this Peter Mini Arena, leaving all the jumps up to get to jump off place, and then you've still got to be able to have a crack at the end. So I think fitness is definitely going to be something that's going to be tested today for sure. And again, I think technicality, it's so interesting. I've been watching the riders just re-walk this line right in front of us here. I've watched Gonda walk with Kayla Gertenbach. Domini's been having a chat to all his clients. Anna's going to have them thinking today. Like, you're going to have your thinking cap on. You're going to have to be thinking about the time. I think you're going to have to be thinking about your line riding, where you are in the distance, how much space to give yourself. The Toyota Oxa jumping into the double looks enormous because the fillers are fairly small, which is quite interesting. So I think, just a testing day all round. And of course, it must be. It's the big day today. The South African champs, they must all have a go today.
And of course it fits in so well with the Toyota sponsorship as well. Toyota is known for resilience, durability with their vehicles, and that's what they've asked about the Triple Crown, that the horse and rider combination, of course that's different from say World Cups where it's just rider points. This is horse and rider where you have to compete in all three legs, and it's going to reward the most resilient, durable combination who's able not only to jump two purest tracks of show jumping, then to go to jump a derby track with all the funnies. And
100%. Not many horses can do that. There are not many horse and rider combinations who are able to do all of that, and that's why the prize is there. You know, it's going to be a very deserving winner, that's for sure.
In picture now, the first in the 1 meter 40s. This is Tracy Carney and her lovely mare Callao Lamour, who has been in pretty good form of late. The time allowed for this first round, 76 seconds. And they are expected to go at 375 meters a minute. So our first horse and rider combination for the 1 meter 40 South African Championship is on track. This is Tracy Carney and Callao Lamour.
Let's have a little chat just about their 1 to 2. I've heard a few people thinking maybe 8, maybe 9. They didn't want to be chasing the horses too early. They had a nice, easy forward distance to the water. Anna wanted the horses to allow them to come forward. I think that's a really sort of constructive way of getting the horses built into the course. This is also going to be a little test, triple bar off a tight turn to the spooky wall. The viewers can't really get an idea from this angle. It's incredibly spooky on the other side. It's got flamingos and a whole sort of water feature scene. Here Tracy moving down to the Toyota Oxa. You mentioned this horse has been in form, obviously not wanting to put the markers on. She really does look like she's settled into her jumping. Tracy is a top jockey, I must say, and when she builds relationships with horses, they definitely do last. So they're going inside the Hollard again. Triple combination. Five, 6, 7, 8 to the last.
Nice way to start the competition. Big smile from Tracy.
I was fist bump there.
I didn't want to say anything while she was going around, but I was chatting to her yesterday afternoon. She was quite disappointed because she said the horse has been a little bit disappointing because she's needed to wee on board jumping and then goes to the box and does it afterwards, not having the greatest rounds. But today she said they're experimenting with all sorts of putting shavings in the box and taking her into the box before she goes onto the course to see if she'll urinate before she goes into the course.
Must be like a nerves thing.
Yeah.
Shame. Isn't that interesting? Well done, Tracy. It worked this morning. That horse jumped that round for absolute fun. She looked like she could jump another round for sure.
Next on track, Jean Corber and Pretty Woman M, another combination that's been in a rich vein of form of late. I think they were up there in the Burlington Cup.
Sure, absolutely. She was beaming there after the Burlington Cup. She's asked a lot about this horse for me, and I think that Jean's just been, as you say, riding such a confident wave, and it's so amazing when you've got good horses and you're riding that wave, they all seem to just feed off that. Look, I think she's in a fantastic system. I think training with Ray, with Gondo, all that type of thing, I think they're clearly proving their winning ways with multiple riders that are there and thereabouts. But, this mare would have stepped up and jumped a few 150 classes, so Jean will definitely be eyeing out a good clear round here and having a crack in the jump off.
Of course, we were the winners of the Burlington Cup, this combination, not too long ago. And there's a 9-year-old mare, daughter of Vanan, out of a Voltaire dam line, and what a future they've got. She's just a cracker. She's got everything. She's got the mind, she's got the scope, the step.
Yeah, and like the adjustability for a big horse. She just manages to use her body so well. How was that little touch? The sport just keeps you coming back for more, right? You're just that close to getting a beautiful clear and softest of rubs there at the back of the last double.
So 1 down, 4 penalty. She'll be, I think, a little bit disappointed, given that she has been in such great form of late. But that, as you say, Brendan, is the sport. As we move on now to, this is Nicholas Simon Riley, number 4, Sunny Park Stables in Sagi DB, jumping in the 140s on the comeback trail. This is a past winner of the South African Championships, this combination.
Indeed, I mean, it just shows you how strong it is that how difficult it is to qualify for the South African champs. I think that both Jean and Nicola would have potentially wanted these horses to have been in the big class, but you know, it's they are only taking the top 30 into the South African champs. So, you know, I think if the horses don't qualify, to give them a good canter around this this course. Whoopsie, not liking the look of the water. First horse I've seen sort of look a little bit anxious about it. Thought the 135s jumped it really well yesterday, and Nicola's not wanting to fight with him.
Yeah, he'll come back another day. Didn't get after him, didn't just...
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Look, those sensitive types, you know, you can use it to your advantage when you're galloping against the clock, but when they feeling like it's not there, you know, they're feeling a little bit uncomfortable or whatever the case is, you've got to listen to them, and you've got to sort of understand that they're not really keen to be doing that, and not fighting with them is definitely the name of the game.
So we did have a scratching at 3, Lise Kutsia, so we move on now to number 5, Kaylee Pisara. This is 334 Epimene, the 15-year-old daughter of Choco Blue out of the Jus de Pomme dam line. Funny enough, on my timeline on social, Jus de Pomme's Atlanta round popped up, so I was watching that last night with Uli Kirchhoff. So
he was amazing, right?
Absolutely. And this is a lot like Jus de Pomme in make and shape, this mare.
Must have been a while ago, that.
That was a long time.
Yeah.
96, was it?
Okay.
98, something.
Barcelona?
No, Barcelona was 92, I think. I think it was the one after Barcelona.
Okay.
All right, so back to Kaylee Pisara. And this is a wonderful, wonderful mare.
Just, I think the way the 334 have aligned their mares, chosen their mares. I mean, when I had a chat to Govert about it, he talks about the black mares. That's why the stud has primarily a black number and that type of thing. He's very particular about their pedigrees, and then obviously how they perform in competition. And I mean, this mare's just got oodles of scope, oodles and oodles of scope. I'm desperate to see what her foals are going to be like, especially putting them to all the exciting stallions that are in and around the 334 stud.
That's the rail that she had down. 4 penalties thus far, but jumping a lovely round in a beautiful rhythm.
She is a big mare.
And finds it easy.
Yeah.
Got so much jump. So just over the time allowed, 80.24 seconds. So 1 for time. Final score of 5 penalties there for Kaylee Pisara and 334 Epimene. Imogen Hilterman goes next. Elberich 10. Now, would this be a step up for Imogen and Elberich?
I would think so.
She's been in quite a few 140s,
yeah,
championships.
I think that's sort of a bit what you do. You know, you sort of jump up and jump a 140 track, and then go down and jump the 135 track or championship, and then you sort of think, okay, well, the horses jumped the 140 speed or the 2-phase well enough. It's SA champs. You're feeling confidence. I mean, look how conventional he is, just in his classical tack going along there. I mean, she must back herself for me, you know. If you've had good training and you've had good classes leading up to the championship class, and you know, that's how we get better. That's how we believe, you know. It is for me. I think there's a heck of a lot to say about taking a horse that hasn't jumped necessarily the size jumps that you're asking him to jump, and then when the horses answer the call, you know, when you kind of go in there thinking, can this horse jump this big? And they jump it pretty easily, or whatever it may be. It fills the rider with confidence. I would even say fills the partnership with confidence. You know, the horses believe, the riders believe, and that's what it's all about. I mean, he's looking real straightforward this morning. Beautiful round so far. Something's got to be said for just confirmation. You know, I think that as I've got older, I've realized what everybody's been on about, just in the sense of when the horses are uphill and they can canter uphill, it's so much easier for them just to load their bodies, for them to be soft in their mouths, which allows them to then use their shoulders. I mean, a soft fence there, but what a beautiful round.
Absolutely. Rhythmical, balanced.
Beautiful. I mean, I think trained by Anna, and I think Anna will be absolutely over the moon with that round from one of her pupils.
Really beautifully ridden by Imogen. He did have a look at the water. You can see he's having another look as he trots past now.
And then you get to see the wall there as you're going
Yes.
past. It almost looks like the water right next to it there.
As we take a look at the replay, final fence, just bumping that down.
She didn't look like she did much wrong there for me.
I think she'll be very happy, though. That was a peach of a round, and she rode beautifully well. So well done, Imogen. Finishes on a score of 4. So still just the one clear. Tracy Carney came in first. She gave us a lovely clear, and a few more have come, and a few rails. So Amy Hay goes next, number 7. This is Othello van Het Kieserhof. Wonderful horse, but this is blood, and takes Amy to the fences.
Again, though, it's proof that they don't that if they're good enough, they're big enough, sort of thing. You know, he doesn't stand over a huge amount of ground, this horse, but he walks in the arena and puffs his chest out, and must feel like he's 18 hands to ride. He's, yeah, you mentioned, full of blood, full of step, and just sort of that explosive power off the ground. It must feel incredible, and he really wants to be careful.
10-year-old son of Harley, VDL, out of a Full Pleasure dam line, and he's got a bit of a Full Pleasure stamp about him, doesn't he?
Doesn't he? Yeah, absolutely.
Chestnut white face.
And he trained with Charlie Crockhart, and definitely this horse would suit the CC Equestrian team, because they're definitely never here to make up the numbers. Charlie's was victorious yesterday in the 135 South African Championships, and I'm pretty sure she's going to be licking her lips with today's class. The riders have been looking ready. As you see, they're jumping all the spookies pretty well, but this horse is absolutely game.
See Amy just sitting up against him, really covering the ground, taking her to the fences. I think she's had this partnership for just under a year. It was at the FEI show at the ranch last year when I first saw them. I think he had just been imported at that stage.
What a round. Excellent riding. Excellent riding. That'll be one to watch in the jump off for sure.
Well done, Amy Hay. And of course, this is on qualifications as well. And she had been jumping in some of the 150s as well. So she, like you were saying with the previous horse, go up, come down. She jumped in the 150s a day or two ago. And she comes out of the arena, lovely shot there. And then coming into the 140s, brimming with confidence.
Yeah.
It's a lovely clear round.
He was actually very level and balanced throughout that whole round. She made him move so she didn't get a time fault to the end line there. And really he stayed leveled and balanced. It's fantastic riding from Amy. She's really maturing, I must say.
Chayton Hendricks goes next, number 8 in our program, Biogen's Greta G.
I saw her walking to the show this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she took a little stroll up the road this morning, was very relaxed in her halter with the groom sort of holding on the end of the line there.
They're not far away from the show.
No,
It's not like
literally around the corner.
Yes.
I think it's one of the benefits of living in Kyalami. I've never walked to a horse show in my life. All I do these days is walk to horse shows. It's so lovely. Horses there, I'll get there relaxed. It's a little warm-up for them.
15-year-old daughter of Graf Top, Silvio Damline, and she's had a stellar career. She's got foals through MBO transfer, probably older than foals now, a couple of years old.
And I think she's still the favourite.
Yes.
Though. I think there's beautiful photos of her up all around, and I think she's Shaunae's favourite. I think she's Chayton's favourite, and again, you know, it's funny because, I mean, potentially not going to be her day today, having one down already, but it's not about their performance today that they're the favourites. It's their way about them. It's how you work with them, how they are in the stable, their personalities. You know, like if my parents didn't like me very much, if I didn't do well at school, I wouldn't have had a very loving childhood, in which I did very much, if you know what I mean. But Chayton would love this mare just because of who she is. She's such a trier and a fighter. Unfortunate round today for him, though. And
of course, today is South African Championships Day, and the two of them, a couple of years ago, second behind Kath Neal at Sunera in the big class. So she's been there, done that. As we take a look at the replay of that,
she tried so hard. Shame.
Right, so we move on now to number 9. This is Mira Nordia, Rivendell Champagne.
I always feel when the horses are platted like that, it's extra pressure on the riders. if they are so magnificently turned out, you've got to try and do your job as well as you can on the day. always say
teams
to
watching.
my grooms, yeah, please guys, don't put me under pressure.
There's a 12-year-old daughter of Rivendell Saruman. Now she's come up into the
Yeah.
140s quite quickly, because I think a year ago or so she was in the 120s.
Sure. She's really been putting in the hours. She rides with Barry at Farnham. She really does put in the effort with this horse, with all her horses. She goes to lessons. She travels to the shows. And you know, for me, that's part of the system. You know, I think. Like she ran out of space there.
You're deciding just to call it a day. Is she? No, she's gone.
It's interesting that when I chatted to Anna, she was saying that she hoped that the horses don't look at the triple bar or look at the wall and then jump the triple bar badly. But I don't think. Yeah, I think she's just going to call it a day.
Yeah, she is.
New to the grade, she'll come back for sure.
Yeah, in the team competition for Barry, she was part of the Rockstars team, or the Rionette Rockstars, and she was the 120 rider. in that,
Sure. She got a really good grounding and sort of like really solidified the mare in that grade for sure, and got her fitness good and all that type of thing. And she's really been building from there. It's definitely a partnership to watch in the future.
Hannah Gerber goes next. CDE Laura Locke Picasso. This is number 10. Reminder that this is a sizable class. There are around about 78, 79 horses in this class, and of course there is a jump off to come as well. You've just joined us. Very good morning to you. On the go, the 1 meter 40 South African Championship, sponsored by Toyota. Here on Equestrian Live, which is interactive, so hit that subscribe button and you can let us know your thoughts, your selections. If you've got any questions for Brendan, do keep them coming through. So Hannah on her way around here on this 14-year-old son of Fyodor, Brennick Fyodor.
Whoopsie. Oh, well recovered. The triple bar is quite tight off the turn there, and a little bit of a miscommunication, unfortunately.
And you were talking about Mira training in Barry's system. I think Hannah also was.
Absolutely, yeah, with Barry and Lorette, the whole team at Farnham there. She's a real sportswoman, I would say, these days. I don't know if you're allowed to say sportsman or whatever, to be sportswoman. Plays good hockey and very athletic, and it shows in the way she rides. She's got fantastic upper body control. She's also a young rider and really done a fantastic job with her string of horses.
4 penalty round in 76-78 for Hannah. So
Unfortunate to just have a little whoops at the triple bar. Otherwise, the horse jumped a really good round.
Just looked a little bit argumentative around the corner.
Yeah, good horse to keep going. Well, how brave was he? Fantastic.
So 4 penalties for Hannah, 2 clears. Tracy and Amy are clear. We do have a jump off, but it's still plenty to come in this 140 championship. Leona van der Merwe goes next. 3-3-4, no. Ashley Healy, Hausberger's Sir Crumble. I've been told that Leona is scratched from this class, so going to draw a line through that. And you can tell us about this horse, this wonderful Sir Crumble. Presence, attitude, pizzazz.
She made sure that he didn't have a little look there and put her leg on, and he jumped and just towed it, unfortunately. He did. Just want to see what he does here. Oh, good boy. He is in a very opinionated stallion. I think that he's definitely been told how beautiful he is more than once, so he knows it, that's for sure. He is very sensitive. Ashley's done a fantastic job with him. Just there you see her going around and sort of just setting the horse up. He hasn't been jumping these bigger grades for very long. Ash has produced him herself. She bought him in Germany overseas in, I think, 2019. So he hasn't been jumping for a very long time at the bigger grades. But Ash is fantastic at producing horses, and she's always so good with her eyes. I love watching her ride. If the viewers at home can watch how early she gets her eye on the next jump, she's going to jump out this triple. Watch how early she looks for the next one. She gets her eye on that orange vertical so early just to give herself a good line. So soft fence early on, but oh, what a beautiful round from Ash.
So we do have a replay, Brendan. You can talk us through it. So it was a lightest of touches.
He sort of tried so hard in front, but had a little spook at the same time.
You saw Ashley just put the stick on the neck, just say, come on. He had a look at that board. It is quite a big, solid board, and maybe at this time of the morning, there's a glare coming off there, the way that the sun is pitching.
And a few horses did look at it yesterday,
yeah,
and
they
turn
did.
back and that type of thing. So, I mean, it has sort of caught horses' attention, I suppose.
13 is next. This is Marlies Labuskaghni. Stallion she rides is Jakarta. 10-year-old stallion by Tangela van der Zutterhoeven out of Indoctro Damla, and he's got all the goods.
Oh, he really does have all the goods. I am mad about this horse. Shame she fell off in the warm-up yesterday, and I mean they've got such a fantastic partnership, and he's such a sweetheart. I don't know if she got jumped out the saddle, but she was miles from him. When I saw the horse standing in the warm-up, I thought, where is the rider gone? And actually, as you look quite far away, she was sort of walking back to him. So I wonder if yesterday would have just rattled her a bit, because she's looking really settled in now, having an early fence. But this stallion does, as you say, has all the goods for me. I think that skinny is tricky. You jump that, you go 7 strides down to the Toyota double, very unbalancing, and it's almost like a handbrake turn to a skinny, very square oxer. It's also going to take some jumping.
Sure, we'll take a replay of that. Looked like she just maybe ran him a little bit deep.
Fraction, yeah, big pat. Shame, she'll be thrilled with that. Good round.
8 penalties for Marlies Labuskaghni and Jakarta. As we take a look at the replay of both poles that came down in her round, this being the first. As Brendan said, on the other side of that wall, it's not the bricks, the blocks, it's that water
deep
feature, landscape.
Didn't he try though? Shame.
Which, as you see there, Kerry just showing her horse that wall.
It's a very watery corner there. You sort of go from one bit of water and you turn into another bit of water, right?
Do you remember the first year they had that wall out?
Yeah, the horses didn't go near it. I mean, they basically boycotted it. They were like not having anything to do with that water feature.
Boycotted as well, wanted kept to burn that wall, but it's still there. But that's it. They jump it a few times. They get used to it,
isn't it proof that we can just train them to almost jump anything, because it is crazy what that wall looks like.
I think half the equestrian fraternity now has that landscape.
Very much
there.
so, yes.
So it's become a very, very popular piece of art. Kerry Reese on track now. Zias Le Champ, and hasn't he just been a little champ for her over the years?
Really? And I mean, he just keeps on working for her, jumping for her. I must say, though, back it up, she rides him beautifully. They suit each other, they fit each other so well. And again, getting a little flat at the wall, unfortunately. She's been on fantastic form this show. Again, I mean, might be not going to be her day today, but I think just getting around these big proper courses at SA Champs. She's a young lady still. I think she's going to gain all the experience that she needs just to keep on building and building. Trying so hard at that skinny. Easy through the treble.
One down, 4 penalties, and as we were saying again earlier on, another one that's gone up, went to the 150s at the show, came down, jumped a can we call it at SA Champs a softish 150? Yes. I'm not sure if we can, but
in comparison to what's coming later, yes.
But came into the 140s today, had the one down, and she was worried about that wall because she showed him coming in.
Agreed.
And what is your take on it? Some people think, well, I'm not going to show them in case then you put something for them to worry into their brains. Or
I think the horses that I've had in my life have benefited from it. I also have seen people that also disagree a little bit with that, and have also said they'd rather just sort of let the horses jump. a little bit from shock or whatever it would be. But I think I've had sensitive stallions and I've had sensitive Namibians that didn't work for me. So I always thought rather just let them know what's coming. And the whole thing would be is to really prepare them for it. I mean, speaking of preparation, this combination would be well prepared for this class, and I mean Ronnie would be really keen for a fantastic day today. I gave him a high five earlier. I said, "Come on, dude, big day today. Let's get your game face on." And he looks like he means business today. So, yeah, Magic Boy obviously jumping at lots of 150 classes, getting his fitness back for after having a little surgery and that type of thing. And you know, Ronnie's already got 2 up in the big class, so he would have taken the pressure off this guy. Just let him have a nice, dare I say, easy round around the 140 SA champs. There is no such thing as an easy round, but Ronnie makes it look easy when he's got these talented horses.
Super talent that this horse is, for sure. We're talking about a big day for Ronnie. Of course, he's sitting in 1st and 3rd, a very strong position after the first leg of the Triple Crown. So when we say a big day today for him, looking to bring out Mandarina and really
beautiful
cement
round.
his lead. Super, 3rd clear. Ronnie Healy, Magic Boy.
He absolutely jumped that triple combination for fun. I mean, I've watched Ronnie produce that horse from the start, and really, it hasn't been easy for him. He's had a few tricky moments through his career, but I mean, when you see him jump that round there, I think it's just testament to what a horseman Ronnie is. He really does stick to his guns. He's unbelievably disciplined, and it shows through his horses.
Because that was a textbook round.
Peach.
Absolutely. Beautiful. That's the way it's supposed to look.
Absolutely. Yeah. Put that in the memory bank. Fantastic round.
Kerry Muir visiting from KZN, Carlito N.
He was looking a little bit. It's funny. I wonder if it's a bit well when they come up here, or I don't know. He was bucking and playing a bit in the previous classes. I wonder if they've also jumped him in a few 150s. So if they've maybe trying to feed him up to make him feel good and to try and balance the brain and the body, I think is everything in the sport.
He certainly did have a look at that big Kuda solid board. So I'm afraid not their day today. 2nd disobedience, and they will leave here. Not the round that she was looking for, but horses, they have a mind of their own. Not their day today. Number 19 goes next, Lauren Pretorius, Capital Cashmere. Also not the easiest horse in the world. He's blood, he's fiery, got all the jump in the world.
Yeah.
And again, you talk about production jobs that Ronnie's done. Lauren's done one hell of a production job on this
couldn't
horse.
agree with you more. I mean, this is definitely her heart horse. He is an absolute fighter, this horse. He's had a few quite hectic viruses. He actually had horse sickness at one stage, and I mean, for a horse just to fight through that and just continue to fight, I think is testament to the character of this horse. When he jumps his verticals, you can see him there with that massive kickback. I think that's quite difficult and unseating for Lauren to ride, but because she's done the production job with this horse, she knows him so well. I think she sort of learned to sit that very big jump. Fantastic back end there, son of Colnado. I think still one of my absolute favorites. I don't think I've ever seen a horse jump 150 as easy as Colnado did. And really, he's given it to his progeny. Whoopsie. First one we've seen. Maybe not too keen on the wall. She did try and show it to him as well. Come on, buddy, you must jump it the 2nd time, I think. Okay. I suppose, I mean, Aiden, I would like to throw this at you. Would you prefer the wall to be a freestanding wall or on a related distance?
I think, for me, a freestanding wall.
So you can set yourself up and come with a little bit of pressure as opposed to a selected number of strides.
Exactly.
Especially
if it's on a slightly open distance. I wouldn't want to, if they're backing off, it'd be riding at it.
Sure. So again, that maybe shows what a test that line can be. I mean, some of the horses have jumped it fairly easily. Unfortunately, Cashmere finding it a little bit tricky today.
So, unfortunately, not their day today, Lauren and Capital Cashmere. Next is number 20, Chris van der Merwe, 334 Cantari. And another one, he's also shown the stallion the wall.
He's a young horse still, and I think it's a lot to ask just with all that very watery corner, that watery area in this arena. But look, they would have been practicing this, and these horses are still in their definite production phase of their lives. They've been traveling around South Africa throughout the year, sort of getting good mileage under Chris. He thinks the world of these stallions. I mean, he wakes up every morning and goes out down into his stallion barn and gets stuck into his day's work. I think it must be pretty much dream job for Chris. I mean, he rides them beautifully and gets fantastic tunes out of them.
Still a youngster, 8 years old, Cascadello, Ascari. He was worried about that.
Yeah.
I mean, he went and showed the horse the wall.
He did have a little look in Shongweni at the wall, but then he jumped at the second time. So, again, he's in his production phase.
Now, of course, we've had 2 qualifying classes. They've had the wall, but have they had that side of the wall? In the 140s, or have they been jumping the bricks? Has she turned it around on them today?
I think they did see it once at the beginning of the show. Anna has been trying to prepare them, but it's on that related distance, off that turn. I think, it might catch the horses a little by surprise. He is young, the stallion, so he will hopefully learn from that and come back fighting.
So an elimination there at the wall for Cantari. We've seen that a few times, so that one would have to say is the bogey fence thus far in this 1 meter 40 class. Lorette's shown the wall to Oripo, so these riders are taking note that are in the warm-up and standing at the gates. Their little team are feeding them information. Have a look at the wall, causing issues here. Oripo, 10-year-old. Oopsie, false straight. That board. Now, having had that, now the wall will be playing in your mind.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that Lorette is still learning Ori. I suppose at this level, she's jumped at 1 or 2 150s, and she's sort of playing in between the 145 and 140, 145, 150 level with this horse. It definitely takes time for them to get show fit. That's what we were sort of saying. Maybe if the horses see that wall, they short jump the triple bar, thinking, oh, I'm not sure I want to go down there. It can be a bit testing for sure.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe their eyes already on that wall, like you say. She's in the saddle. She's feeling. She's slightly off that there that he forced her.
I think she was trying to get him down there, but potentially backing off.
Yes.
It's the worst feeling as a rider. You sort of saying to the horse, go, and they saying no. And you wanting to step and you're not getting to the place that you want to, and just unfortunately 2 brains work independently as opposed to in unison, and you get pretty much the worst feeling in show jumping, besides falling off, is pretty much what you saw there with Lorette when they false you and sort of double jump you out the saddle and you airborne out the saddle, hoping to land back in the saddle. It's not a very confident feeling at all.
Chad Cunningham going now, number 22, Capital My Friend.
Isn't it amazing? He's sort of coming out of a pretty chilly winter. I mean, haven't really had, potentially today being the 1st of September, haven't even really had spring started, and this stallion is gleaming. I mean, look at the condition of him. It's amazing what testosterone can do to them.
And how well has he turned out? Beautifully plaited, looking a picture. Like you said, that coat is absolutely glistening. And he's been having a good show.
Sure, absolutely.
He's a 14-year-old already. I didn't realize he was quite that old. Son of Nabab Derev, Heartbreaker, one of the Capital Stud breeding stallions.
Easy as you like down there. I must say I would like to look at a couple of his foals, if I'm honest with you. I've seen a few very interesting ones on videos, and if I'm ever in the market to go and look at a young horse, I like his type. For me, I like his pedigree. He looks like he would fill you with confidence. You see how easy he's jumped the spookies today. He just, maybe fraction towed the back of the triple bar there, and maybe made 1 or 2 other little mistakes, but looks like he just takes you to the jump beautifully.
So he's had a few rails down now. He's had another 2. I think he's currently sitting on 16 as he jumps the last, and a couple for time. 82.20 the time for My Friend. And Chad, Chad rode a good round.
Sure.
It was
Sure. I suppose big confident horses, when they get down that little nifty treble right at the end there, can just come unstuck a bit. You see, I think he has one in front and then one behind, was it? I think. Shame. I mean, it's just, I suppose it happens at milliseconds as well, but he did jump a good round, you're right.
Chad Cunningham leaves on a few penalties there as Thomas van der Rijkworsel comes in. Gulliver, horse that was sidelined through injury for quite some time. He's coming back from injury and today in the 140s, 18 years old, 18 years young. He hasn't had much jumping over the last couple of seasons because of that injury.
Sure. I must say, though, he's had a fairly busy year, this horse. He was part of the Tri-Nations pool horses when Thomas was in the South African team. And he did his thing there, and then has stepped up and jumped one or two 150 classes this year, which is fantastic for Thomas. He really has built a quality string of horses, and I mean, crazy to think that he's still a fairly young man, still learning his trade. And I suppose when you have horses like this, it really does help you. Well ridden. Get mileage around these big courses. I think that's a little bit the name of the game. You've got to try and see these 150 jumps or 140 jumps as often as possible, so it just almost becomes second nature.
Like you were saying a few horses ago, when Lorette jumped on Oropo, the horse was eyeing out the wall with the triple bar. It looked like the same sort of story there. Thomas had to really get after him.
Agreed.
And didn't have his eye on the rails, had his eye on the wall. So that wall is causing a few issues this morning.
For sure. It. I hope we get a nice. I suppose as Thomas goes past, the viewers can see it. There's a few shots of it that sort of looks like an open lake with grass and flamingos on the side of it. It is pretty crazy looking, and then a little bit almost 3D. It looks like it lies flat. So it's
exactly. They kind of look into it. They don't know that it's just a wall. It's kind of like drags you in.
Yeah.
We got a shot of it a moment or two ago, but maybe our directors could ask our cameramen after this to give the viewers a view of the wall. Exactly what we're talking about. As Thomas finishes his round, as we take a look at the replay. Now this is the ride around to the triple bar. No, it's the double.
Light. How is that for a light touch?
On his way through there, you can see the wall. It kind of drags your eye into it.
Yeah, it is very, very tricky, I must say. If any of the viewers got a chance to look at any of the Olympics that's just happened in Paris, wow, it was pretty incredible to see what those horses were asked to jump, and a few of them jumped it well, and a few of them had big eyes. So it's the nature of the sports, it does get more testing. The jumps can't get any bigger or any lighter, to be honest with you. So they have to try and, I suppose, get a little scarier, which is a horrible thought for some of us riders, but it really does test the horse's bravery and temperament when you ask them to jump these tricky fences.
My groom, it's funny, yesterday in the 130s I had two down, but the lightest of touches, and he was so, these are not poles, these are straws. You didn't even hit it, you just, the wind blew it off. He was so upset. Andy Olaf on track now on the lovely Denton Horsebox's Count Cosmo. He gets a really lovely tune out of this horse. I've always loved this horse.
He's the most relaxed guy you'll meet, Andy. I must say, intense in business and that type of thing, but he has exceptional feeling. I think it's got a lot to do with how he was brought up. Both his parents are huge equestrians. Sean and Anne have actually moved up to Joburg to live with Andy, and I know that Andy's reveling in the fact that he gets his mom to help him out and look after his horses and that type of thing while he's doing his business work and that type of thing. But it's a real family affair. They are, as I say, Andy's a real product of the system. He's jumped right up the grades as a junior and then as an adult, and I would say he's knocking on the door. He's got some exciting young horses coming. He's got a few things to spit polish with them, and I think you're going to see Andy in the 150s, hopefully in the not too distant future.
Take a replay of the second pole that came down, not the round that Andy was after. I think Cosmo just a little bit lazy with that front end this morning, towing a few.
That's the skinny oxer that I was chatting about on that very, very tight left-hand turn. It comes quick. You've got to stay in the middle. It does take some careful jumping.
26 is a scratching, 27 is a scratching, so we move on down to 28, Charlie Ann Crockart. Adina von Berimar. Of course, Charlie was chatting in a post-win interview about this horse, how exciting this mare is. She was the winner of the 1m35s on her equally exciting stallion Legend. And we were talking about this horse yesterday. Classical tack, no martingale. Sure. Lets her nose poke out in front, lets her run a little bit.
She, yeah, I must say Charlie just has so much big match temperament. It's actually incredible. I think that how you come back from any adversary in the sport proves what type of rider you are, and this lady proves for me that she has champion written all over her. She's unbelievably structured and has self-belief. I suppose maybe belief in her and her team. I think she's got a fantastic team behind her, good owners. I know Mac, her groom, is hugely involved in the fitness side of her horses and that type of thing. She's got a proper team effort going on there, but she mans that operation, so to speak, and she steps up every single weekend in these championship classes, and it's not over till Charlie's jump, that's for sure. Look at that.
She's an absolute clear-round machine, Charlie Crockart. And there is another clear. So we've had a little bit of a drought for clears. This giving us our fourth clear. Those who have gone before, Tracy Carney came out and jumped clear at number 1. Amy Hay, Ronnie Healy on Magic Boy, and now at 28, Charlie Crockart and Adina.
There's the wall.
There is the wall with those flamingos and that little Frank the Pelican on the left-hand side.
Look at
Maybe
that,
it's
right?
Frank that they don't like. He's looking like he's policing that flay or that waterland.
Incredibly testing. Wow.
Raina Korba going next. Calaho Katinka. Thursday in the 1m40 A2 competition was a winner on Katinka, and was in fact on Saturday placed second behind Nariska Prinsloo yesterday. So certainly bringing in form, and one would expect on that form a clear round, but we don't want to put the mockers on. No problem at that wall.
Just again, you talk about form and confidence in riders. If you're looking, for me, you're looking at riders like Ronnie and Domini and Ray that are just cruising around these.
He cut in slightly to that.
A fraction. I think just, you know, they wanting to string together these confident rounds with what's coming a little later. You know, when you've got these big 150, 155 classes waiting for you, to get a bit of your eye in and get the nerves out and sort of warm the muscles up and all that type of thing is a little bit the name of the game. And I think Ray will be disappointed with 4 faults today because this mare's been on sparkling form, but I don't think his day is done by any means.
4 penalty round there for Calaho Katinka and Raina Korba as we take a look at the replay. Slightly on the angle coming to that. But just one of those things, I think, just touched on the back rail of that oxer going in. And as we take a look at Ashley Taylor, doing a little circle with both those water features.
I mean, she must be thinking, come on, Hopi, you have to concentrate now, because this horse can really look at everything except the jumps. And the problem is if you get after him, then he gets very tense and actually can't do his job. So Ashley's really worked out a very soft way of getting the best out of this horse. He, as I say, he's a really spooky character at times, but Ashley has got incredible feeling.
17 years young nose Hope van Oorsorg by Cabrio van der Heffink. Oh, he had a look down at that, but the weather popped up.
she actually really had good plan B riding. He was maneuvering around the corner, so she had no momentum on landing and just decided to add one, and it worked for her. Such clever thinking and good riding, Ash. Ashley's actually fresh off a little Kentucky tour and some European training. She said she did a fair amount of flat work riding and a little bit of jumping, but I think to go over there and get polished on the flats is something that was really interesting, and I'm sure would have benefited her.
Where was she?
She was in Germany. She went to go and ride with Lexi Stace. I mean, it's crazy how it's gone almost full circle. That Lexi, you sort of also used to look after Ash when she was a baby, and now Ash has gone overseas and gone ridden with her. It's crazy. Come on, Hopi. Are you in the time? There we go.
77.68. Well done.
It's definitely a little warmer here today, thankfully. You can see the people have got hoodies on today, not winter jackets, thankfully, and hopefully it continues to get a bit warmer throughout the day.
It has been cold the last couple of days. Today, the first day of spring.
Ashley rode that beautifully, I must say. This is a strong track, spooky track. He's definitely not the easiest to get concentrating all the way around, but masterful riding there from that young lady, and exciting to see what she's got to hold in the jump off.
Izzy Miyake now with Jackie Cochran.
Jackie definitely has a type for me. She likes these little fiery ones that zoot across the ground. She, interesting, used to ride horses similar in juniors, so it's definitely... Definitely the horse was looking at the water jump.
Sure.
But yeah, for sure.
One will remember Beauty van Pannenberg and how
Yes.
feisty and fiery that mare was.
She was an out-and-out winner. If she left them up, she was in the first three no matter what. Sure, jumps that beautifully, really tried through her body and the jumping in there.
And Jackie trains with?
She rides with Ray Korber. She's very much part of the of Ray and John's team. She's actually, as far as I know, just acquired like a horse, like a treadmill, a water treadmill, I think. Whoopsie, stay on. Well sat. Which is all part of recovery and that type of thing. It's become a huge part of our sport, obviously looking after our athletes and making sure that they recover well. So that's, I think, part of Jackie's business, and a very interesting part, I must say. I can't wait until I've got horses up in the grades like this that I can go and walk them in the water treadmill.
Take a look at the replay of those rails coming down as Jackie finishes on a score. And as you said, they're definitely the horse had the eye on the water. You can see her swerving slightly down. They did well to get the horse over that water.
Agreed.
So a 16 penalty round there for Jackie. Carl Bunzai will be late, so we move on now to number 33, Kayla Gartenbach and Capital Hope. Now, just back to that water treadmill, big in racing, these water walkers, as they're called. There's a lot of resistance training. Are you talking about that, or are you talking about a spa?
No. I think there's...
They walk against the current of the water.
So. I think so. I do stand to be corrected, to be honest with you, but
they're big in Europe and the States.
Because I know they've got a spa as well. So I think they've got both of them.
It's a brilliant way. I come from a bit of a follow racing. There's a wonderful mare, Black Caviar, a few years ago. Shame, sadly, I think last week she actually passed away, but she was a legend of the turf and suffered a little bit from they didn't want to put too much mileage on her legs, so did a lot of her fitness work in a water walker, because it's resistance training and really good for the fitness. So all these scientific things
amazing,
that are sneaking in. As we turn now back to Kayla Gartenbach and Capital Hope.
You know, I suppose without these athletes feeling at the top of their game, our chances of jumping clear rounds are slim. It would make it also much easier if they could talk. Absolutely. So they could tell us which leg was hurting. So unfortunately, we got to make sure that we're on the pulse and making sure that we're checking legs and feeling legs and feet and all that type of thing, so to make sure that they feeling at the top of their game. She rides magnificently, this lady. Beautiful round.
Another clear. So as we take a look at the course class stats, 80 in the starting order, 25 have gone, 47 still to come, 6 clears, 24% at this time. Ella Gertenbach giving us our 6 clear on Capital Hope. 9-year-old. Through to the jump off they will go. Jean Corber, Kalaho Talana, her second ride. She came out on Pretty Woman earlier on. Had a 4-fault round there. Now rides the daughter of Talano van der Riethoeven. Argentinus on the dam line.
She, for me, looked a little well and and a bit above herself yesterday, which was hopefully going to do her good today. Because if they were a little well on day 2, hopefully by day 3, which is obviously championship day, you've got the right amount of balance between the brain's working and the body's working, and nothing's too tired or fatigued yet, but they've still got enough fizz to get around these enormous courses. For me, Tulano was one of the bravest horses I'd ever ridden, and it's fantastic to see that he's giving it to his progeny.
Of course, Tulano, the sire before he came out from Europe, as that goes down, of Ken Farrington's Voyeur, who
absolutely
put Ken Farrington on the map.
Yeah.
Ken Farrington, one of the biggest names in the sport today, was a winner at Spruce Meadows, an absolute champion stallion. Rio 2016 in the silver medal Olympic team.
The lightest of back rails there. Shame. I think Jean will be disappointed because this mare's jumped a beautiful round. Almost like the score doesn't match the round, unfortunately.
So 4 penalties on Pretty Woman, and her second ride, Talana, unfortunately 4 penalties there as well, as we take a look at the replay. And the same rail, in fact, that Ray had down on Katinka.
Yeah.
You think the two of them would have spoken to her. Watch out for that A element off the turn. So Nicholas I'm Riley in next. This is Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence, number 36. 35, I think, has elected to scratch. It's Heather Mostert and Summerbridge Cruise.
I'm not sure there's many people that can produce horses as well as Nicola can. She doesn't really matter whether they're big or small or hot or cold. She has a system for them. I think she's fits horses so well. I think she rides scope into them so beautifully, and doesn't get phased by their antics. This is an opinionated stallion. He would definitely benefit from 2 rounds before the championship class, because he often comes out quite feisty on day 1. But Nicola's just got such a level head and sort of calm way about her that she just lets the stallion get on with his job. He does it fairly easily for me. And Nicola just stays out of his way, tees him up. Beautiful.
She's an absolute professional, has a big string of horses.
Yeah, I would say anywhere between sort of 8 and 10 horses she brings to open horses that she brings to shows. She has crazy amounts of riding to do every day, and I think it really benefits her. She's slim and trim and fit and strong, and I think that's why she can piece together rounds like this.
She's had a few niggles with her neck. I think over the years, the sport will take a toll on your body, all the jarring. And
she's also broken her wrist and gave herself 2 weeks off to recover from that, and then she was back riding again. It's pretty crazy. She's hard as nails, let me tell you.
I was just about to say, came back pretty quickly from her neck surgery as well.
Crazy, right?
So don't forget to hit that subscribe button here. Drop us a line with your questions, queries, comments, and maybe your selections for this class, the 1 meter 40 South African Championships, currently on the go here at Kyalami Equestrian Park in the Peter Mini Arena.
Yeah, I agree. I must say, so many people have asked me, who do you think is going to win today and who's going to win the big class? And I'd love to hear from everybody else out there who they think. Obviously, Ronnie's going to be favourite, but there's got to be a few outside chances. This is show jumping. Anything can happen on the day.
They'll all be going for it, of course, not only the title of South African Championship, but the second leg of the Triple Crown, as Gareth has a bit of a false start there on Bolzano de Quincy. And also don't forget about that extra incentive prize money. So normal prize money for the South African Championship winner would be around 40,000 Rand. You jump it clear today, and of course it's not one round, it's 2 rounds, and in the event of equality of score, we go to a jump off. You clear in all 3 of those rounds, you come out the winner on a 0 penalty score, 60,000 Rand bonus. So 100,000 Rand the rider will walk away with if they manage to win on a clear round score. The same as for the first leg where Ronnie did pull it off. Yes. He walked away with that 100,000 Rand. So second leg as well. Now if the rider doesn't jump a clear round and you win on a penalty score, that 60,000 Rand will be donated by Toyota to a charity of their choosing.
Amazing.
So,
Gee,
which I believe for this year might be Pangolins.
Oh, amazing.
Who got a bad rap during COVID. Gareth Neal, unfortunately, a little bit of a quirky horse this man.
I suppose it is what it is. He's a fantastic stallion. He's such an acrobat, and Gareth thinks the world of him. So not his day today, but he's jumped a few good 150 classes for me, and he'll go home. He'll do some homework and get him ready for the next few shows before the end of the year.
Are we going to see a lot of riders going away and doing homework on open water? It's popped its head up at South African Championships. Does it go back to bed for another year and pop up next year again? Or do we go, oh, well, this might be a trend, we might be seeing more of it? What do we do?
Personally, I would like to see it even in the 120 and 130 classes, very small, very friendly, with a pole over the top that can encourage the horses to jump it and the riders to ride it correctly and that type of thing. I think that if we are going to wanting to up our game as far as lifting the level and bringing the open water, then let's do it across the board and make it sort of a part of their training. And then I think we'll even sort of implement it at home, and we'll build them at home and get them training and that type of thing, because for me it's all about the preparation.
Ashley Fox on track now for the 3-3-4 stud, Franzi Yu. And Mom Deirdre could be sitting in Botswana watching this on live streaming and trying to get some signal. If you are Deirdre and Michael, very good morning to you. What a wonderful rider she is. So sympathetic, rhythmical, balanced, unflustered.
And I think over the last 3 shows, I've just watched her get better and better. She's getting a little bit of confidence. I think she's settling into the 3-3-4 way. You mentioned that Mom Deirdre would be watching. She basically produced her, so she's now would have left home and gone and lived somewhere else and that type of thing. So I think she would have gone through a big change in her life, and it's fantastic to see her settling into the rider that, when I watched her in juniors and in children's, she was, I sort of thought, okay, well, that's definitely going to be one of our top riders in the future. And when she starts putting together rounds like this on a fairly new partnership, this is a fairly tricky mare in her mouth. Look at that. Easy as you like. Fantastic riding, Ashley Fox. Very, very good.
That was the key word that you mentioned, easy.
Yeah.
Just looked easy. Just cantering around, not interfering.
Sure. And she can get a little fidgety with her mouth, that mare, and Ashley's just so sympathetic in the way she handles her. It's another Ashley on screen.
From one Ashley to another, I was about to say.
Giving Hopi lots of love there as he stands quite relaxed after his round.
Courtney Webber is in now, number 39. This is Opal de la Bastide. Shelley will be watching.
Yeah, she's definitely here. I saw her yesterday. Respect is earned in my books. I think that you got to put in the hours to get up the grades in the sport, and this young lady has really done that. We chat about it so much that she's part of the Langley equestrian team, and how instrumental Grant has been in producing young riders for our sport. She is definitely one of the poster girls of Langley equestrian.
All again.
I actually wouldn't mind having a little chat to Courtney and finding out what her plan would be for the next big show, which is the Derby, because she won the 140s last year and got to be looking at the big class this year, which would be exciting for her to go around her first big Derby. So not her day today, but maybe with something else in plan for the rest of the year? Let's see.
And of course, another member of the Langley, former member, Ryan, might be watching overseas.
Absolutely,
I mean,
yes,
he's
hopefully.
another top rider and now applying his trade overseas. So if you are watching, Ryan, good morning to you.
See, he's doing his thing overseas. Doing some riding, and it looked like he might have been doing some beer drinking too.
So that's horsemanship. It's just not their day today. She decides, well, she can't win it from that position. No point in continuing. The horses.
As you say, Grant's having a little chat there, saying, don't worry, it's all good. He looks a picture, doesn't he? Wow, in beautiful condition.
Are you talking about Grant, or are you talking about...
I'll give that to Opal.
So we now do have a rake break. So time for you to jump off the couch, go grab yourself a coffee. Time just gone 9 o'clock. If you've just joined us, you've tuned into Equestrian Live, and we're busy with the 1 meter 40 South African Championship, the first class of the day, on the go here in the Peter Mini Arena. We'll be back after the tractor has done its thing. It's just going to spruce up this Peter Mini Arena, and then the second lot of horses in this first round of the 140s. Don't go away.
Control to Fortunate, you're heading into uncharted territory. Over.
Copy that, Control. We've got this.
Come in, Fortunate. Some rough terrain coming up. Engage 4x4.
Roger that. Engaged.
Mission complete, Dad.
The Toyota Fortuner.
Control, we have a problem.
Reimagine the luxury of freedom.
"2024 sees Kyalami Park Club play host to all 3 legs of South African show jumping's Triple Crown. And Toyota South Africa has come on board as the official sponsor of all 3 legs. Don't miss the Toyota South African Outdoor Grand Prix at Easter Festival on April 1st, the Toyota South African Adult Show Jumping Championship on September 1st, and the Toyota South African Derby on October 6th. What's more, the Toyota Triple Crown will, for the first time ever, be run as a series on points, where the winner will drive away in a brand new Toyota Crown worth close to 1 million rand. Should the winner take victory on a clear round score, Toyota is also offering bonus prize money to reach 100,000 rand to the winners of both the Outdoor Grand Prix as well as the South African Championship. A minimum of 150,000 rand is guaranteed to the winner of the Toyota South African Derby. Catch all the action of the Toyota Triple Crown live at Kyalami Park Club or on live stream with Equestrian Live SA. Stay tuned to social media for more event details. The Toyota Triple Crown, hosted by Kyalami Park Club and proudly sponsored by Toyota South Africa.
Well, that's what's up for grabs for the winner of the Triple Crown Series, which ends after Derby. Ronnie Healy in the driver's seat at the moment. He's got one hand on that crown. Of course, he's got to put in a big performance today, a Mandarina as well, to really cement himself at the top of the leaderboards. Remember, it's rider and horse combination that will walk away with that Toyota crown. Big thank you to our associate sponsors, Canon. All the pictures that you're seeing here on Equestrian Live through the lenses of Canon cameras. So do go check out their website, www.canon.co.za, as the tractor putting the final touches onto this wonderful surface here in the Peter Mini Arena. If you've just joined us, very good morning to you. Don't forget, hit that subscribe button. Become a member of the Equestrian Live family and get all the notifications of upcoming broadcasts by hitting that subscribe button on the YouTube page. Do send us your comments, selections. As we're just about ready to recommence the second part of this class. So let's recap the standings at the current time. So 80 were carded to go. There have been a couple of scratchings. 30 have gone. Still got 40 left to come. Of those 30, just 8 clear, 26%. As our next horse has come into the arena, this is number 41, Lisa Williams, Regenesis Vet Perouge. Joining me in co-commentary this morning for the 1 meter 40 South African Championships and also this afternoon for the team event is Brendan McNiven. Great to have him along.
Lisa, another one, just making sure that the horse has seen the wall rather than for the first time as it comes down. Yeah, so this is clever from Lisa for me. We were just sort of chatting off air, wondering, the first few horses weren't too worried about the wall and potentially then the triple or the back rail of the triple bar sort of coming into play there. Lisa making sure that the horse has seen the triple bar and then the wall behind it. Good preparation.
She's another consummate professional, Lisa. Always thinking about the job at hand, the training, the management of her horses.
She is unreal.
So complete.
Look at this horse's condition. Whoopsie.
Oh. She's a little bit annoyed about his attitude about that open water. She would certainly have.
She would have trained that for sure. Come on. Yeah, good boy. So I think now Lisa will put her training cap on. She would have had a competitive cap on at one stage, but when it doesn't go according to plan, you want to go back to the training manual a bit, making sure that you're building the horse's confidence.
Safely over that wall. Back into rhythm now.
You must say he does look like he's settled after being a little rattled at the water there.
So running into time penalties now, but like you say, just a schooling round to complete. Further rail off that turn. Tack and Dog's fence to finish. This vertical safely over that. Got a replay of the refusal, Brendan, so let's just see where the horse's head was at.
He did look like he was going to go at one stage and sort of saw it late.
Dominic Alexander next to go. Athena. Lovely shot of the Peter Mini Arena with that big Toyota banner across that members pavilion. Once again, big thank you to Toyota. So Domini's also in a rich vein of form, has had a wonderful season thus far. Athena, previous winner of the South African Derby.
For sure she'll be prepped and ready for this. She would have jumped the water and the wall and all that type of thing, and she's proven her braveness by winning the Derby, so hopefully she can have a good trip around here this morning.
And like you were saying earlier on, some of the riders will be in ball sports talking about getting their eye in.
For sure.
Dominic would be really motivated for the South African Championships this afternoon.
You mentioned earlier he wants the car.
Well, when at the Toyota launch some months ago, Dominic hopped in the car and invited some friends to get in and took a little spin around the Bob Chart Arena in that Toyota Crown. Gave us all heart failure as he parked at the top of the bank. Thank goodness the brakes were working.
He's obviously just getting used to his new car.
Yes, that's exactly what he said. He liked it very much. So currently sitting on 4 penalties.
Wow, she tried so hard through that triple combination.
16 years young is Athena, finishes on just the 4 penalties, but of course we do have 8 clears at the current time. So not going to be his day in the 140s. He'll have his eye on a slightly bigger prize a little bit later as we take a look at the replay. Again, a soft touch. It took just breathed on that one. So 4 penalty round there for Dominic and Athena. 43 now is next to go. Jonathan Clark back on track every cloud. We talked about this horse yesterday. How exciting.
Oh, man. He's just looks like he's built for the job, and he's got a jockey that can do the job incredibly well. I think these two suit each other. In the past, Jonathan's had a huge amount of success on fairly small, slight horses. It's great to see him on a
steps over that.
Yeah, big 17 two-hand elastic sort of fireball underneath him. Amazing.
The back on track sponsorship of Linda Ellerine. Just a 9-year-old up in the 140s. Kevin Z, Millreef VDL, the breeding. It's super exciting for Jono because this looks a proper Grand Prix type horse.
Really. Looks like he's got a good rhythm.
You're right, I've never thought about that. With Jonathan on smaller type of horses, Felix and...
Diadem.
Yeah, Diadem.
Diadem was tiny and jumped the World Cups. I mean, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, easy as you like. Come on, beautiful riding, Jono. Excellent.
Into the jump off he goes. Absolute master of his craft is Jonathan Clark.
I mean, dare I say that young horse jumped that track for fun.
Yeah.
All the spookies, triple combination, easy drop a stride to the last. Yeah, excellent riding. That's a real horse for the future. Now, Linda must be thrilled with that. You mentioned this horse was owned by Linda Ellery, and she's been an owner for many years for multiple riders in South Africa. Great for her to have a very exciting young horse that's going to be knocking on the door for the 150s sooner rather than later.
Exciting prospect as we move on now to Calaho Lorenzo, number 44, ridden by Lawrence Mowat.
I don't know, these two look like brothers for me. It's hilarious when I see Lawrence and Lorenzo together.
Exactly, with those little racing stripes on his helmet and the white face of the horse. It just kind of...
They look like they match each other. It's amazing. And I think even in personality, if I'm honest with you, you know, they very kind by nature, but have definitely got a little quirk. Lawrence is got a very funny personality, and I think he he uses that when he humors Lorenzo. Lorenzo is also quite opinionated in the way he goes, and he likes to go fast. Lawrence likes to go fast, so they are a very well-matched team.
He's a lovely rider to watch, Lawrence. Very correct.
Yeah.
Beautiful sense of rhythm. Great upper body control. Very correct, stylish.
And I mean, then you talk about jump-offs. I mean, this guy's set this horse alight a few times this year that I was sort of only watching with one eye thinking, yikes, this is going to be hectic. And this horse just took it in his stride. They trust and back each other. Sort of, I must say I'd love him to get down this line clear and be in the jump-off, because it's always exciting watching Lorenzo have a go.
Well, we've asked viewers for their comments and perhaps their selections as he jumps a beautiful clear.
Lawrence.
That would be one of my selections for sure.
I agree.
If you're a betting man, that would be a short-priced favourite, I think, having jumped the clear now.
Chelsea looking very relaxed here.
Kayla just laughing.
Sister combination, they're always together, those two. With one's riding, the other's on the ground, and vice versa. There's a massive team effort there at Reba Stables.
Liam Stevens in next. Camilla D, number 45. Liam also incredibly accomplished rider for his relatively young years as well.
Absolutely. I mean, he didn't get the nickname Superstar Stevens for nothing. Great for me. I mean, he's always done a little bit of breeding here and there, and had some fantastic mares to choose from. He actually rode this horse's mother, Adventure, and jumped her in the 140s. She was probably the most expressive, elastic horse I've ever seen behind, almost to the point that she'd injure herself when she jumped because her back end was so elastic. And he decided to put that put Consuelo onto her, and I mean, look at the combination that you've got here, just rideable in a rubber bit. She's young and she's sort of fairly inexperienced at this level, but I think Liam's really excited about her. I think she's going to jump a few 150 classes next year, if I'm honest with you, so great to see Liam back up there. For me, I think the young horses wouldn't benefit from the time constraints. With the young horses, you'd almost want to give them one or two strides just to balance themselves over these big jumps. And I think that's part of the school fees that you pay with them. You've got to run them a little bit so that you can get in the time, and then they can learn to be balanced and careful like that.
But he, as a consummate professional horseman, would be thinking, he wouldn't come in today going, well, I'm going for the win.
No,
this would be
definitely not.
School fees.
Absolutely, absolutely. She's a young mare. He absolutely loves her. So he's going to have his eye set on next year for sure.
And you saw just a little bit green mistake there, just kind of swerving in and out of the line there and having a few rails. And Chris is back. Of course, he had a few issues at the wall on his first ride. And showing the horse the wall now. This 3-3-4 Bellabetto. Liam's is score 12 penalties as we take a look at some of the spectators from the catering area. Having a look over the Peter Mini Arena here. Bellabetto goes next for the 3-3-4 stud, and Chris van der Merwe. Seven-year-old gorgeous son of Baloo de Rouet out of a Diorado dam line. This is the youngest stallion in Chris's string. But absolute quality as he has an early rail there, but
I must say that he gives me goosebumps, this horse, just because of his personality. When you hear Chris talk about him, like in the morning when he walks out of the stallion barn, he neighs and he tells everybody that he's the king of the hill here, and he's still young and I think that obviously still very much in the production stages of his career, but I think they got to have that real fight in them, and I think that the stallion's got all those fantastic attributes. Good to see him jump the wall. I was chatting to Leona, and he sounded like he had a little bit of a problem with the wall in training. I think the horse was a bit deceived by the 3D effect of that wall, and it didn't really go according to plan. So great to see that he shows his real sort of heart and bravery, temperament to sort of come back and jump it in the ring. Fantastic. Green fences for me.
12 penalty round, but like you say, on the up. As we take a look at replay, this was the first rail that came down. Again, a little bit of a softish rail just on the way up. This is the second fence that came down. Maybe jumping slightly left there on takeoff. Sean Neal goes next. 9-year-old daughter of Canaan out of a Ramiro dam line. Is this Caprice?
So for me, I mean, viewers would remember Sean from having his fabulous horses Gold Rush and Clyde Z, and Sean is quite a busy businessman. He's a dad, and he doesn't get a whole stack of time to ride. His back also doesn't do him any favors, unfortunately, and it's fantastic to see him back up in the ring. And I think it's incredible how people make horses go similarly.
Yes.
I mean, this almost looks like a brown Clyde, the way she goes along. I clearly like, I mean, Sean thinks the world of her. She's fairly recent in the country, and he's been getting her body correct and getting her feet right and all that type of thing, and she's looking like she's comfortable. But I think it says a lot that Sean's got his white breeches on and he's here doing his thing, because I think she really fills him with confidence and
a few have had that rail, and you were talking about it in the build-up to the class about this ride from the Hollard down past that members pavilion to that double.
She's also fairly green at this level, and again, I think Sean will be polishing her up and getting her ready for the rest of the year, and for sure to have a good year next year with her.
How long has he had the ride on this horse? When did she come in?
Yeah, I think like it was during COVID and that type of thing, and they've gone quite slowly with her. I think there was a little issue with her feet and that type of stuff coming in from Europe and whatnot, but they've stuck to their guns and gone slowly with her, and it's fantastic to see Shawnee back there. And I must say, I think almost again we were sort of chatting with the young horses. If you feel like you have to hurry them down the distances, they don't have ultimate balance on takeoff.
Yes.
And I think then you can find a sort of soft fence like that.
Lorette having a look in. She went earlier on Oripo, didn't go according to script. Kerry Muir is in for her second ride. Carlito did not want to do the business this morning, so hoping for a better performance here from Charis or Charisse.
For me, this is technique. Like, I can't explain it more and more for the viewers at home. If you want to watch a horse really, come on.
Hang on.
Oh, she's feisty and fiery, this horse, I must say. I wonder if the idea of bringing open water back is going to be a thing, if we must then get on with it and train it and jump it sort of thing. I wonder what the sport is calling for.
I mean, there was maybe a second she thought, I'm going to go, and then I think when that sand flicked into the water and the water bubbled up, or
she said, I told you there was something in there.
I'm not a chance, not on your Nelly, I'm out of here. So that's a little bit disappointing for Kerry this morning, because both of their horses have decided they want no part of that. So anyway, that's the game. She knows what it's like. They'll take a drive back down to Shongweni.
Yeah, for sure.
Might be a bit of a silent drive.
Those are very depressing drives. But the funny thing is in this sport is Saturdays and Sundays keep coming, which means the horse shows keep coming, which means you can whinge about it, or you just enter the next class and you go and get it done. And I think that's what most of us do as riders. We have a little moment when we're a little bit upset, and then someone says, what are you doing this weekend? And you're going to say, no, I'm just going to go and sort out my little whips that I had last weekend and build confidence for the next show, for sure. Come on, George. Oh, man. He had a little look, but he was going.
Farnham for gold, Lorette Knowles-Taylor.
see, that's a little bit the gamble. So is it 8 or is it 7? If you go on 7, how much balance do you create in the double? So there, I thought George got up to the double fairly easily, but then didn't have a good balanced stride on takeoff to create that good jump. I mean, then you sort of go back to Jonathan's grey horse, who floats down on 8 and then just props himself in the middle there. Just two different types of horses in the way they do things.
What would be your choice? Obviously, it goes back to what you're sitting on.
Yeah,
but from what you're seeing this morning,
you know, I think again, if I was sitting, you know, on Contador, on my big brown horse that I used to ride, I think he would get up there on 7, and I would make him sort of get up early on 7 so I could balance. So
she had to ride hard up to that. Good
she
for
did.
her for
She
getting
did.
him over, but a little bit backing off that, and Swervy just took the top rail. And this, as we were talking, the ride down on the 7 or the 8. Not coming off for Lorette, unfortunately, this morning. So 12 for jumping, 1 for time. Total score of 13 penalties for Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Georgia Beats on track now. Regenesis Vet Barborg Savoy Affair had a wonderful round yesterday, finishing up in one of the qualifiers yesterday afternoon in 7th position, where clears were hard to come by. She was one of them, so would have taken confidence away from yesterday's outing on this 12-year-old son of Rivendell Serendipity. He's come a long way from the Western Cape to be with us.
Trained by Damian Stevens. We saw Liam Stevens a little earlier riding Camilla. Liam's dad, Damian, is an unbelievable horseman. Educates his riders so beautifully about the art of show jumping.
A nice choice of words, because it is an art. I think an art and a science.
And I must say, when you hear Damien describe it, it does sound like an art. He speaks with it with such passion. He's so infatuated in the canter, because he's so in his decision, the canter and the jump are sort of go hand in hand and that type of thing. So he's an interesting man to speak to, is Damien. He's produced multiple riders in every grade across the board.
And has jumped some top competitions and derbies in his time as well as Damien, as we take a look at replays of the two of the fences that came down. A 12 penalty round there for Georgia and Regenesis Vet Barberg Savoy Affair. And when you talk about canter, oh, the horse just manuring.
Oh, no. Did she go through the start?
Have to see how they score. Yes, she did. Clock is running, so a 4 penalty round. Oh, so the horse just absolutely stopping dead to manure.
No.
Oh, that's got to be off-putting.
Yeah, and he really is one of my favorites, is Toto. He's got that unbelievable bounce. Come on, Ace.
334 Christo S on track now by Cristello.
Just not feeling it today.
So then you got to ask, I mean, he was manuring and we thought he stopped because he was manuring, but perhaps was actually stopping at that fence.
Or maybe the water and everything at the back of that. I don't know if that's distracting horses at all.
As we take a look at the replay, so this is the second disso. Well, I think that's one of those things you just got to forget about and regroup, come back another day. Thomas van Rijkvorsel goes again. Went earlier on Gulliver. Penalty round on Gulliver earlier on for Thomas. This is his second ride on Pippa. Pippa Duxma. Now his time is running. So he's taken
Come on,
quite
Thomas.
a while. He's
Oh, this is going to be down to the wire.
his 45-second countdown is running and just makes it. We haven't seen too many that have come home with time penalties. 80 seconds was the time allowed, or is the time allowed.
It's sort of quite a flowing forward track, you know. You want to be going forward to the water and then going forward to the triple bar and then forward to the wall after that. So it is that sort of type of course, I guess.
9-year-old mare by Tangelo. We saw Jakarta with Marlies Labuskachny earlier, another son of Tangelo. This is a daughter of Tangelo.
Interesting side that, because for two fantastic horses, I wouldn't mind both of them in my string, to be honest with you, or either of them, I should say. Thomas got a lovely organised way of riding short reins, good canter into the hand. I think that's how he creates that scope through the horse's body, creates that energy, that sort of explosive power.
Cantering down to the last.
7, 8.
Leaves it up.
Hey!
Beautifully done, Thomas van der Rijkvorsel.
Another one who's going to be coming back a little later in the 150 SA Champs. Exciting day for him.
Through to the jump off he goes in this 1m40 championship class. Saw a shot during Thomas's round of our next competitor, John Bauer, who comes in next on Equestria's Franklin.
It's interesting, you see Thomas there loosening his girth as he comes out the arena. Some riders like to let their horses breathe. It's like loosening your belt after Christmas lunch, I guess. You feel like you can let out a little bit of air almost, and just after the horses have sort of put in a big effort, if you've had your girth quite tight and that type of thing, the horses can have a little breath as they leave the arena.
Franklin on track now with John, the 16-year-old son of Fort Joy out of a Landau dam line owned by Colleen Fillion. Taking an early rail, currently sitting on 4 penalties. We spoke a bit about John's exotic life yesterday.
His genetic life, I think it's incredibly interesting, to be honest with you. And not only that, I mean, I believe he's jumped sort of 160 level in Europe.
And Australia, rode in Australia for many years, and in fact qualified for their Olympic eventing team. He had as a younger man, he was a top-class eventing rider as well.
So a real horseman, I mean, through and through. For me, I mean, if you get over the ludicrousy of actually jumping the event jumps, because, I mean, I don't know who and why anybody would want to do that, but for me, the dressage background is so interesting there. You know, like, there's no way that you're going to be able to event if you don't fundamentally understand the flatwork training of horses. Well, I wonder sometimes perhaps in show jumping people could lose sight of that and just sort of jump rather than do the real flat side of it.
Well, you were talking about Damien's philosophy and how it's all about the canter, and that's where the canter comes from, the groundwork, the flat work. I mean, obviously some horses will have natural, really good canters, but it's something that you're always looking to develop as well, and that's born out of flat work. As we look at the replay,
it's just the imbalance in the corner, I think. It's the horses are trying to create balance as they're jumping, and it's proving difficult.
So a 13 penalty round there, one of those being for time just over that 80-second time allowed, 80.66. 13 penalties for John. Ivan von der Seyde goes next, number 56. This is PM Carinia. Ivan, another one who's come a long way from Plet.
Like organised, smooth and relaxed is Ivan for me.
And a proper competition rider.
Yeah. And it's so interesting. It's often the guys that are super relaxed that can hit the afterburners. You know, they're the ones that sort of still water's a bit run deep. You know, with he is such a relaxed guy and such a cool character, and I think he instills that in the way that his horses go. He gets a fantastic tune out of all horses. I think this horse for me is quite orthodox in comparison to some of the horses that he rides. He's got a Clinton mare that he jumps around the 140s that really goes with her head up in a very unorthodox way, and he does an unbelievably good job at keeping her under wraps.
And that's not even his most unorthodox, the Big Bay horse.
Oh, and the Big Bay one, yes.
Is
the
that an
huge
Eldorado?
It is an Eldorado, you're right.
I mean, very unorthodox, jumps houses, but
Yes.
In its own way. And
Very much
Ivan
so.
just accommodates.
I mean, compare her to that horse to this little one.
Yes.
She's nice and compact and bouncy in the way that Ivan sort of keeps her hind legs underneath her. It promotes her to really get up and get over these big jumps. Middle to middle, outside curving 8, super riding at the end.
Sneaks inside, time allowed 80 seconds, 79.32.
well judged.
So
Yeah.
we'll call that well judged. Another lovely clear round there, Ivan van der Sade, and another one that you got it back. Let's take a look at who of those have gone through to the jump off. Tracy Carney, Amy Hay, Othello's going to be very quick. Ronnie Healy's there with Magic Boy. Charlie Crockart is always going to give it a go. Adina, Ashley Taylor, Hope van Orshoff, Kayla on Hope, Ashley Fox, Jonathan Clark, Every Cloud, Lawrence Mowat, Lorenzo is there, Thomas van der Reekvorsen, and now Ivan van der Sade on Corinna. So hotting up as we take a look at Shani Swanepoel on Nickelback. Shani riding her first World Cup qualifiers earlier on in the year on this horse.
And he really stepped up. I must say, she's like such a soft-spoken lady, and she's got a fantastic relationship with her horses. I thought this horse jumped the 150s easily, and I don't think you can say that about lots of horses. He's got unbelievable scope, this horse.
And another very workmanlike horse. He's a soldier. You want to go to war on a horse like this.
Very much so.
His temperament seems solid. Look at that. Doesn't bat an eyelid at that wall. Just canters up to it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I hope she's looking at jumping the Big Derby this year.
Yeah, that's what he is. He looks like a Derby horse.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you mentioned how he just pricked his ears and cantered down to those spookies like it was nothing. That's the feeling that you want when you're going down to those enormous fences in a few weeks' time. I think, Aidan, I mean, you were chatting earlier, Triple Crown, the versatility of the horses and that type of thing. It is a huge ask to ask horses to go and be incredibly hypersensitive to jump these Grand Prix, and then incredibly brave and bold to go around the Derby courses like they do.
And then have the fitness, the durability
Everything.
to do it all.
Yeah.
But like we're saying, that's what Toyota wanted. They've offered this wonderful prize money throughout the series as well, as we take a look at the replay of the earlier rails that Nickelback had here.
Whoever wins that car is going to be incredibly deserved.
Exactly, and that's what they wanted.
Yeah.
They've got to earn it.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's a prize to be earned, and it must be, absolutely.
12 penalty round there for Shani Swanepoel Nickelback, as we move on now to Nariska, Prinsloo Hill. And this is GCS Max Pacific NPS, who was yesterday's winner in the 1 meter 40 two-phase competition.
I must say, I love Nariska's way about her. She is coming up here to be on the podium for sure. She's going to leave them all up. This is obviously a very testing track, but the rest of the people that are in the jump off will be watching, because if she's in the jump off, you are going to have to watch her. She's got a good relationship with her boys, she calls them. She's got a fantastic string of very, very elegant looking show jumpers. I think this one definitely the smallest and the fieriest of the bunch. She's got Aiden and Oregon, which just jumped those 150 jumps for fun.
But you were saying earlier on about Sean Neal, when you're talking about how he produces them in a certain way, and they all look. Nariska as well. There's
100%.
a type.
100%.
Nicole Horwood, you could also say some of those horses.
Oh,
when,
she's
Don
had one
Marco
down. Yeah, I totally
and
agree with you.
Hitoshi, you're like, which one is this? Because they kind of look the same.
So just again, that double proving to be one of the bogeys. Once you've got over the spookies, you've got to make sure that you've got balance at that Toyota double. Falls very easily if you clear the oxer. That vertical's waiting for you. So Nariska not going to be in the jump off today. I'm sure Lawrence breathes a sigh of relief.
Would have been exciting to match the two up against each other.
She's had such a good run into this championship class.
Winner yesterday, 5th on the first day. So 4 penalty round there, as we take a look at the replay. And was the B element coming out. We've seen quite a few of them having that A element go in on that 7 or 8 stride distance.
Not through lack of trying. His knees were up by his ears. It was almost just he ran out of space a little.
So Ashley Taylor returns. And of course went clear on Hope earlier on. Largo S is who she rides now, and you can tell us a bit about this one.
Yeah, Tiny, as he's affectionately known. I think just an interesting horse in the Taylor string at the moment. He was earmarked by the big boss Barry to carry Ashley around her first World Cup, and they've taken it fairly slowly with him. They've worked on his soundness. They've worked on his condition. Quite interesting. There's a product that they've been using to get his tummy and his muscles sort of up to scratch, and it really looks like he's looking a picture these days. Ashley tried to jump her first World Cup at Stockies Dry. The horse actually overreached, unfortunately, and ended up sort of not being too happy to be pushing. I mean, they're sensitive, these horses. You can imagine they've got to land on those little feet, and he sort of pulled a big hole into one of his feet. So that was unfortunate for Ash on her first outing around a big class. But I know Ashley, it's going to make her even more hungry. So what she'll be doing is doing a little bit of fitness around here for sure. I know, I haven't spoken to Barry, but I know Barry, and he'll be looking at the Derby, I'm sure. I think that this horse is big and brave. He's jumped all the spookies today pretty easily. And for Ashley to have her first trip around the Derby, I think would be a dream come true for Barry and Lorette. And what a fantastic partnership as Tiny being, or partner as Tiny being for Ash.
4 penalties around there for the 13-year-old son of Cicero. And once again, that bogey.
Yeah.
That A element of that Toyota double going down.
But he jumped that for me quite relaxed. I think if you had to put the jumps up 2 holes, I don't think it would stress him out too much. And that's why Barry and Lorette want him for Ashley. He's such a kind horse. I mean, he's a almost 150 schoolmaster in a way, the way that they've got him. Look at his condition. Unbelievable. I think the product is called Equilixer. It's crazy. It's this new sort of oil that the horses are using, and it really does look like it's working.
Jackie Cochran in for her second round. Went earlier on. And here she returns on Rivendell Zoid. She a mare by Rivendell Chancellor, who one will remember with Matthew Morrison, and exported the horse.
Yeah,
I think still with Matthew.
Still with Matthew, yeah, overseas. I message him every now and again and just check and see if everything's going well over there. It's fantastic that, I must say, just even when he was in South Africa, what him and Matthew pieced together was amazing. And I mean, for the viewers who would remember Chancellor, if you look at this horse's face, you can definitely see that he got the big blaze. She got the big blaze from her dad. Matthew was always amazed at how easily Chancellor did his job, and I must say this horse also has a very elegant way of going, got that same big beautiful canter as her father did.
Izzy Miyake, 16 penalties with Jackie, her first round.
Come on. Oh, no. Haven't actually seen that fall too often. So unlucky there. Jackie looks chuffed to bits, but she was so close to a beautiful clear.
Let's take a look at the replay.
I think that Jackie must keep doing what she's doing. It's a very exciting horse for me. Really put a huge effort in there.
Just the one down. Creditable round there from Jackie Cochran. She's chuffed, 4 penalties. Carl Bunzaya goes on Calaho Look Duayen, 10-year-old son of Lissabon out of a Balubé de Rouet dam line. A horse that has jumped a few 150s now with Carl, back in the 140s today.
I still can't get used to this horse's canter.
That hock action.
It's incredible how it moves its body like that. I think also Carl really suits this horse. He's had some fantastic rounds, as you mentioned, in the 150s. Also jumped around his first derby last year.
Todd Kruger, the owner.
Definitely proving how brave he is. Just no worry whatsoever at any of the spookies.
Safely through that Toyota double. It's caused a lot of the problems thus far in this 140 championship class.
Come on. Oh, man. It's a long course. There's lots of places that you can just have little soft fences.
And that was a soft fence. I was just about to say how easily it's going and how beautiful his rhythm looks and his balance looks, and then that happens.
I think a big test at the end of the course there.
So Jackie Cochran, who went before, had the B element. Carl having that A element of that Kyalami Park double. Penultimate fence on the track. 4 penalties, the finishing total for Carl Brumzaya. Callao Look Duayen. Paul Garlicki goes next. Callao Lorado. So from one Lissabon to another. This is a 12-year-old son of Lissabon out of a Granus dam line. And Paul's had some wonderful rounds on this horse. Another one, super temperament, looks as brave as they come, willing, talented, competitive.
Yeah.
It's always going to try, never going to say no, doesn't get rattled, doesn't get flustered when things sometimes don't go according to plan. He's a solid citizen.
Really. I mean, soldier, you used the word earlier. This horse is just another one of those. I must say the Lissabons do just keep putting their hand up in so many different ways. Whoa.
He has been an amazing stallion.
Amazing. Really amazing. And still interesting to see what's coming for the Callao stud. I try not to open the catalogue because it's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
They're so beautiful, all the horses. And now that we're learning all the pedigrees and stuff, there's so many interesting horses that are jumping at the top level now that have got younger siblings coming through and that type of thing.
And then you do watch the online auctions and they go slow to begin. You think, oh, I'm in with a chance here. And then the last 5 minutes you go, never mind.
No, you've ruined your evening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last half an hour. Never mind.
Only a luckiest, very few select people are drinking champagne on those evenings.
2 down there for Paul. 8 penalty round for Paul Garlicki, Callao Lorado. Also come a long way from the Western Cape to be with us as we take a look at Ivan van der Sade there. And the crowds are starting to gather as we get closer and closer to the big class, the South African Championship. So if you are in the area looking for something to do this spring day, the 1st of September, get down to Kyalami Park Club. Come and enjoy the atmosphere with us.
Pull up a beanbag. I think it's fantastic. Toyota have put all these red beanbags out and you can move them, sit with all your friends, sit in the shade, sit near the beer tent, whatever it would be. I mean, if there was a horse that matched its name.
Absolutely. I often wonder, I mean, where did they, when it was a foal, obviously it's by the stallion Klasse, so class. So well named by the stallion as well, but it just turned out to be a very beautiful horse and a classy boy, an easy one to name.
Absolutely classy boy. He's so beautiful in the way he goes. I wonder if that jump caught Rochelle a little bit by surprise there. He has been amazing for Rochelle this year, and I must say I think will continue to be. He looks like another real partner to have. He pricks his ears, he rolls to the jump. I think his conformation helps him be careful because he's so uphill in the way that he jumps.
So a picture of health at the moment, glistening.
Yep, spring day and the horses are looking amazing, I must say. I think the products and the sport that I'm sort of witnessing at the moment develop in front of my own eyes is incredible. Whoopsie.
I'm always amazed by Rochelle that she rides at this very high level with the amount that she's got going on in her life, because
she's a very busy
you
business
follow
lady.
her social media and she is everywhere. She is got so much going on. The only other person to rival her maybe is Heather Mostert, but she's always on holiday, whereas Rochelle is super busy. She's a real business lady. As we take a look at the replay,
I think it was I mean, it maybe she took one too many pulls or was wanting him to back up, and he was quite keen this morning. As you mentioned, he does look a picture of health. He must be feeling on top of the world, that also maybe a bit too well this morning.
Tomorrow's another day. Not their day today, as we move on now to Milkwood Stud Wish to Land, and this is Grant Seaton Smith. Ten-year-old son of philanthropist. This is out of a Giant's Causeway mare, thoroughbred blood through and through.
I think it's fantastic.
There was talk about the philanthropists when he first came onto the scene as a racing stallion. That they looked like nice types, big, rangy horses for the philanthropist. But his progeny would jump.
I mean, I'm not going to say anything too early, but when thoroughbreds prick their ears, they're going. Like it's something that, as a rider, when you ride one that doesn't do that, you're so shocked, because the thoroughbreds just have that incredible will, athleticism. I mean, that he was a little deep at that. The horse just moves its body out the way with such ease. He's had his ears pricked the whole round, looking for the jumps. They got that natural canter.
Out and out athletes.
Come on, leave this up. No. Was he a fraction on the inside?
No, I just think it was your fault.
He didn't look like he was going to go near one today.
Great round there to the last, just rolling it out the cups. Maybe fraction.
Your room for error is so slight.
4 penalties that he certainly didn't deserve. What
and a
lovely
fantastic
round.
horse. What a lovely horse. It's great to see thoroughbreds around. I hope people never forget about them. It's great to see them up in the 140 grades to remind everybody how versatile they are.
We saw a lovely shot of Chelsea earlier on as she was making her way to the warm-up on Capital Chico. Warm-up complete. Here she is, ready for action in this 1 meter 40 championship class. My goodness, his little knees were around his ears over that Kuta fence.
He, for me, is such an interesting horse, and just the way that he's bred. He's a Castigo out of a Chicoletto, and he looks like a carbon copy of both his sires there. He looked a little spooky coming in today. I wonder if he'd been a bit worried about the water. Come on, buddy.
Oh, what a pity. So, you alluded to the open water, and is this something we're going to see more often? Is it something you'd like to see more often?
Yeah, I do think that it's a good test. I do think that if you train it well, I mean, it is what it is. Some horses really like it and will be absolutely fine, as we saw the thoroughbred earlier. And others not.
And of course, this is a show setting, so you would have got that in the qualifiers. You might have had a trouble with it. You would have gone home. You would have practiced it at home. You would have come back. You're now back in a show venue.
Yeah.
It's a different day.
And it's a bit like, I mean, we mentioned, I asked you, would you prefer the water at a run-up or on a distance? And I mean, maybe Chico would have been happier on a run-up, where he could have seen it and maybe backed off, and then she could have put her leg on. But you got to get down 3 to 4 and 6 strides.
Exactly.
There's no time for waiting or woeing or anything like that.
Well, that's the thing. If you're not on a distance, you can go to a plan B, where it's
course.
difficult on the way. Well, you're committed.
Yes,
and they
absolutely.
start backing up. Now, what do you do?
Yeah, for sure.
Kylie Stain going next, back on track. Legato, what a horse he's been for her over the years. Staccato Gold. 18 years young, I should say.
It's just a soft fence at 3.
Horse
Disappointing.
that's been placed in World Cup qualifiers with Kylie.
He really is 18 years young. He is looking a picture. Interesting, I was chatting to Rogan in passing a few years ago, and he was telling me that, I think it was after the Second World War, when people didn't show jump, that horses came out a little older and they were a little fresher because they hadn't had the mileage on their legs. And I'm wondering if COVID, which would have taken a bit of time off the horses, or put a bit of time on their ears, would have taken a bit of time off their legs.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if, we're going to start seeing horses that are maybe 16, 17, 18 years old, looking like Legato, jumping like Legato, very happily being a fraction older.
I was chatting to one of the top racehorse trainers some time ago, and he made the analogy as we just look at Kylie finishing there. It was a racing analogy, but I suppose it would go hand in glove with show jumping as well. He said that racing is like a bar of soap. Every time you run the horse, it's like washing your hands once with that bar of soap. You're taking a little bit off, a little bit off, a little bit off. As we take a look at the replay here of Legato.
And you can't put it back either.
You can't put it back. Exactly right. So they have so many rounds in them. They have so many races in them. The cartilage is going to wear down. It's just, that's life. I'm not the same person I was 20 years ago.
Sure. Absolutely.
So Legato finishes on 12. And here is Kelly O'Connor, Tack and Tog's Layla. We'll see Kelly on a little bit later on in the main class on her wonderful Moonlight. She's a former winner of the South African Championships, the big class, the big title, and she's recently been crowned.
Very well deserved.
Winner of the World Cup Series for 2024.
Kelly's just got ground speed down. She's just always moving to the jumps. I think, creates power in her canter and then just lets the horses jump. She doesn't get too involved. I would say she's short and slight, so she could ride. I mean, Layla's not a big horse, so she could ride a smaller horse like this fairly easily. But this horse has got oodles of jump.
A few riders out there who you just look at and you go, well, they were born to do this. And Kelly's one of them.
She's also on championship day. She's got fire in her belly. She's going to for sure put her hand up to be counted.
And there we go. And that's going to, so if we're looking for another speedy one in the jump off, there we go.
Yeah, she's going to be there and thereabout, that's for sure.
Kelly O'Connor books her place in the jump off. Ivan van der Sade, Thomas van Rijkvorsel, Lawrence Moore, Jonathan Clark, Ashley Fox, Kayla Gartenbach, Ashley Taylor, Charlie Crockett, Ronnie Healy, Amy Hay and Tracy Carney. Those are your clears thus far in this 1 meter 40 South African Championship class. Sponsored by Toyota. 69 on track now is Jade Kutsia. And this is Rotaflow Coutinho, who's not loving that Kuda panel.
Yeah, from a long way out there, he was having a little look at it and didn't really love the look of it. Jade was really trying to encourage him to go. There, what?
What is his nickname, this horse? They call him Boris or something. It's not Boris, but it's something like that.
I love hearing horses' nicknames because they're always attached to like a personality trait of theirs. He can be a little spooky, this horse. I mean, you see there having a look at obviously the Kuda panel and now not loving the look of the water.
I'm sure somebody's going to WhatsApp me there.
Yes, come on, the viewers out there, send us his nickname.
So here he had a real good look at this, quite a long way out at that Kuda panel. And then, again, quite some strides out, just not wanting to know about that open water. Chris is back, his third ride. 72, another one of his stallions, 334 Bakure.
Very interesting. There's a young stallion, young 334 stallion that's coming up with the same father as this horse. Back here by Bransau. And for any viewers wanting to go and see a very exciting young stallion, Bransau Blue is in the 110s at the moment. It'll be the best looking grey horse you've seen in your life if you're wanting to know what he looks like. He's caught my eye every single time I've seen him. Just real good looking horse. So exciting for Chris and for the 334 stud.
How did he jump there?
He's got Got such a workmanlike attitude, this horse.
But you look at that picture and that's just quality.
Yeah. Confirmation, these horses.
Making shape of him, the way he canters, it's like quicksilver over the ground. It's just smooth and he glides.
He really does, doesn't he?
That Hollard fence coming down. That A element of the Toyota double. So sitting on a score of 8 now.
I think this horse will gain valuable experience around a big, spooky testing track like this. You're still only an 8-year-old. At the 140 level, I think he's will only benefit from getting around these big tracks. Jump that spooky wall, jump the open water. I think you can start ticking boxes as you're going for a young horse.
81.47 to the time, but 12 for jumping.
Let's take a look at the replay. This was the second fence that came down. A element of that Toyota double. Plenty to come. So a few penalties this morning, but like you say, lots of experience. He'll take away from the show,
For sure.
not
Yep.
just the track today, but the whole experience, the
Absolutely.
traveling, being a stallion, being around other
Yeah,
horses.
yeah. At 8 years old, he's still got a heck of a lot to learn.
Casperon comes in, another stallion, and he needs no introduction. He's been on the circuit for many years now. 16-year-old son of Casper. Katoki, the dam line, and another one who on his day can be unbeatable, but you never know if it's going to be his day, and especially when it's breeding season.
Yeah.
We've seen him up to all sorts of trickery at derbies where he can one class stop and refuse to go in and then jump a clear run and go into third position.
Yes, absolutely. I think Carl does a master job with him. I've worked with a Casperon or two, and they are unbelievable show jumpers, but you got to have your thinking cap on sometimes. I was chatting to Sue Peters in passing. Jody has produced Casco Grey up to the 150s, and Sue said she would definitely look at another Casperon. She loves their work ethic. She thinks the world of Casco Grey. Carl elected to retire today.
Retirement there. And looks like, who do we have in next? On the program we should have 74, Jonathan Clark. But it looks like Rotaflow Bellissimo Z. So Janine Kutsia, number 75, coming in.
It's so funny, we always have Jade and Janine fairly close to one another.
Yes. Another stallion, this horse.
He's got huge jump and a massive step, so she's going to want to use that to her advantage. She's got great rhythm there, jumps that for absolute fun.
He certainly does have jump. It's the in between the fences that
Absolutely.
sometimes you get him to the fence in the right spot and the right rhythm and balance, he's going to jump it.
Yeah, agreed. He does have a little bit his own way of doing things. I think Janine does a fantastic job just managing his mouth and a little bit his body.
We do have an answer to our question. I was saying his name is Boris or something, and I said it was something like that. It wasn't Boris. Klaus.
There we go. Okay, close enough.
They're in the same area, Boris and Klaus.
He's really improved this horse. She's a top jockey, this young girl, I must say. She's gutsy and gets a fantastic tune out of all her horses, that one in particular.
She really does, because that's not an easy horse to ride.
No.
And you would look at it and you go, that's a man's horse she's going to battle with. He's
This is a
strong,
big track.
He'll take you on up front, but she just sits, keeps the leg. she's got such a good rider's temperament.
Very, very, very huge amounts of self-belief.
Take a look at those replays there of Janine and Bellissimo Z. Finishes on a score of just 4 penalties.
Oopsie. Looks like Jenna Eager's trying to get in on Leander D, and we always know what he's like. She's got to get him going right from the start, otherwise he's often fairly feisty. So Jenna's bell has gone. I'm not sure she's heard it because she's still trying to show her horse the wall.
She's got that 45 seconds, which is counting down rather quickly. We're at 21 now. Remember, when the bell goes, 45-second countdown until your clock starts running. And she's going to exceed that, I'm afraid, unless she really gets at the gallop now.
Go, go. Oh, I don't know if she's going to get there. Ooh, she might squeak in.
We've seen a few do this morning.
Yeah.
They've come in and they've switched off.
Yeah. Like number one's right there by the water and by that wall. And
Saw Aisling's horse do it.
Yeah.
Kerry Muir. Carlito. And now
Come on,
Leander D.
Leander.
And you would know, is he always like
He
this?
used to live, he used to live with us, and he is very cheeky, but not usually at the jumps. Usually when she gets him going, he goes.
Oh, that's disappointing.
It is disappointing.
Yeah, and what is it? Now you've got to go as a rider, right? Well, I want to fix this. So what was it? The open water where that was placed close to the gate? Was it the atmosphere? Was it all the goings on at a championship show? How does one fix that?
I think what you've always got to do is maybe for 1 or 2 rounds take the pressure off. I think that's what I would do, is just make it easy and fun again. Go and jump 2 1-meter rounds or whatever, just completely change it up. At a very low-key venue and sort of see where you are from there. It is, I suppose, one of the secrets of our sport, is trying to unlock them and work out, how much food is too much food, how much pressure is too much pressure. You want them to be energetic to jump around these enormous courses, but sometimes a little bit too much lucerne or too much ote or whatever it would be, and you push them over the edge, and then their brains aren't functioning like we would need them to be, So it is, for me, an unbelievably delicate balancing act.
Management.
Yeah, for sure.
Sanne Clausen goes next, number 77, as we come towards the end of this first round of this 1 meter 40 South African Championship. This is Regenesis vet Coltera. And he's taken the rail at that Hollard fence. And then the A element and the B element of that Toyota double.
Clear rounds are becoming harder and harder to come by, huh?
As we take a look at their course stats, good time to do so. 4 left to come. 60 have gone. 13 clears, 21%.
I wonder, what would a healthy clear round percentage be? Would it be 25 or 30? Would you think it would be 25? So we there and thereabouts. We need 2 more people to jump a little clear around here, and Anna's almost got it pitched perfectly.
I think she would be aiming at about 30%. I think that's what would be right. As you take a look at the replay of the poles that came down, that Hollard Oxa, and then the A and B element of this Toyota double Oxa going in vertical, coming out, finishes on a score of 12. The Sanne Clausen number 77. Tamar Glexman goes next, Capital Kronos. 25% would be around about right, I'm told, at a champs class at a 140 level, so Anna's got it spot on here. Kronos, relatively still new acquisition, ride for Tamar. And she's had some good outings on him.
I agree. Yeah,
it's a good partnership.
For sure.
We'll see a Son of Kronos in the big class coming a little bit later. A spectacular son.
I mean, I'm not a betting man, because if I was, I'd be dead broke. And but a few people have asked me who my pick is for the next class, and I'm going to stick my neck out and say Collier. I've watched him over the past few rounds. I think Domini's on sublime form, and yeah, it's exciting to see the stallion and then the progeny all in the same classes, all sort of doing the same thing. It must give an amazing feeling, this horse.
Some viewers might be wondering what that white strip across the nasal passage is. It just opens up the airways, allows him to get more air. We see it quite a lot in racing. I think on the Highveld at this time of year as well, where there's not a lot of moisture in the air, the lungs can start to burn, so just allowing him to get an optimum amount. And interesting to see Nicole, his previous rider, standing on the sideline there when we cut away.
Now you want to talk pressure. Now, so Tamar has to ride in there on her new fancy stallion with the girl who's probably the best rider in South Africa, who's produced that horse, standing on the sideline watching. I think that was a fantastic round from Sam. She'll be over the moon. I think get even more mileage and some more confidence.
Just a 4-penalty round there from Tamar. And next to go is number 79, Ricky Johnston. And this is Flamenco Queen. And I'll say I don't know much about Ricky or where he's from.
I think he's from Zimbabwe. I have a fairly close association with Zimbabwe these days.
Yes, you do.
As to where I work, and I'm always interested about the Zimbabweans. There's a huge horse culture in that country, like through the thoroughbreds, Tildens, all that type of thing. To if you think of the riders in South Africa, Tossie Rayner, Dom Alexander, there's Ronnie Lawrence, then you go Charlie, they're an interesting bunch of people to chat to.
Stuart Walker.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Tildens. Ronnie, of course, had Panache, who was a Tilden. They've done big things.
So I think they like the experience of coming down here to South Africa from Zim and jumping some bigger classes and that type of thing. I think that the horses always definitely seem to be good enough. I'm always intrigued by the horses that the Zimbabweans bring in.
So Michaela just letting me know that this horse also did the Ranch Grand Prix and the championship class there. And there's Here Till Derby, apparently.
Well, I think, that's sort of what my next thing was going to be. Surely if you come down and raid in South Africa, you're going to pick 3 big shows. And I think the Ranch, the SA Champs, and the South African Derby, definitely one of them.
Gaining much valuable experience here. Ricky Johnson, Flamenco Queen. We take a look at the replay of some of the polls that come down here. Finished on 12 penalties.
Looked solid in its brain, that horse, and I think getting ready for the Derby will be a good one.
So that's the first round. Let's take a look at those going through to the jump off as we take a look at the end of Ricky's round, the replays there. Tracy Carney will go first. Lamour, Othello, Amy Hay, Magic Boy Ronnie Healy, Charlie Crockart, Adina, Hope van Orshoff, Ashley Taylor, Capital Hope, Kayla Gattenbach. So we got Hope followed by Hope.
Isn't that interesting?
Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence. We'll go with Nicholas Riley. Ashley Fox is there with Franzi Yu. Mom Deirdre did message me saying they're not in Botswana. Sadly, they're home. But she's glad she got to watch the round. She's very proud of her daughter.
It was a beautiful round.
It was. Jonathan Clark's there on every cloud. Lorenzo, you've got to be backing Lorenzo and Lawrence Moet.
Look at the last couple. Yeah. Come on, it's going to be such a good jump.
Thomas on Pippa, Karinya, Ivan van der Sade, and Layla. Kelly O'Connor sits in pole position. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, the jump off for the South African Championships 1 meter 40s.
Okay. All right, here we go. And 1, 2. Yeah. Let's go.
Push it to the limit, I can't go no more.
this. How do they even find these places?
Push it to
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
Hey, Uncle Smooth.
Okay, cool. Check your map. Are we going the right way? I'm following you.
The Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
ice in my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, la, 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 la. And I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say,
Just getting ready for the jump off of the 1 meter 40 South African Championships as we build towards the big class. That'll be the main title class. Let's take a look at those going through to the jump off for this class. Tracy Carney, she was first to go, and she gave us a clear. It was then a little bit of a wait before the next clear, but Lamour is there, goes at number 1. Amy Hay on the very, very blooded, quick Othello goes at 2. At 3, Ronnie Healy, Capital Magic Boy. Adina and Charlie Crockett at 4. At 5, Ashley Taylor. Kayla Gattenbach at 6 on Hope. Nicholas I. Riley is there on Quintessence at 7. Ashley Fox at 8. Franzi Yu. Jonathan Clark back on track. Every Cloud. Lawrence Mowat will be speedy. That's my selection. We'll talk about Brendan's selection in a moment or two. Lorenzo. Thomas is there on Pippa Daxma. Ivan van der Sade on Corinna, and Kelly O'Connor. Could give Lawrence a run for his money, and she sits in pole position.
I must say, she really does. I think she'll be reveling that. She's going to be watching everybody, seeing where she can nip a few seconds off. Layla naturally quick. I must say that I watched Charlie ride a blistering round at Storkeys Dry with her grey mare, and she's riding a wave of form. She won yesterday, so I think she's definitely going to be one to watch. I think those last 3 are going to really make this jump off. I think just at the end there, we've got Thomas, Ivan, and Kelly all at the end. It's going to be an absolute belter.
7, 8B, 9, 10BC, 6, and 3. Talk us through this jump off track.
So again, I think we're going to start off with the Hollard, which is quite a tricky one. They've taken away 8A, so we were sort of discussing off air what we were thinking the riders were going to do. It's going to be depending on what your horse prefers. That said, though, there is that handbrake turn after 8A to nip back to 9, which is that big skinny square oxer.
So you thinking the 9 from 7 to 8?
Maybe.
Set up for the turn back.
Maybe. I'm kind of thinking that. You know what, though? I eat my words every time, because Charlie will probably go on 8 and do the inside turn. And then sort of that long gallop from 8 all the way inside the Hollard. We were thinking down to 10BC. Then they've put the wall back in, which is exciting stuff. I think that if the horses jump the wall, I think it's a little bit of a gimme jump. And then you've got to absolutely blitz it around everything to the radium. Let's see what Tracy's got in store.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Does the little inside turn. Oh, man.
That's down. 250 meters, 40 seconds time allowed. 1 down now for Tracy and Lamour. Is she just going to now have a hack around the rest, or is she going to ride for the minor money?
not many in this jump off. I think something for me that we've seen time and time again, scoreboard pressure.
Yes.
You've got to be able to go out there and put the pressure on everybody else and then see what happens.
So she's over that time allowed, 40.79, which is interesting. You don't often see that in a jump off. 5, so 4 for jumping, 1 for time. Tracy Carney, but obviously she would have slowed up lots after that that rail. There it is, the replay.
Maybe a fraction deep. I'm not sure the camera angle shows that she was maybe wanting one less stride there to number 9.
Yeah, I hope Lily didn't need a wee. So we move on now to Othello von Het-Kieserhoff and Amy Hay. Now this will take her to the fences. This is going to be quick.
This is quick, and it's got blood.
And it's got step, actually. I mean, look, it's just reefing at that bridle. Wants to go.
Great to see Amy's parents here from Zim. They came to watch the rugby last night.
What a game.
What a game.
9.
Inside. Cool. That's the shot.
Lands running. Landed after that fence and took off like a bullet. Leaves that up.
I'm sure Amy wouldn't want to set him alight too much because it looks like he's ready to go. She's gone inside and then... Come on! Whoa! What a ride.
37.30 Amy Hay, Othello von Het-Kieserhoff. That is going to take some beating.
That is going to take some beating. Excellent riding there, Amy. I'm sure your parents' hearts are in their throats after that.
37.30 take a bow, Amy. Amy Hay into the lead she goes. Pulls out. Was there anything that she didn't do? Was it...
I just saw Ronnie sort of trot that inside line to number 3 and sort of look backwards out the gate to Hayley to sort of say, did she just do that?
Magic Boy goes next. Ronnie Healy. I can't imagine he's going to run him off his feet.
No, for sure not. I think he'll always have a building mindset with the stallion. That said, though, Ronnie likes a podium finish, so let's see what he has in store.
Also goes on the 9, so they're all setting up for that inside turn. Makes it easily. On the angle, gave that air. And he's a master of finding the very quickest route.
Absolutely.
He's never going to waste time with ground that he doesn't need.
He doesn't fiddle, he just keeps them organized. He's been very slick through the beginning part of this. Let's see what he does here. Yeah, he thinks no, he's going to go round rather. Probably going to be a little quicker for him.
Did use the horse's natural step around that corner. 40.101 for time. So the time here is tight and is making them gallop.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
He didn't hang around. Look, like we said, he didn't gallop him off his feet, but
I thought he was really slick at the beginning part of that course. That's very interesting.
Time has been pushed out. 42 seconds. Okay, so Anna's looked at that and she said no. She's feeling generous this morning and she has pushed that out. So therefore Tracy Carney will go back to the 1 rail on 4 and Ronnie will come in on a 0 penalty score but in a time of 40.10, which is behind Amy Hay, who leads in 37.30. Amy Hay's coach now, long-time coach.
I think this is going to be
come inside,
absolutely blitz. I think she's trotting inside. She's planning in her head that's what she's going to do. As you mentioned, she's going to have to beat her pupil.
Yes, exactly. Master and student. Here we go.
And you said that Amy didn't leave much on the bone. I don't think like that. Also was quick. It had a huge step. She moved where she needed to, but if there's anybody who can, Charlie is one of them.
Right, well, let's see. What's she going to go? 8 or 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And inside. So she's 1 up. On the angle, leaves it up. Hits the ground running. You called it, Brendan. 8 in the inside turn.
Well, I don't know if Amy was a bit quicker there. Let's see. Here she's got to go. For me, the horses have jumped this wall well now. She's going to go inside.
Time to beat 37.30.
Yep, she's inside. I don't think she's going to do it. Amy's still quicker.
36.85, so she beat Amy's
she was
time,
quicker,
but she
sorry.
had the back rail, and that's the risk that you have. I think that fast twitch muscle that Othello's got inside turn there, he's explosive.
Totally.
And you have to be if you're going to do that, and she got a little bit deep and just didn't find that back rail. Listen, hats off to her. She gave it one hell of a go.
And how did the mare try in front? Wow, amazing effort.
So the time can be beaten, but can you do it on a faultless round? 36.85. And a 4 penalty round there for Charlie Crockart.
Those last couple would have noticed that. They would have seen that maybe the time is there, but for sure, you have to do Amy's route.
Yeah.
You have to go inside everywhere. You've got to be real quick. And for me, if you want to beat Haley, maybe 8, 1 to 2.
Yeah. So she's gone on the 9 and had it down, so her chances are now gone. And it puts pressure on you because that inside turn 2-3 at the last, you have got to be so accurate and be going forward, because if you check for the distance, you're not going to make that back rail.
For sure not. Absolutely. It's a massive test here.
So 4 penalties now for Ashley Taylor. This is Hope van Oshoff. Leading the charge is Amy Hay. 37.30. His mom and Gonda watching on.
The ref was a bit confused by the time. I think it had a little glitch there.
So 4 penalties, yeah, certainly a glitch. We'll have a look at the time. It'll be corrected in a moment or two. But regardless of the time, on a 4 penalty round, unfortunately,
she was maybe thinking about the turn there.
Yeah, definitely. So Ashley Taylor finishes on 4 with that early rail. Capital Hope goes next. Kayla Gartenbach.
We chatted about scoreboard pressure. I think Amy's done an unbelievably good job by going out there, jumping that round and leaving them all up, because there is now no room for error.
No.
That's a team talk. I'd love to hear what's going on in.
Okay, so time for Ashley, 42.40. So 1 for time, 4 for jumping, total score of 5. Okay, next to go, Kayla Gartenbach, Capital Hope, time to be 37.30 in this 1 meter 40 South African Championship.
37 seconds to get around a 140 Grand Prix in a jump off is very quick.
She's gone on the 8. Inside, but a little bit laboured on that turn, slightly.
Amy's horse was so quick through there.
But having said that, she lands and presses and goes. I think a little bit balancing there as well. That's going to cost her. Yeah, like you say, Amy has put the pressure.
Amy's time 37.30.
39.48, good enough to go into second.
Fantastic riding, well judged.
So around about 2 seconds it'll cost you to go round to the last. 1.5, 2 seconds.
Yeah, you can't.
No. That inside ride you have to take, but it's it's risky because that's quite a push. Got to be accurate, got to be moving forward. And of course that tight hairpin turn is going to cut your engine. So
absolutely, you need a horse that's rideable, super scopy, and really switches on and locks on.
Exactly, and reactive when that leg says go, you go.
Yeah, and you mentioned that's what Othello has. He is unbelievably reactive. Really worked for her today.
So 0 penalties into second, 39.48. We saw a moment or two ago Coach Gonda talking to Nicola. On 9. It's a good jump off track that Anna has pitched in.
I sort of mentioned it off air a little bit. I think that Anna's outdone herself this show so far. I think the 135 championship was a fantastic class. I think this 140 class so far has been amazing, and I hope everyone is as excited as I am for the next class.
I thought she had a good shot in there.
I agree.
40.06.
I agree.
That's unfortunate rail that she had there, just clipping into the back toes on the way through. She had a good ride, a good shot, good distance.
But you mentioned it's a huge risk right at the end of the class.
4 in 40.06. The onlookers, Leona, Lorette, Gonda just giving a debrief as Nicola comes out.
Gonda's still so heavily involved. She is so passionate. She loves to win.
So Othello leading with Amy Hay 37.30, Capital Hope and Kayla in second, 0 penalties in 39.48, 2 seconds behind the leader. What's Ashley going to do? 3.34, Franzi, Ashley Fox. Going on the angle.
Goes on the 8 there, gets inside. A little deep.
Yeah, horse looking just a little bit mouthy through that turn.
I think that's what happens when you go on 8. You land with more momentum. There's nothing to lose yet. Oh!
It's down. So 4 penalties now, carrying the 4.
It's still great to see Ashley looking so confident on this, a fairly new ride for her. It's a good shot to the last.
Really lovely ride there. Carrying the 4 in 39.21.
It's a good time.
Applauding her efforts, and that is good enough to go into 5th place.
Would have been good enough for 2nd, actually.
Yep. As we take a look at the replay.
She was a little far off there, but shame that mare really tried, and I think earmark that for a little 150 class or 2 next year, that's for sure.
The team happy with her efforts. And here we go. Right, Lawrence has got her, he's rehearsing. He's taking a look. Eye on number 3, inside of Hollard.
Ooh, this is going to be a speedy one.
It's got to be, because the time 37.30. Closest we've come to that 39.48. In fact, no, I lie. Charlie was quicker, but had the 4. That's the risk to the last.
I'm almost going to guarantee Lawrence does 8-1 to 2. Lorenzo has an enormous step. It would be more difficult for him to do 9, I think.
Well, he knows he has to.
He's got his elbows out. That means Lawrence means business. Quick through the turn. That's the one he wants. Press.
Slight touch lands. Leg goes on. Horse extends.
Oh no. Slight. He almost bellied it. He tried so hard with his legs.
Slinks over that wall. Inside he comes to the last.
Oh, man.
A little bit deep to that. So an 8 penalty round in 37.25, which would have gone into the lead. So the time was there, 37.30.
Sure.
Othello's time and Lawrence's time, 37.25. But unfortunately, in getting that time, 2 rails coming down, an 8 penalty ride there for Lawrence. As we take a look at the replay, this the second element of that double. And then here at number 3, just a touch close, having it on the way up. So an 8 penalty ride. Back on track entry with Jonathan Clark is scratched, so not going to come through. He's building towards bigger things.
Yeah,
like
I
Grand
could imagine
Prix
so. Yeah,
his first Derby win, Jono, and the future on that horse.
Yeah, good call. I would say he's a very special horse. That.
But Thomas van der Rijk Vorsel is here. Pippa Daxma.
Come on, Thomas, on 8, 1 to 2. Easy on the 8. Oh, he's a bit deep there. I'm not sure if he's as quick there as Othello. Leaves it up.
Very steady into that.
Yes.
Don't think he's going to be up on Amy. Got to make make this inside turn.
37.30.
37.30. Jumps it. 38.21.
Into second.
Good enough to go into second.
Good effort. Very, very good effort there, young man.
I think just coming off that turn into 10B.
Just proves how quick Haley was.
Yeah, just steadying. That's possibly where it cost him. So, Amy's time, 37.30. Thomas now in second, 38.21. Capital Hope and Kayla in third, 39.48. And in fourth place at this stage, Ronnie and Magic Boy, 40.10. But this man and the lady still to come, Yvonne followed by Kelly. Look, he's already winding up. He's getting the horse responsive to the leg. He's saying, come on, this is business time.
Scoreboard pressure counts for so much.
Not going to help. He's not letting up, though. He's still got his foot on the gas.
Still going to be going for a minor placing, that's for sure.
Running it off again, courtesy of Toyota. Four penalties at the first for Ivan, and there's a second rail, so now sitting on 8. Now he's decided just to slow up, go around the hollard to the last, finish nicely. Jumps it well. There are going to be some time penalties to add there. 2 down, 1 for time, a total of 9.
So it's down to Kelly.
Take a look at the replay. He got the horse into a good jump off gear. Unfortunately, it was late to fall.
Yeah, it was a bit momentum maybe.
So 42.02, 1 for time, and next to go will be Kelly O'Connor, who's the only one who can knock Amy off of her perch. She came out early in at number 2. 37.30 on the very quick-blooded Othello, and still leading with last horse to come, Kelly O'Connor and Tack and Togs Layla, who are no slouches.
And she's also got huge step. I think Kelly could use the step to her advantage, get down 1 to 2 on 8, and then keep moving all the way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, she's quick.
She's going.
Leave them up. She needs to move now. Good shot. Amy's time 37.30. If she leaves this up, she's got it. There we go.
And there we go. There is your winner, 36.07.
Best for last. Wow. Fist bump from Kelly. Excellent riding. Wow. She's riding such a wave of form at the moment.
Well done, Kelly O'Connor, saving the best for last, 36.07.
Ooh, unbelievable class.
You got to feel a little bit for Amy Hay.
I mean, I wanted to say before that we had a Zimbabwean that won the 135s. Can we please have a South African that wins the South African 140 champs? Taking nothing away from Amy. She's a young lady with a very bright future ahead of her. But today it's Kelly O'Connor's day.
And what a ride that was. It had to be top draw to beat Amy.
I want to say, I think that's 140, a podium, and definitely not on the top step for sure. So fantastic riding from Kelly and from that mare today. She had to leave. We said Amy left nothing on the bone. You had to do 8-1.
Through the clears. Ronnie Healy there, one-time penalty, 40.10, and then Charlie Crockett, 36.85.
So Kelly would have still been quicker than Charlie if Charlie was clear. Amazing, right? Sure. Fantastic riding.
That is the 1 meter 40 championship class. We will be going to the prize giving in a moment or two, and then we will be having an interview with Kelly O'Connor. Brendan, you'll be back with us for the team competition a little bit later.
Let's hope that Gauteng can remain or keep their trophy that we won last year at Stocky's Dry. It was an exciting competition. I think just always bringing team events to our very much individual sports, it just gives another dynamic to things, and it's always nerve-wracking riding for your team and always fun riding for your province. So I think after the big class today is definitely going to be another exciting class to watch.
Brendan McNiven with us for co-commentary for this 1 meter 40 championship class. We'll be back later on in the very exciting prospect of the team competitions, 1 meter 30, 1 meter 35. Brendan, thanks so much for your time as always.
Super, thanks very much, guys. Enjoy the big class. I'm going to go and get ready, get up on the grandstands and get my place there. I'm sort of hoping. I've secretly called Collier. Let's see. I'm hoping that Dominic has a good round, so I hope you guys enjoy it as much as I'm going to.
So much to play for the South African Championships, of course, the second round of the Triple Crown. We're going to go to break. Before we go to a break, a big thank you to our associate sponsors, Canon, supplying all the cameras here for Equestrian Live. www.canon.co.za. Big shout out and thanks to them once again. We'll go to a break. When we come back, the prize giving and then that winner's interview with Kelly O'Connor.
The new Hilux GR Sport. Legendary toughness meets ultimate performance.
There's a lot that goes into a Toyota Vitz, so to get it all into just 30 seconds, I've asked for a little help.
All right, take it away. What do you say? 4.4 litre fuel consumption, touchscreen, central locking, power steering, electric windows, park distance control, Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, airbags, ABS, and an EBD, and a VSC, and an HSC, 7 color options. Look at that boot space. Sold.
Well, I'm sold.
Toyota Vitz, more car, less cash.
Well, there is the winner of the Toyota-sponsored 1m40 South African Championships, Kelly O'Connor, on her wonderful mare Tack and Tog's Layla. Clear in 36.07 was last to go. Well, you got a feel for Amy Hay. What a round she pulled out. She was second to go. Her time there, 37.30. For a long time, we didn't think that would be caught. But Kelly came out last, and catch it she did. 36.07, 37.30. The 2 times at the top of the leaderboards. Gwen Crompton assisting with the prize giving, with Mrs. Barbara Lovell, the judge for the competition. Thomas van Rijkvorsel, there he is on Pippet Axma. In third, owner Hetty Potgieter, 38.21 in third. Fourth place to Capital Hope and Kayla Gattenbach, 39.48. Great class it was, great jump off it was. It was a big class, 25%. There or thereabout clears in the first round. And a wonderful jump off track set up by Anne-Marie Esslinger provided us a thrilling jump off, which at the end Kelly O'Connor prevails, 36.07 the winning time. Ronnie Healy there, Blue Turtle Capital Magic Boy in 5th position. Clearing 40.10. And Charlie Crockart, who in fact not quite as quick as Kelly, 36.07 Kelly's time. Charlie's time, 36.85. But unfortunately found that back rail at jump number 3, the last fence on track on that inside turn on Adina van Bermar. Charlie getting that 6th position. Top 3 riders have dismounted. And Kelly climbing to the top tier of the number 1 podium. Amy in 2nd, Thomas in 3rd. And behind them, that Toyota Crown. Of course, the second leg of the Triple Crown. Up next, the South African Show Jumping Championships. 2 full rounds. They will be jumping. Going to test some fitness, some durability of horse and rider. 2 full rounds, and then in the event of equality of score, we will go to a jump-off. Of course, this is the second round of the Triple Crown, Derby being the third. On the left of your picture, the man who's made it all possible, the Vice President of Marketing for Toyota South Africa, Mr. Glenn Crompton, who we will be having a word with a little bit later. There is Mrs. Gillian Shaw, one of the judges for the competition, and part of the SA Show Jumping Executive. And Mr. Jean-Michel Turlot as well, coming to award the riders some prizes, some mementos, courtesy of Toyota and South African Show Jumping. FEI representative, Mr. Turlot. And Mr. Glenn Crompton coming to hand Kelly O'Connor the 1m40 Winners' Trophy as well. Flowers for the riders as well, courtesy of Gwen Crompton. Photo ops. Kelly the winner. What a great photo that is with that Toyota Crown in the background. It's all happening here at Kyalami Equestrian Park. If you are in the vicinity, get down. There's still time to book your place at the South African Show Jumping Championships. The weather's great for show jumping. Not too hot, not too cold. Perfect conditions here in the Peter Mini Arena. The catering is good. The wine is flowing. Get yourself down there. Anton van Wyk, partner of Kelly O'Connor, being handed her silverware while she goes and mounts up on Layla. Time now for the groom's prizes, courtesy of Kyalami Equestrian Park in association with Toyota. Well done to Layla's groom there. Othello's groom in second. And Pippa Duxma's groom in third. Well done, gents. Glenn Crompton going forward to present the grooms with their certificates and their prizes. Once again, Mrs. Gillian Shaw with the medal ceremony, presentation of the medals. Lovely shot of the smiling Kelly O'Connor. What a rider she is. And there goes Kelly O'Connor on a wonderful horse, Layla, attacking Togs Layla. Of course, Kelly, previous winner of the South African Championships. 2019 on Hera. We'll be having a chat with her about her win here on Layla in the 1 meter 40 championships, but before we go there, time for a commercial break. Stay tuned to Equestrian Live.
Show you flames, boy!
Hey, no, you drive like a mama.
Ooh, that's cold, like your bed in summer.
Oh, easy, boy. I'm coming for you.
Coming for me. Watch me pop this up. Joe. Smooth. Where are you?
The Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
2024 sees Kyalami Park Club play host to all 3 legs of South African show jumping's Triple Crown. And Toyota South Africa has come on board as the official sponsor of all 3 legs. Don't miss the Toyota South African Outdoor Grand Prix at Easter Festival on April 1st. the Toyota South African Adult Show Jumping Championship on September 1st, and the Toyota South African Derby on October 6th. What's more, the Toyota Triple Crown will, for the first time ever, be run as a series on points, where the winner will drive away in a brand new Toyota Crown worth close to 1 million rand. Should the winner take victory on a clear round score, Toyota is also offering bonus prize money to reach 100,000 rand to the winners of both the Outdoor Grand Prix as well as the South African Championship. A minimum of 150,000 rand is guaranteed to the winner of the Toyota South African Derby. Catch all the action of the Toyota Triple Crown live at Kyalami Park Club or on live stream with Equestrian Live SA. Stay tuned to social media for more event details. The Toyota Triple Crown, hosted by Kyalami Park Club and proudly sponsored by Toyota South Africa.
Okay.
Well, with me is Kelly O'Connor, who's just picked up the victory in the Toyota-sponsored Adult 1m40 Championship of South Africa on your wonderful mare, Tack and Tog's Layla. Tell me about her.
So Layla, she's a feisty little mare, and she has a lot of people that really support her. She's got a big fan club. I bought her from Dominique Alexander as a 4-year-old, and we've come a long way with her, a long journey with her.
And you took her overseas because you've had a couple trips overseas. Layla went out with you with Moon.
Yes.
And then there was trouble getting her back in, so there was all that drama, and you stuck with it. You got her back in, and it's paid dividends today. You've always believed in her, and what a cracker she is.
There's something about that mare I've just loved from day one. And I think we just get each other.
Yeah.
You know, so I was so proud of her today. It really... you know, when you believe in a horse and everyone else is a little bit like, oh, I don't know. So today was a big one for us people now go, now we understand why you believed.
Well, I think your temperaments also match each other because Hero
Nice and
was
relaxed.
the same. You're both feisty, and that's what you like. She's your type as well.
Yeah.
Now, tell us about this track, this first round, 25% clears. You were one of them going into the jump off. Then Amy went very quickly, second to go. You had it all to do because Amy didn't leave much out there, didn't leave any room for error, any room for checking, for pulling, for balancing. You had to set out and you had to go.
I had to go. The only gap that I saw that she might have left was 1 to 2 on the 8. And I knew I had to get the 8 quick so I could steady up before that red Toyota vertical.
Well, I'm going to stop you there because we actually do have the round. So let's talk through the round as you're going. So I'm going to ask the producers to cue your round. Here we go. We're rolling. And you talked about the 8 from 1 to 2.
Yeah, so the gallop had to be huge at 1 to land and keep coming and then steady up for this turn back so that she's already, quick. And then just to get over this as quick as possible, really. Keep the gallop. She's a bit tricky to turn right. She fights me on that right contact. So I kind of got to get it and then let her go. So this was my difficulty, was the right turns. I picked up a distance there and I just kept on it. And then I knew I had to just keep galloping here without any pulls. I saw Charlie got a fraction deep maybe and just tipped that back rail. But she just gave me everything today, this mare.
36.07, the winning time, and you prevail as the 1 meter 4. Who were you pointing to there?
Shawnee. So Shawnee actually used to own Layla. I sold.
Okay.
Paige just loved this mare, and she rode her beautifully. She produced her to the 130s, and then I bought her back because I just loved her, and then I took her to Europe. So it's a very special horse between Paige, Shawnee, myself, Domini. She's really got a good group of people behind her.
And she really has rewarded you all today. Now, tell me about your team and inside of that warm-up arena during this jump-off. Were you getting fed information by Anton about what was there, what wasn't there, what was on, what wasn't on, who was doing what?
Absolutely. So Anton this year has been a big part of the team with the World Cups with Moon and I. So he's been a great support, watching, being my eyes. So he watched, I said specifically Charlie, because we know she's so fast. I asked him to check what she does and just, let me know what I had to do. And he said, you have to do the 8 from 1 to 2 and have the gallop. You got to just don't pull. You can't. Yeah. You got to trust her. So I did. I listened to the boss.
Now tell me about this year that you've had, because you recently crowned the World Cup Series winner. How does that feel? And congratulations first and foremost.
Thank you, Aiden. Yeah, it just blew me away. The season I had with Moon, again, I always believed in that horse. He also went to Europe with me, came back. So the partnership and the bond was really there. And he just got better and better throughout the series. He really feels unbelievable quality. The way he moves his body, the rideability, he's just phenomenal.
Now, let's keep on Moon, because today is the South African Championships. You're already a 2-time winner of the SA Champs in 2017, 2019 on your wonderful mare Hera. I thought you were coming into the South African Champs on Moonlight today, but I hear a rumor that that's not the case.
Yeah, so that was a tough one. Especially knowing that he is good enough to compete in Europe internationally, go to that FEI that we qualified for. But I believe it's if I understand correctly, it's in Texas. So for us to get to Texas, if that's not the universe saying, Kelly, take it easy. You know what I mean? I'm like, whoa, how am I going to make this happen? And I just took a breath, and, our direct export's opening up. So I also have to be a bit realistic. My job is to produce and sell now, and I've been a little bit out of it, so this is my flagship, and what better way to sell a horse that's ranked number 1 in the country at the moment. You got to sell them when they're winning. So he's gone
it's
to
the hard part of the game, though.
It is.
He's such a great horse for you.
Absolutely. So it is tough, but he's gone to a junior, and I think the system he's going into, the partnership, from my understanding, it's going to work. And I think that's important as well. You want to sell these horses and see them winning with these juniors. You don't want to sell them and never see them again.
A little bit of FOMO for you this afternoon, though, sitting on the sidelines. You were to take your place, but we will miss you, and we'll miss seeing the two of you in the ring, because what a fantastic partnership. But also winning the World Cup Series, what a great way to say goodbye to him.
Absolutely.
Ending on a high.
Thank you, Aidan. And good luck to all the 150 riders. I've got a few favourites, so I'll be backing them.
Who are your favourites?
I think Dom's got a fabulous chance, with both those horses. My money may be on Collier. I think he's knocking on that door. He's due a win.
Before we say goodbye to you, this wonderful show, the South African Championship, sponsored by Toyota, but also the Triple Crown.
Absolutely, and we can't do this without our sponsors. And I think that was a big one. We were sitting 5th for the Toyota Crown, Triple Crown, and this is the first time. I mean, Toyota's been unreal, so it was a little bit difficult. But we hope in the future Toyota will keep sponsoring, because what a show, what a performance they've put on.
Yeah, absolutely. Kelly, congratulations once again on your win here on Layla. We look forward to seeing the two of you in the ring for many more victories to come. Are you breeding with her, by the way? Do you breed at all? The embryos?
Absolutely. As soon as she got back in the country, I said, give me everything.
So are there little Layla babies on the ground?
Absolutely. Yeah. So Shaunae has 3 fillies. She's got a Larison, a Diorado, a Grand Dorado, and a Diamant de Semele. And then I've got 2 beautiful colts by Emerald. Oh, wow. So the Emerald Lord Petsy Cornet Obolensky. And the one's very emerald-like, and the other one is the splitting image of Layla, which actually gives me a bit of a heart attack. I'm like, oh, God, I don't know if I can do another one.
Well, congratulations, and we look forward to, in the future, seeing you partnering up with some of her babies as well. Exciting times.
Thank you, Aidan.
Kelly O'Connor there, the winner of the 1 meter 40 South African Championships. Let's take a look at that result once again. So Kelly prevails on Tack and Tog's Layla. Look at that time, 36.07. Amy Hay, the long-time leader, just pipped at the post, 37.30. Thomas van der Reekvorsel in third, 38.21. Then Kayla Gadenbach on Hope, Ronnie Healy, Magic Boy, and Charlie Crockart in 36.85. But with the 4 at the last on Adina van Berrimar. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more action here from the Peter Mini Arena, Kyalami Equestrian Park, on this Toyota South African Championship Day.
(2024) sees Kyalami Park Club play host to all 3 legs of South African show jumping's Triple Crown. And Toyota South Africa has come on board as the official sponsor of all 3 legs. Don't miss the Toyota South African Outdoor Grand Prix at Easter Festival on April 1st, the Toyota South African Adult Show Jumping Championship on September 1st, and the Toyota South African Derby on October 6th. What's more, the Toyota Triple Crown will, for the first time ever, be run as a series on points, where the winner will drive away in a brand new Toyota Crown worth close to 1 million rand. Should the winner take victory on a clear round score, Toyota is also offering bonus prize money to reach 100,000 rand to the winners of both the Outdoor Grand Prix as well as the South African Championship. A minimum of 150,000 rand is guaranteed to the winner of the Toyota South African Derby. Catch all the action of the Toyota Triple Crown live at Kyalami Park Club or on live stream with Equestrian Live SA. Stay tuned to social media for more event details. The Toyota Triple Crown, hosted by Kyalami Park Club and proudly sponsored by Toyota South Africa.
Take that! Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna show you flames, boy!
Hey, no, you drive like Umama.
Ooh, that's cold! Like your bed in summer.
Oh, easy, boy. I'm coming for you.
Coming for me! Watch me pop this up! Choo. Smooth! Where are you?
The Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted, you've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head, I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test, I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion, even though I offer all of the solutions. I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless, I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? Then will you get bored of killing me?
Welcome back to Equestrian Live, and we are walking the course for the South African Show Jumping Championships, the second leg of the Toyota Triple Crown. With me, legend of the sport, Gonda Beatrix, who is a 10-time winner of this class, and that far surpasses anybody else. I think the closest is 5, so you're 5 ahead of the rest of the pack. That's some record that you hold there.
And can I brag a little bit? I've been retired 28 years. So that gives me a really big brag.
Since your retirement, Gonda, you've gone more into the coaching, given you more time to do the coaching. And, I mean, wow, 31 competitors in this class, and 15 of those are your pupils. That's that's got to be a record as well.
It is a record, and believe me, they give me a hard time. But, yeah, they're fantastic, all of them, and they all try hard, and they listen very well, and yeah, it's wonderful. It's you know, I was an achiever when I was in the sport, and it's wonderful to have my riders achieving. You know, it's fantastic. I mean, it's my life. I've just turned 81. How much longer I can do it, I have no idea, but I hope for another few years.
I'm sure you are. I'm not going to keep you too long because I know
yes,
your pupils are looking for you, and the course walk is underway. Thank you so much. Thanks. And all the very best. Gonda Beatrix, legend of the sport, as I said. Let's just quickly grab Ronnie Healy here. The South African Championships, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
Good, and you, Aidan?
I'm very good. Right, you were the winner of the first leg of the Triple Crown. Today, you're obviously all out to win it, not only for the title of South African Championship, but also for the second leg of the Triple Crown, moving into Derby, because a lot at play here.
There is. I mean, everyone keeps saying the car looks good. It's always going to be a bonus at the end of the day. The beginning of the year, I set out some targets, Outdoor Grand Prix, SA Champs and Derby in 1 year. I think it's been done a couple of times. I started well, This has been my bogey of the. I've never won as a children, junior, or adult. Second multiple times. The nearly man, as my dad would say. But so, you know, I know what it takes. I think it's going to be 3 clear rounds. It's going to be fast in the jump off. There's unbelievable horses and riders. You know, it's taken some good quality qualifying. 60 people started, top 30 qualified. So it's going to take some doing. I'm just focusing on me and my horses and take each round as it comes.
All the very best. I believe your prep's gone very well. Consummate professional. Another consummate professional is Lisa Williams. I want to say it, but I don't want to say it. I bet you wish you had your old faithful Campbell here, a winner of the.
My life.
Yes. Preparation going into this event, you were second on Pilgrim in the opening leg of the Triple Crown, just pipped by Mandarino. Where's your mind at? Is it on today's event, South African Championships, or today as well as the Triple Crown, knowing that you're sitting in second?
I think one thing at a time. I think today's event determines the Triple Crown, so they're completely linked. Obviously, I don't have Campbell. Pilgrim's gone beautifully, but he's not Campbell. I'd like a nice round today, and then see where we are in the Triple Crown. We still have Derby to come.
All the very best, Lisa. I'm going to let you complete your course walk. Go well. Go well. Right, Nicholas Riley, previous winner of South African Championships in Sagi DB. How do you rate your chances today, and how's the prep been going?
Prep's been going well. My horses are a little bit different this year. I've got Lamborghini in the big one. He's a little bit younger, a little bit more inexperienced, so I'm hoping for the best. He had a great second qualifier, so we just hope for the best.
Triple Crown, a little bit about Toyota, the sponsorship, and how this is all going to play out.
It's been amazing. I think it's going to be kind of like It's Only Over When the Fat Lady Sings. It's a big thing. So we still got the Derby. This is a big one. I think Ronnie's got a good chance. So
all the very best. Go well today. I don't want to keep you too long. Course walk underway for the South African Championships. Tam Rueda off of a big win in the final leg of the World Cup. Lientos, how's he going? How's he feeling?
Yeah, he's good. I'm excited. So it's actually his first SA Champs. Over the years, I scratched the first time. Last year he was just one out qualifying, so it's his first one.
Now, Triple Crown means Derby as well. Will he take his place up in Derby?
Unfortunately not. I wish. I love Derby, but just, yeah, it's not really our class, so not this year.
Go well today. I'm going to let you finish your course walk. All the very, very best. Tam Rueda there. Chayton Hendricks is over here. Rainer Korba walking with his team. There's Jean. Nicole Horwood. Let's grab Nicole. Nicole, I'm going to grab because this young lady is the only winner of the Triple Crown in the history of it on the same horse in the same year. What does that take?
Sure, a special horse. Definitely a special horse. I wish Toyota had sponsored that year. But anyway, yeah, look, it takes a horse that's very consistent, very talented. It's the 3 major titles of the year, and every single one in itself is a big title. So, yeah, it was pretty special to win all 3.
All the very best. Go well. Nicole Horwood, another legend of the sport. Anne-Marie Esslinger is just busy putting the final touches on the track. There's Paddy Weston. Of course, Paddy's wife has qualified top qualifier on Lua de Mel today in the South African Championships. And Paddy Weston plays a big, big part in that. Mrs. Gillian Shaw, Belinda Davison, Mr. Jean-Michel Telot having a look at the course. All happy judges? You happy judges? Yes, they say they are very happy. Right, let's go chat to Chris and Leona. Look, the Fundamava team, 334 team. Let's go chat to them about their chances. Chris, come and have a quick word with us. Tell me about the track. What have you're walking with the wife, Leona. Tell me about what you found today. How's it going to ride? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a good track. I think the big thing of this is endurance, and there's a full second round, so this is just step 1. I think it looks pretty fair. This triple bar to the wall's ridden a bit tough. They land a bit flat-footed and then back up at the wall. I think the line is putting us on the inside to the Hollard, which made the 7 in the previous class a bit long. This time it's an 8. And then it's quite steady on the 2 strides jumping out, so I think you're going to need a bit of scope to get out there. That vertical there is quite tall on the last line, so I said it's a 4-stride distance. I think you really need to get the 4 early, hold them away a little bit, and then it's a nice 7 to the last. The SA Champs is always a big scope test, and as I say, it's endurance, so you just need to take it step by step.
Advice to Leona?
I need advice. I'm on an 8-year-old. No, I think keep your head, and as I say, this is only phase 1. There's another, hopefully 2 rounds after this round. So take jump by jump, keep the rails up, keep your head.
Leona, tell me about the horses that you've got into today's class and how you rate your chances. Prep's been going well, and you've had a fantastic year. World Cup's in the bag. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling very positive. My horses are feeling great. The build-up to this class has been really good. Vilma had a nice win in the second qualifier. She's feeling top. Finale is obviously, she's my favourite. I have her in first today. I'm actually happy about that. I know her so well. It's going to give me a good idea of what I need to do on Vilma. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm hoping for the best.
All the very best. Go well. Right, let's go have a chat too. I'm gonna hunt down Dominique Alexander. He's on one of the real fancied horses. Dom, can I have a quick word? Dominique rides Collier, who has a big chance in my book today. Tell us about this wonderful horse. We say is up and coming, but it's like he's been doing it all his life. He's just natural talent.
Shame, I actually feel very sorry for him because he is really young. He's only a 9-year-old. And he has been elevated into the 150 classes really quickly, and he's been amazing. I mean, he's jumped the World Cups, and he's been finished third on the log. Had 2 really good places. Lucky, very unlucky not to have won one, but he's jumped beautifully the whole show. So I have the 2 rides in it, him and Soakley. Soakley is also. I think he's number 28 to go, so he's qualified well. I'm bringing Collier in. They qualified very closely together, so I have to bring Collier forward, so he's going to be in at number 16.
You've won SA Champs before, Fedora, a few years ago now. You due another win. It's a tough class to win. 2 full rounds and then a jump off inequality of score. How do you see it playing out today? There's depth at the top level now. Things are strong.
Yeah, definitely. I think Anne-Marie's pitched it beautifully. I don't think it's overly big. I think it's technical enough. And she's also had to consider 2 full rounds. Second round horses fatigue. They've done a lot of jumping already this show. They had a day off yesterday, but they have had a very long, busy season. So I think the second round will be on fitness.
Dom, go well. All the very best. Dom mentioned Anne-Marie Esslinger, FEI 3-star course designer, and tell us about this course that you've pitched today, South African Championships. It's a tough test, 2 full rounds, fitness, endurance. How big are we going today, and what have you pitched for them?
I think it's a middle ranking 150 course at this stage. So I'm aware they have to jump twice. The course is not that long, 450 meters, 11 jumps. The treble is not shouldn't be the biggest test. It's set at 1 meter 45. Below the 150 standard. The double and the prestige before a 10, 9 and 10, those are at 150, as is the last jump. Triple bar is also 150, as is the wall, where some horses have been a bit nervous about it. But the triple bar is not overly wide coming out the corner. And I've built a Liverpool over the water jump. It's jumped pretty well, especially for the more experienced horses the whole week. But we'll have to see how it rides on 6 strides to a 150 by 150 square Oxa. I'm anticipating not too many faults at number 1 and 2, which are friendly. But after that, I think the course is up to standard. And this is the only competition we have left in the year, which runs like an international Nations Cup, where the horses and riders do ride the full round twice. So, yes, you do have to have a fit horse. The nice thing is that if I have a huge amount of clears, I can raise some of the jumps or widen some of the oxes for the second round. Likewise, if I've got next to no clears, I can make a couple of jumps a hole easier. If there's an equality after the 2 rounds, there's a jump off, and I've kept that to a minimum 6 fences with 1 combination. So hopefully not as taxing, but hopefully going to give the riders a chance to show turning ability, both right and left, galloping ability, and provide a thrilling finish and finale for the Toyota South African Championship.
Are you putting a little bit of pressure on them with time? We saw some time penalties.
Yeah,
yesterday.
no, I think the time will be snug. I hope not unfair. I don't want to force them to be panicky about the time, but I don't think they can loiter.
Anna, well done on your courses. Lots of compliments I've heard throughout the course of the week, and thank you very much. Anne-Marie Esslinger. Thomas van Rijkvorsel, young man. Tell me about your chances today, your horse, and the course that you've seen.
The course looks really good. My lady's been really amazing the whole week. She was clear and clear. She was really good last year in SA Champs, so hopefully it'll be good again. She looks ready. I feel ready. My other horses have been good. I think it's going to be a really good class. I'm really excited.
All the very best. Sitting on a crackerjack mare, wish you all the very best. We don't have too much time left. We're going to see if there's anybody else that we can have a word with. Of course, Thomas van Rijkvorsel, one of the youngest competitors in this class, but last year's title was won by Amy Michau as well. So she's not here this year. I'm sure Amy is watching, and one of the young riders in the class on Go to Blue. It seems like most people have vacated. Barry Taylor, he's won this title a number of times. As Liam, we don't want to get in his way. He's walking up to this wetland wall. Barry, we're going to have a quick word with you. You've won this class how many times? It's a good number.
Twice. Wasn't always my lucky one. The Grand Prix, SA Grand Prix was 8 times. That was my lucky one.
And Derby, of course, 4 times as well.
Yep, that was a good one.
Now, tell me, this course that Anna has pitched, this wall's been giving a few problems in the lead-up classes. This open water's been giving us a few problems. But, of course, these are the horses at the top of their game, riders at the top of the game. Are we expecting the same, or do you think we're well prepped for this?
I think the horses have been well prepped. To me, the test in the SA Champs is the stamina. They've got to jump this course twice. So the first round, you might have quite a few clear rounds, and then it cuts down dramatically. So you have 9, 8 or 10 clear rounds in the first round. You think, hell, this was easy going. But when you have to do it a second time, it cuts down to 2 or 3 horses. Every year it's the same. It's stamina. It catches out the older horses a little bit. The younger ones also, because this is hard work for them. So it takes a good horse to win a South African Championship. And it's strong enough. This water wall has always been sort of, everybody talks about it. But these are the top horses in South Africa. They should jump it. And the water, interesting water. We usually have open water, but it's nice to see water back. I must credit Anne-Marie, the course builder, because we always shy away from water.
Barry, all the best for your riders. Go well. And you told me about that top horse that's coming along. We'll see you next year. Barry Taylor, one of the legends of the sport as well. Well, that wraps up the course walk. We're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, the national anthem to get us into ways of the South African Show Jumping Championships, sponsored by Toyota, the second leg of the South African Triple Crown.
With that first we are ready to get things underway. The 2024 South African Show Jumping Championship proudly brought to you by Toyota South Africa. Today the second leg of the Toyota Triple Crown, and it's going to be an exciting day with our top 30 horse and rider combination.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live, the Podium Arena here at Kyalami Equestrian Park, and we are just about ready to get go with the South African Show Jumping Championships. This is the lineup. Ronnie Healy, well, this in fact is the points for the Triple Crown after the first leg. Ronnie Healy, Cornets Mandarino, he won at Easter Festival, the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa, which was the first leg. 20 points he took away from that win. Lisa Williams, Protein Feeds Pilgrim in second, 17, and Ronnie Healy and Gillian van Orshoff on 14 points. Tam Ruwede in fourth, but you heard from her that she won't be contesting the South African Derby on Liantos. Not felt he is a Derby horse, so unfortunately it won't be a contender regardless of what happens today, given the rules that state that you have to compete in all three legs. Let's take a look at the class lineup very quickly, as our first horse is in the arena. That's a Chayton Hendricks on Callahow's Larison. Ushi is scratch with Pip Baxter. Chayton goes first on Larison. Some big names there. Gareth Neal, Dartoli. Good to see the mare back. Capital Aiden, the big jump at 7. Ronnie Healy on the current Triple Crown leader, log leader, Mandarino goes at 10. Chayton's back in at 11 on Chipper Light. Great to see that stallion taking his place in the South African Championships this afternoon. On the up, the 8-year-old Brandon with Chris van der Merwe at 13. Capital Collier at 20 with Dominic Alexander will come in a little bit earlier, as Dominic is going quite close on his two horses, given that this is in qualification order. So the higher qualified horses and riders will go towards the latter end of the class, and the highest qualified horse in this class, I believe, is Lua de Mel and Stacey Weston. Bell has sounded for Chayton Hendricks. He'll be first to go in the South African Championships. As you've heard already, it is over 2 full rounds. They will jump this course twice. All horses will come back for the second round, carrying forward their score from the first round through to the second round, barring, of course, eliminations or retirements from the first round. We've chatted to Anna about what she's pitched in this track. Length of track 450 meters, and the time allowed we will get for you in a moment or two. We have it as 69 seconds, but I believe it has been pushed out. Of course, the judges, as well as Anna, will have 3 horses to watch jump a full round. 72 seconds is the time allowed. 72 seconds, I'm told, as Larison and Chayton canter their way around this South African show jumping track. Jason Phillips will be joining me in co-commentary. He is on his way, just had riding commitments in another arena. And unfortunately there... Chayton having a few issues with that open water, but gives Larison, breeding stallion for the Callahou stud, a pat. That open water has caused a few problems over the course of the show. We've talked about it at length. Chayton Hendricks, unfortunately, an elimination there on Larison. So, just a little bit more about this class, courtesy of Toyota. 40,000 Rand to the winner, regardless of the winner's score. But if the winner, after 2 full rounds and possibly a jump-off, lands up on a 0 penalty score, taking the win, as was the case at the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa at Easter Show, the bonus prize money will come into play. 60,000 Rand bonus prize money to the winner, who will walk away with a cool 100,000 Rand should they finish on a 0 penalty score. And of course, lots of points up for grabs. 20 points to the winner, 17 for second in terms of the Toyota Triple Crown event, which all ends in a month or so at the South African Derby. Remember, it's rider and horse points. So if you want a chance in the Toyota Triple Crown Series, horses and riders have to compete together in all 3 events. As we take a look at Oliver Bishop here, visiting us from KwaZulu-Natal, who rides this wonderful Gaucho de Emma, 13-year-old son of Verdi. rubbing off both those rails. That KP double. Vertical going in, Oxa out. So 2 late rails and time comes into play. 2 for time for Oliver Bishop and Gaucho de Emma. Time allowed 72, 73.58 is Oliver's time. So they're going to have to keep an eye on the time as we take a look at the replay of Oliver coming down this final line. That was unfortunate because not too much wrong with the ride that Oliver gave Gaucho down that final line. Gave the horse time to balance. And unfortunately just rubbing off those 2 rails in that double. So finishes on a score of 10. Remember, you will carry forward your score from the first round through to the second round. Not all riders, of course, if they feel that they're out of it, they'll watch how the rest of them go. I would say if riders have more than 8 or 12 penalties, they might elect not to come back for the second round. As we take a look at Jean Corbin going on Callao Lexington at number 4. Once again, this class in reverse order of classification. They're the first of the qualifiers for the 150s happened on Thursday morning. And Western Ferries Lua de Mal was the winner there. And then on Friday was the second qualifier, so the horses have had a day off. We've whittled the qualifiers down from 60, which is huge depth in the 150s, from 60 horses, 58, 59, 60 horses, whittled down to 30 starters in this afternoon's South African Championships. And is that going to come into play, that KEP double? Is that a somewhat tricky distance coming down the hill when the horses are slightly fatiguing towards the last? Jean Corbin and Lexington, 1 down, 4 penalties in 70.25. Remember, time allowed 72 seconds. So 10A coming into play once again. 1 pole down, a late rail there for Jean Corbin, 4 penalties. Callao Lexington finishes on the 4. Next to go will be Diamond Dundee and Laura Neal. Dundee on Friday finished 3rd in the second of the 2 qualifiers. 14-year-old son of Diorado, big scopy jumper. Jumping that wall with ease. Unfortunately, a stop at that Hollard fence. Oxa set up right in front of our commentary position here. Jumps it with ease, second time of asking. Laura having to ask for some push to get out of that treble combination, that C element. Asking Dundee for a little bit of extra effort. Off the turn she comes now. Horse looked like he had a little look down into that open water, but jumped it. And the last line to finish. That Prestige vertical going in now, and then this, what looks like a somewhat tricky distance. Jumps it with ease. That kept vertical going in, Oxa out, and unfortunately the tack and togs to finish comes down. Lots of time penalties to add, a score of 27 for Laura Neal and Diamond Dundee, so one would think that on a score of 27 she might have second thoughts about coming in for the second round. And here you see she was having to really press to that Hollard fence off of that turn, asking him to step up to it. Horse looked like the way she was holding her outside rein really hard against his outside neck. Looked like he might have been feeling like he was drifting off that turn, which compromised her stride there. And joining me now in co-commentary is Jason Phillips. Good afternoon, sir. How are you? How's the riding been going?
Good afternoon, Aidan. Yeah, it's been great. It's been a great tour at SA Champs and lots of fun, and the weather's been fantastic, and what a great way to finish the show watching this class.
Great to have you on board, Jason. You've had a look at the course, I imagine?
Yeah, I have had a look at the course. I walked it with a couple of the professionals and the guys that I think we've got some chances of taking the title home, and it's been interesting. I think I've seen a few. I was watching it out there and just chatting and getting a feel in there. It's definitely jumpable, but we've got 2 rounds and a long afternoon ahead of us, and I think we're up for some exciting jumping and some great jumping. I mean, the caliber of the horses and the caliber of the riding right now, we were just talking, is currently I think exceptional. You know, we're at this time of the year where all horses are peaking and everybody's been working, and so it really is. And I mean, Gareth has pretty much answered all the questions that Anna's put up here right now, and this has been interesting. I mean, this water jump through the whole 4 days has been challenging, and when you walk around and you see how blue it is with the white poles, it's pretty daunting, you know, from that side, away from the gate. So it's interesting. So let's see Gareth finish up this line here, which is a vertical to 4-2, which is quite a difficult combination to see and notice. You can see how he pushed to get out the back there, and then it's a nice steady down to this one again. Sure, what a great job.
1 for time, 72.48, time allowed 72 seconds, just over that. You can see Gareth hanging his head, but of course, 2 full rounds, anything can happen. Sitting on 1 time penalty is still a good place to be. 30 starters in this first round, so 1 for time for Gareth Neal and Dartoli, who's a mare who's full of talent. She's a previous winner of World Cups. She's been out for a while and has been on the comeback trail, so good to see her at the top end of the sport where she deserves to be. 1 for time this afternoon. Capital Aiden, a horse that's still on the up, Nariska Prinsloo Hill. This combination relatively new to this level.
Yeah, very. I mean, but what a if I was Aiden, I want Nariska piloting me around something like this. You know, with her talent and her experience and confidence, makes a massive. And I mean, he's just so elegant to watch. I bought from the Capital Auction, and he's so beautiful, and she's got so she'll be worried about time on this horse. That'll be a big factor for her from this point of view. So you might see slightly different lines with her during this round from that point of view. She won't be taking giving a lot of space, and you can just see his quality over that triple bar, and then you can see it's almost everything is in slow motion.
Nearly jumps her right out of the saddle over that wall.
I think if you and I, we would have landed in the judges' box with that jump, and that was Nariska with all her talent and experience.
And that's what he brings, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Scope, power.
Incredible. He's so elegant, isn't he? I mean, he's so beautiful to watch as well.
And what a beautiful name, Aiden. It's just...
Well, I think it could be a bit cheeky, but anyway, yeah.
So she gives it a strong ride to that open water. Interesting what Anna's done with that open water as well, because it's been out there in the qualifiers, but with different wings, Toyota wings today. It's got the back, different directions. So they've seen it, but it's still relatively new.
Very much so, very much so. And if your horse has something with water, where it's placed, your horse sees it through the course, not only at one point. Sometimes in a big grass arena you would have it outside and you approach it there, but now you're cantering past it, around it, into it, which all plays a little bit there.
So you said that she was worried about time. Time does come into play for her. Total of 10, 6 of those being for time for Nariska. As we take a look at the replay of one of those poles coming down.
So she paid the price for giving him a little bit of confidence and support at the water. He's also, like you said, new to this height. I think she'll still be very chuffed at that. Not at all disappointed at all, and he'll get faster and quicker. And sometimes arenas suit certain horses. You could see him cantering around the Bob Charger, loving that. And
exactly.
Being in an she wasn't really too many choices. And has given you a line, and the arena's only as big as what it is.
Kiara Byrne goes next. Aeroplus Callahoo Lindor. A big moment for Kiara in her young career. stepping up the South African Adult Championships for 2024. This would be the biggest test that she's faced.
I think so. I think her and the horse. They've had some great results through the time. I think she was even the Derby winner last year on this horse, and that was maybe that wall is deceiving. We're seeing it from the back, and I'm not sure we see it from the front of the triple bar, but it's a lake with birds, and the whole show, and it has caused some problems. But you could see the class through the triple combination, the two of them, and wow, what a bounce back, and that was beautifully ridden. So she's going to come around to the water.
Kiara, just 19 years old, so huge future she's got ahead of her. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. We are interactive. Jessica Prince, outdoor winner of the Outdoor Grand Prix 2 years ago, watching from Europe. Good luck to all. Wish I was there with Prism. But we both wishing everybody well. Great to hear from you, Jess.
Yeah, she's getting going there, and horses out of quarantine, and I see she's been on the podium there and just stepping things up in Europe.
Leave us your questions, comments, queries. Doing co-commentary here with Jason. A wealth of knowledge.
I think Kiara, she did some really good stuff. I mean, that triple combination was exquisitely written, and I think both horses are both horse and rider are new to this level in this arena and everything like that. So fabulous. I don't think she's unhappy.
Take a look at the replay of the wall, and that's what it does. It kind of draws you in. Perhaps one of our cameramen or our producer, director watching could get a shot of the wall. We had a shot in the 140s, but it's gone up since then. The 140s had the poles on top.
Yeah.
Now you get a lot more lake on top. You've got Frank, that little pelican, sitting guarding that lake on the left-hand side of the wall. There they're rebuilding. I wonder if it's possible just to get a shot from the other side as our next rider is watching very closely. That's Shari Michaelis on Ultimo WC, letting Ultimo have a good look at that wall, walking him up to it. It's not actually water, my boy. There you see the birds taking off. There's Frank on the left-hand side.
I can say it kind of falses the horse. They get there, and if they're not focusing on the top and they look into that white blue, they then hesitate or stutter, and then.
And like I say, you look at it, it draws you into the background. So I suppose you don't know what they're seeing.
Yeah. We just see the results of what they see. We feel it sometimes.
Exactly. So, 12 penalty round for Kiara Byrne. Where would you think, given that horses and riders have the opportunity, besides those that are retired, to come in for the second round? What do you think the cutoff would be? If you're over what kind of 12 penalties or more, you might be thinking about not coming back for the second round?
Yeah, I think it depends again, with how much experience you've got and what you're doing and where you're lying and age of horse. I think everything pays a little bit. And I think, we've got a good bunch of horses here. These horses that are starting here are a great bunch of horses. So I think people will want to come back if they feel they've got a fair shot of a top 6 or something like that. That's what I think most people would want to do.
Well, Ultimo jumps the wall beautifully. He did get the opportunity to stand and take in all the splendour of that water wetland. Shari Michaelis on this 13-year-old Ulano von Lobos gelding. And she gets a hell of a tune out of him, formerly ridden and bred by Lara Neal. Been with Shari for some time now, and she's had some good results in this horse, and it's a good combination.
Very much so. I think they had a great Shongweni, if I remember, just a couple of weeks ago. They were on the podium. I think they were second or third, or I know they were top 4 for sure from that side. And it was a great ride. I actually watched that one on the live streaming as well. And they've just, when you get a new partnership, it just takes a while for both of you to understand each other. He's a great horse with great spirit and great, belief, and he just wants to do the job. And I think she's got to understand what he wants from her. And I mean, that was of all the, it was such a light rail that I thought they were almost home there from that side the way they jumped in, and that was very good. And
did you pick up on your course walk anything with that distance coming down from that vertical, that prestige vertical to that KEP? Because a few have had these down. Some have even had both of these elements of 10A and 10B. Is it a little bit short?
The back rail of that B is quite far away.
So you're riding a little bit for that back rail, and you collect the front on the way up?
Yeah, I think that is more the side there. Maybe we would have thought we could have sat up a little bit more there and just stayed off the front rail, and you've got to have, that's a bit of a scope test. You need your horse to be able to push out the back there from that side. And I think, I think if she rode that again, I think she would clear it, from that side. But again, it comes late in the course. And it doesn't show like that when you look at it from the camera, but when you walk up to it, it's quite hard to see the A part of that combination clearly. The two for A and B blend into each other quite a lot, and only 1 or 2 strides before that first vertical do you see it. So you do need to stay calm and give them time to jump it, and then let them do their job out the back.
Big moment here. Ronnie Healy currently topping the log. Remember, it's horse and rider points that count in the Triple Crown. This the winners of the South African Outdoor Grand Prix at Easter Show, topping the log on 20 points. He desperately wants a solid performance today in the South African Championships, a title that he has never won, one of the very few titles that I think Ronnie has never won. Looking for a big performance here this afternoon on this log leader to try and cement their lead in the Toyota Triple Crown Series.
Yeah, he jumped in there beautifully. Yeah, and Ronnie's been, again, also had a great Shongweni on this horse. These horses, I think, are a little leg fresh. He had a little break during just before Shongweni and stuff like that, so he's come back here, and he's had I think from what I can see and the results I've seen and the whole week on all his horses, he really has had a good tune and some good results and stuff like that, and he had a good results on Magic Boy in the class before this, if I remember. And you get this horses, they you can see that it helps that Ronnie's produced him his whole time, so he knows him very well, and again he's magical performance. I think he answered all the questions within the time, and I think that's our first full clear, isn't it?
Exactly what the doctor ordered for the current log leaders. First clear, Ronnie Healy, Cornet's Mandarino. Of course, he'd love to win this title as well. Mandarino, in fact, was second in 2022, just pipped by Campbell in 2022 in the South African Championships.
And that would have been his first major. I'm saying? He was really young then, he was up and coming, and I think he actually fell into the frame because one of Ronnie's other horses had a little slight injury or something like that, so I don't think he was planned.
Yes.
He was maybe given a bit of a hospital pass and answered the calling.
Right, so a big moment for this breeding stallion from the Capital Stud. This is Chipper Light, son of Katoki out of Kalato Dam Line. What a picture of elegance, grace, quality he is. But a big test for him today.
Yeah,
but he's got the quality.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be quite excited if I was Shaitan sitting on this one, cantering in from that point of view. But again, when it's your, I don't doubt either of their abilities, if you're cantering in there. But again, they need to do it together, and you want to get it under your belt.
Evie might be chewing her nails.
I'm sure the whole of Callahoo is chewing their nails. It's a team representation, isn't it? Everybody rides off the coattails of each other and stuff like that, and I think that's what probably makes the sport a little bit fun as well, isn't it?
We saw Chaitner earlier on with Larrison. This is his second ride, so the stallion there just having a look at that wall and Chaitner deciding, well,
that's not where you want to really train a wall like that in the South African Championships in the main ring.
No.
I think Chipolata saw something when he landed there from that point of view, and I think that's the right thing to do. We'll see these guys for many years to come here.
I wonder what Chaitin's telling Evie there.
Yeah, something maybe came off there. Not sure what it was, because he was asking, looked almost to fetch them. That wall it's so weird, isn't it? That some horses can't process this, because that was almost what it was, I mean, there's no doubting the horse's ability and his ability and everything like that, but there was just something that catches their eye. And then I've had other horses that jumped it the first 2 times, and the third time had a problem, which was also, I found so strange, how does that...
What is your thought process that it's on a distance riding up from that triple bar to the wall? And of course, a triple bar would invite you to run it, land a bit running, sit up, balance. Would you rather have it on its own? We were talking about this, Brendan and I, in the previous class. I was of the opinion something like that I'd rather canter it where it's not on a distance, where you have a plan B. You can set them up a little bit.
It is a little hard. I think what's also happening at that triple bar, a lot of horses are looking through that triple bar, because if you see the triple bar, it's very open in front.
Yes.
There's only,
they're looking at the wall.
Well, yeah, I mean, whether they like it or not, they're seeing the wall. Whether they're looking at it or not is a different story. They're seeing it because it's a solid thing behind this floaty one here.
Nicole Horwood, Capital Impossible, a quality horse.
Yeah, and they've done such great stuff, and I think they've been knocking on the door of some really of a title, haven't they? I think they've been really unlucky with a late rail here or a late rail there, but Nicole, with all her experience, and I don't know how many times she's won the South African champs in her career, but I know it has been once or twice for sure. And I mean, just guiding this horse around, and the last one to go.
We saw her riding on, and that's why coming around that top corner into that final line, she was cognizant of that time, stepped on the gas, but not enough, I'm afraid. 3 for time. Still puts her in a pretty good position with the one clear Ronnie Healy. He's obviously in the best position of all, but remember, viewers, that over 2 full rounds, anything can happen. So still just the one clear. Cornet's Mandarino. Nicole Horwood leaves them all up, but 3 for time. Anna said the time was snug. That's the word she used.
Snug,
it's snug.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've said we've had 9 starters and only, four within the time on that basis, and good horses. I mean, I'm glad it's 3 and not 5. I think, obviously having a 3 time faults is keeps you ahead of the 4 faulters. I don't think... I'm sure, what do you call it... they were happy with that round. I think it was exactly...
Big test for this 8-year-old stallion now. 3-3-4 Brandon, the son of Brantsau, out of a Coleman dam line.
Yeah, this will be a very big learning curve for this guy. And I think this arena, I mean, you can see how wide Chris has gone there. He's using all the available space that Anna has given him as the course builder. And it's still tight. I mean, he hasn't gone, farming or anything like that, You can see he's gone around the Prestige. He knows that the other guys, Ronnie on that Mandarino with his experience went inside. Charlie went inside. He just went around. He knows what he's got. And you can see how big this horse just jumped into that triple combination. And I mean, sure, it is beautiful, but yeah, I mean, and Chris has got, how much experience has Chris got? He knows exactly what this guy needs and when he needs it, and he's an absolute master of touch and feel.
Had one down, so that Hollard fence coming down, so sitting on the 4 penalties, cantering towards the last line.
This is a hard line. I mean, it's a big, tall vertical, then steady 4s. You see Chris gave him time, and now he lets the horse push. Sure, and then you've got to just guide and stay balanced to the last. It's easy to get the wrong line to the last, fall out, and be a bit off it or fall in and get there a bit close. And
total score of 6, 2 of those being for time. He's got to be happy with that.
I think he's so chuffed with that. I would be chuffed. I mean, what a great horse for the future. I mean, that's what's, and I don't know what he looked at there. Just he didn't jump with us. Something caught his eye, and that's where the inexperience comes in again. Was it towards the grandstand, the Villian, or was it the big purple box at the bottom? You never
just seemed to go slightly left and not go through his body with that jump collected the back rail. But like we say, a learning curve and invaluable experience for that horse.
And then jump through the treble so beautifully after that. Just shows how brave he is as well,
Leona van der Merwe goes next, wife of Chris. She rides at 3-3-4 Finale U.
Yeah, so I think this horse had its education last year with Leonie, and you can see just how much more stable and how quiet this ride is, You would expect to see Chris's horses jumping like this next year, from that side, and you can see the difference now. And again, the more experienced horses have just come inside their Prestige, back to the Hollard. But I mean, this Leonie is on fire. I mean, she is riding so well and has had so much great success and well deserved. I mean, they are the true professionals. People see this and see the end result. But I walked, I don't know if it was yesterday morning or this. I think it was yesterday morning. It was 7:15, and there Leonie and Chris were there on the side of the arena. They were at work. They were there busy. It was not. And to be honest, I think there was 3 or 4 other people on the grounds. So all the success that they are doing, and so is deserved. It really does.
Like you say, see the end result of many.
Yeah.
Oh, that was an unfortunate rail. This may have been watching her, been trying so hard, jumping out of her skin, reaching for those back rails. She did not deserve that 4 penalties at the tail end of that.
Almost looked like they ran out a bit of space in there. Yeah, it was.
Seen that a few times though. The earlier horses as well have been caught out there. So take a look.
She kept her way, and she really was quiet in. I don't think she could have done anything more. And yeah, just maybe you from there. Maybe you say you put too much leg on to jump the back rail, but sure. That was really unfortunate. But within the time, eh?
Yeah, just the 4.
Yeah.
So the second round will go in reverse order of classifications on penalties.
So hard to judge a course off the front. You realise how good D'Artagnan's round was. 10 horses in, you were like, oh, time faults, and you expected it, and then all the little tricks and subtleties and snug time, as it's called, comes into play.
Exactly. D'Artagnan and Gareth just on the one clear. Ronnie Healy and Callagho, Casco Gray and Jody Ambrose currently on track.
Also new to this will be there. I mean, Jody's been up here and has won.
She's a past winner of this
SHMs.
class.
Yeah, exactly. Done World Cup, qualifiers and everything like that. But this will be a new one. And he has been a very exciting horse and done some great stuff. But this will be definitely a new level for him.
I'm trying to remember. Did she win SHMs on Rafikador?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
That B element of that Toyota treble going down.
It's tall, that B element. I actually thought more people would have struggled with it, especially with that big oxer in. But I think she's the first one to have had it so far.
This distance from the Hollard to the Toyota, did you manage to walk? I asked because in the 140s it trapped a lot of people. It was on an inside 7 or an outside 8. It's walked. They've moved it quite far down the hill.
Yeah,
now.
it was. It walked level. I know that's what they said there. And I think the question was whether the tall B element was going to be one that they could cope with, and most have. Again, just young horse and young experience and stuff. But sure, he came out good and a little underjumped the last there. But what a great horse and some good stuff there. He really is. I think Jody will be very chuffed with him.
She has to be, 2024 being his first season in 150s.
And I think he also started late. He wouldn't have jumped straight off the bat in 2024 up there. He would have had some openers and some fresh stuff and that type of stuff.
So look at the replay of some of the parades that came down. Jody's final tally, 17. Nariska will go next as we take a look at some of the onlookers, how they would ride the course.
Yeah, in my humble opinion, I would think that. I was walking the course with someone, and I was like, yeah, I'll just mention that this is how James thought he would do it. And he said, yep, yeah, here I am telling you how to do it in my fellies.
Yeah, exactly.
So, we're all the armchair experts,
Yes,
all of us,
exactly.
yeah,
Dominic Alexander is going in next. He's bringing in Collier a little bit early because in terms of qualification after the first 2 qualifiers he was quite close with these 2 horses, so the judges have allowed him to come in earlier on Collier. How good is this horse and how's the season that this horse has had?
Yeah, and I would say unexpected, but not unexpected. Unexpected because it's his first big season up here. So there was no pressure on the combinations in the sense that it was his learning year, And he didn't, he came up and answered all the questions straight away. But, Dom spent a lot of time last year just getting to know him in the smaller grades and was always excited about this horse. And I think both of them just started to understand each other just a little bit extra and quicker than maybe Dom expected from that side. But I think when you're working with talent and ability in Collier, and then you couple it with Dom's experience and having produced so many horses over his career, sometimes your period is shortened,
Riding at a beautiful rhythm here in the son of Kronos, who we saw campaigning in the 1 meter 40s. Domini is currently sitting, and that rail comes down, pity. Currently sitting in the points for the Toyota Triple Crown in 8th position on 4 points on Collier. So looking for a solid performance. He's had some really, really stellar outings on this horse in the World Cup Series this year. As we take a look at the replay of that late rail coming down, and once again it's this 10, this kept double, the element.
He just jumped a little bit early because I thought Dominic really didn't jump for the back rail there. He got him in nice and he jumped up, and again, first season on the circuit, maybe just a little mistake there,
Remember, over 2 full rounds, so we will see him come back a little bit later. Lots to play for, just the 4 penalties. He will definitely be back a little bit later as well, Dominic Alexander, on this wonderful son of Kronos. As we move on now to Nariska, this is her second ride. Quick changeover for her. She partnered Aiden not too long ago. Returns here for GCS Max Oregon von the Bishop, who has a little bit more experience than Capital Aiden, who she brought in a little bit earlier. This is a 10-year-old son of Hunter Sendro.
bit sticky there. She was expecting him to jump up there. But then again, that's when Nariska's experience came in. She knew straight away that, he needed a little bit of help, or he needed a little bit of more support.
Oh! Unfortunately.
Even with Nariska's experience, sometimes it doesn't work, eh? It's something, yeah. I mean, you just jumped one funny straight away, and it's a long course when your horse jumps number one like that.
She was having to ride him harder than she would have liked.
Yeah, then number two was a bit sticky, and you thought, okay, maybe he's got going there, and she knew he needed a nice forward ride there, but sometimes that's the joys of the sport, eh? It's very unforgiving, and
again, do you think? Okay, we've seen the way he started a little bit sticky, but coming around to that triple bar, it was almost he knew where that water was. Like we were saying earlier, like he looked through this, said, I'm not.
Yeah.
What's that on the other? No, I don't like that.
Maybe he's got a bird phobia. What's the pelican's name?
Frank.
But she's tough, that's for sure. Nariska will be.
So off she goes.
I mean, I've seen her and that combination win speed classes that were unbelievable.
Yeah, almost defying laws of science.
The speed that they went and the rhythm that they had, and humbling sport, this, isn't it?
I mean, she is tough, but she's just come off of the back of, I want to say the back, excuse the pun, of spine surgery not so long ago.
Oh, as well.
Yeah.
Sure.
So she has had her issues, so we hope that she is okay. Yeah. Now, this is the current combination that sits in second on the log for the Toyota Triple Crown. We saw Pilgrim going head-to-head with Mandarino in the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. Ronnie prevailed that day, only just on 20 points. He sits Lisa on this horse, sitting in second on 17. Mandarino coming in earlier and already clear. So are we going to see a repeat of the jump-off for the Outdoor Grand Prix? Let's see. Lisa
That'd be exciting.
Pilgrim.
That'd be exciting.
Jumps that wall, so that's one of the bogeys out the way.
She's gone around as well. Ronnie went inside on Mandarin, so I have to see. It'll be interesting to see what her time is like from that side. It's a nice jump in through the treble at the back. Okay, so it's quite interesting as well, because this is quite this is a water turn, not even a water jump with those things, and it's very, very blue when you come around. Sure, it is. I mean, it's it does look like spring day.
Yeah.
With that water jump. Not sure anybody wants to entertain spring day, but
of course, Lisa Williams, a winner of the South African show jumping championships on the Great Campbell in 22.
Oh wow, I jumped that so well.
Bit of an artistic shot by a cameraman.
Oh,
the time, 75 seconds, 3 for time. So, strike one first.
So it does look
Ronnie.
like you need to be inside that hollow, inside that. I say that, but Dominique went around and got inside the time. But he spends a lot of time in the air, this horse, so she would probably have needed to go inside to Hollard. But I suppose if you put inside to Hollard, it also changes your line to the triple combination. So there's always a price to pay.
Giving him big pats. But remember, 2 full rounds and not even a rail in it. So, still plenty to play for here. 3-time penalties for Lisa Williams. Ranakorba goes next, number 18, 334, Mr. Twister 5, showing him that wall. They all got this their eye on this wall. That ride up from that triple bar to the wall. This is a new ride for Ray, but already he's found some success on the 334 Mr. Twister 5.
Yeah, couldn't have started any better for them, could it? But it was their first Grand Prix together, wasn't it? That they won down in Chongweni, and they didn't style. But neither are newbies to this level. He's been piloted around nicely by Govert and had some great rounds, and Rainer is a...
He's so cool, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Too cool, actually. Actually, not, embarrassingly cool. Like Brad Pitt's, acting,
Oh, brick out the wall. So that's 4 penalties. That's gone down from Mr. Twister and Ray. Yeah, he can ride anything. Second rail down there, so currently sitting on 8.
I think this will be the biggest horse that they've jumped together. I don't know if they start the World Cup in Shangweni. I know they started the Grand Prix. I'm not sure if they started the World Cup, but they start the World Cup as well. Yeah, and the arena's slightly different. This one's a way smaller and way more tight, and I think everything is, I think while you're commentating, it comes quick. So I can imagine how quick it is when you're riding in there.
Kip Fence gone down as well, so 3 down, leaves the last 12 to finish.
Still a great round. I mean, I don't think you'd be unhappy with that. Once you've jumped rounds like that, next time you know that you can prep and be slightly different to what you want to do with that. But
where's his head going to be at for second round? Do you think on 12 penalties you'll come in?
I don't know. I'd question that. Rainer doesn't need the practice. The horse doesn't need the practice. I think they'd rather keep him for another day and put this down to experience between the two of them and come back. They're still, I don't know. There's still a few things to finish in the year. There's still some Grand Prix and stuff like that. I think we've got. I don't know if they'll go down to the Roberg one and what their plans are, but I think there's still enough. I'm not sure that they'll be.
Only been together for 3 months. Let's look at the replays of some of their polls. Their 3 polls that came down. Kayla Gautenbach, Calaho, Conzano, and what a partnership this has developed into.
So exciting, isn't it? To have 50 or so people qualifying for this and only having 31, the quality of the 31 starters is high.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about the depth at the top level of the sport. Nearly 60 horses at this level.
Yeah, and then you saw, how many starters did you have in the 140s? You had 50 or so, and there was 135s, there was 80 or something like that. So, that is great. But again, it's funny how some of, I think the riders knew that there was an issue. I would have thought it was in some ways kind that you had 6 strides to the wall, but it hasn't proven that way. But again, I think it's clever course building, having the open triple bar,
Which again just adds another element in the back of your mind, because you've got to get the right ride to that triple bar as well.
Yeah, off a very tight turn.
Or for the turn coming back up the hill, away from the gate.
Yeah.
You don't want to be chasing to that wall.
No, ideally not. No, you'd like to be pushing your heels down, knowing that your horse is going to jump over the.
So she's into time now after that stop. All of the damage coming at the wall, and now the clock coming into play as it ticks away and finishes on a score of 26. So the 1 disobedience and then the brick out the wall, and then those time penalties to add. Total score of 26 there for Calaho Conzano, which is not reflective of the round.
No, it is. We were talking the other day how unforgiving the sport is. You can do that, and just.
She had to ride up to that a little bit, didn't she?
Yeah,
she got deep to the base of that triple bar, landed short, then had to chase, and he was looking at it
already. Yeah, so it was. She was trying to get there, and it wasn't working. Sometimes on top there that things are not the way they should be. You're hoping that things will.
And then once again, that 10A and 10B has come into play quite a few times there. George Cutlass goes next,
but they'll be back. They will be back.
NCT's Calaho Lord Chris, number 21. Interesting to see him at number 21, because this horse, as you know, most of the time comes in at number 1 because he frets up in the warm-up. But of course today, qualification order, World Cups is a draw and he gets permission, but on qualification order has to come in his qualified order.
Yeah, so you're probably then thinking that he hasn't had his ultimate warm-up on his terms that he would have loved to have had. So it puts another dynamic into riding this course. You're coming with the horse not always where you'd love it to have been. Not that it's missing a beat as we currently speak here. He is jumping out of his skin. And I think George has been a little unlucky this year. I've seen some great rounds with him, and then just one down here or something like that, which is, such cheap rails. And I think he's also finished the year in style last year, if I remember, winning a World Cup leg.
Yeah.
And just been really unlucky this year. Really, if anyone you thought that, you would say, well, it was there and there was something there. So, maybe this is. You do need Lady Luck on your side.
Absolutely. Oh, she Ran out there, I'm afraid. 10B once again, causing a few issues. So 4 penalty round there for George Cutlass.
But to hit the back rail and with your front foot with it unfolding, that is, there's George could do no more. That was again just.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the replay.
And that was he jumped it so, and he was quiet. There he gave it time, and he really, your head almost, just to unfold. I mean, that is unlucky. That really is.
So Michaela tells me that with special permission from the judges, George at Kep does have permission to warm up next door. He doesn't. So he's worked that out. Leona goes next. 3-3-4. Hey, I'm Wilma, winner of the Maple Ridge World Cup qualifier earlier on in the season. She's riding really super well. This, of course, her second ride around this course. Finale U was her first.
She's got such a nice established string up the top here currently, and she knows this horse so well. She produced this horse from up through the grades and the ranks and stuff like that, and it was so nice to see them come right. It's
still only an 11-year-old daughter of Cassini, that she imported when it was a youngster.
There's just a calmness between the two of them. You can see they know each other. You can see that the combination's been together for a while, and she knows what to expect, and knows what's coming. And
now, Finale, you had 4 penalties, and I think at that Kep double coming out.
Yes, correctly, exactly that. You're a little unlucky, and this mare just unfolded too early over the hollard, which was actually sure. But how executively timed with the time and everything like that, and
So 4 and 4
lovely.
for her 2 rounds. She'll be back for the second round. So here we do have a replay of that hollard fence.
Yeah,
she bellied it.
Yeah, a little bit. I just didn't push as much. Maybe she didn't realize it was as sometimes that board in front props the horses a little bit more, and maybe it climbed and didn't travel as much. Maybe a little bit almost what Chris's horse did,
So next to go is Leantos, Tamara Rueda, who's right up there in the Toyota Triple Crown points, sitting on a score of 12 after the first leg. She finished in 4th position. Chatting to her in the course walk, however, she's not going to be in contention for the Triple Crown because this, she says, is just not a Derby horse, and of course, according to the rules of the Triple Crown, you have to compete in all 3 legs. So even if she won today and took herself into the top of the points and things went awry for the other people in the points, she can't win it because you have to compete in all 3 legs.
Need to start, alrighty. Yeah, and she's a fresh off for winning Shongweni in the World Cup. Yeah, great. And this horse is so much fun. I mean, I do think, again, Tam's done an incredible job with the production of this horse. They know each other so well, and he's just, if ever you've seen a horse wanting to get to the other side and do its job, this would epitomise that.
He's game.
Yeah. He canted down there beautifully. It's really is fantastic. But he's a handful, as hot as he is. I think he needs a Tam to let him be who he is, to make him, I don't think he's a horse that you can dominate or do it your way. I think you've got to let him do it his way. And perfect, Ronnie was all out there for a long time on his own, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, but not anymore. Leantos clear. I was going to say through to the jump off, but of course through to the second round, which will be of the same course once again, and then in the event of equality of penalty score, we will go through to a jump off. So 2 clears, both of them in the points for the Triple Crown. Mandarino, Leantos. Lisa was clear for jumping, but I'm afraid 3 for time, but she's in there. Not even a pole separates them, so still plenty to play for. There's another.
But Ronnie lies 1st and 3rd as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, and he's still got his second horse, Gillian, to come.
It's had a good show so far as well, from what I've seen.
Yeah, he's in with a big shot. And of course, he'll be hoping for a good day on Gillian, moving into the 3rd round of the Triple Crown, which is the Derby, which of course he won last year. So
exactly.
He knows that he'll be in a strong position then going into the 3rd leg. Here comes Nicholas Riley. Rivendell Lamborghini. 8-year-old Lisbon stallion, Calvaro S on the dam line. He's a unit.
Yeah, he's so pretty, isn't he? Yeah, he really is. And also, I know he jumped last year in the circuit and stuff, but it would have been, he's still very young, at 8 years old. And then there again, he showed a little bit of his youngness, but, last year I think he would have had the rail. This year he left it up at the wall. Sure.
And I mean, you talk about genetics and how, from one Lisbon to the next, you've just seen Liantos, and then in comes Lamborghini, also Lisbon, and 2 more different type of horses you couldn't find. Of course, a lot has to do with the dam lines as well, but...
Yeah, and he hasn't jumped a lot this year. I know he hasn't been around. I think maybe some little niggles or something like that, and Nicola's been bringing him back.
And I think also his age, you can't...
Yeah, I think she gave him a chance to grow up and get stronger, and maybe the decision when we see here, she's coming down to the last, and fabulous. Really, really good. What a great round, and that I think where Nicola, she's also been there, done it, as a former South African champion of I think at least once or twice.
In Sagi just a few years ago.
And she really is a maestro at this level, and what a great, and again, last year's experience pays off here,
Yeah, and I mean, good for her, because she's also been through the wars with her niggles as well. She's had major surgery on her neck of late, quite a few things going on, so she's as tough as they come as well, because she's bounced back very quickly.
I'm not sure you and I would be riding at this level if we had without the surgery. We're not riding at this level.
Exactly. I was about to remind you, speak for yourself there. I'll just hang around the 130s, thanks.
Nice to see a Western Cape's up here.
And I love this horse so much. Regenesis Vet Calaho Landino, and another Lisbon, so 3 in a row. And he, of course, are very different from the other 2 as well. So, but what a mind this horse has got. He just looks for the work.
Do the job.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, coming up, I mean, he canted down to that wall, and it's probably maybe the first time we've ever seen that, outside of the warm-up classes, I've seen that wall. The Western Cape, they don't have the exposure that we up here in Gauteng have,
but he didn't bat an eyelid.
Yeah, he didn't,
And beautiful
temperament,
shape he makes over the fence, pops up right through the wither, uses his body, his neck goes down, his little knees pop up. It really is a glorious horse to watch jump. And a great partner. Oh, he didn't like that water. The partnership he has with...
That's so strange, wasn't it? I mean, the way he was popping around, it was looking like...
Yeah.
It was looking procedural, to be honest.
Come on now, come on.
Wow. He had some quick leg work to get out there, didn't he? She had to put so much pressure on, and then had to, make a plan up the line here. So if she can keep it quiet on the way in.
Unfortunately, disobedience as time penalties are going to come into play.
Oh, that was really unfortunate, wasn't it?
It really was.
Sure. I mean, not a pole down and 19 faults. But yeah, well, I mean, you would be irritated, I think, but in the other type of thing, really chuffed.
Because one disobedience, she got back to the fence as quickly as she could, but on a snug time.
Yeah.
15 time penalties, 19 the total as we take a look at it.
I wonder if it just, I don't know if it just caught him unaware or the way it happened there, I wasn't quite sure he was going to jump it the second time, I must be honest.
She looked the way she rode off the turn that she was worried about it, that maybe had been having a look at it in the qualifiers, and she needed, and sometimes when you get after them a little bit, it puts a little bit of doubt in their mind. So you ride the doubt into them doing that. So you never know what the solution is. Do I just sit and hope that today's not going to look after it? Do I look at it, or do I go for it? Ronnie Healy, we talked about this horse, last year's Derby winner.
Just his Derby round last year was fabulous, wasn't it? With the pressure and everything like that, and then you canted round like it was jumping. It was unbelievable. I think that was one of the coolest rounds I've seen in under the pressure,
especially for a Derby round.
Yeah, and so many fences as well.
But what a horse he's been over the years for Ronnie Lawrence, and now Ronnie Healy, the son of Winning Mood. He's 18 years young, so Ron does have to pick and choose a little bit where he campaigns him and how much he campaigns him.
Yeah, I don't think you could find it. I mean, I don't think you could be with a better professional for that. You know, Ronnie doesn't need to keep his eye, and he's a master and done enough of that and has had so much experience. So you really can just keep him for the stuff that he needs to do with him. You know,
Sitting third on the log for the Triple Crown, as we spoke, would be really nice for him to get a solid performance under the belt today. Up in the points going into Derby. And looking good. Don't want to put the mockers on. Got to get through the last 3 fences. And that comes down.
they really do know each other well, though. Those two, you can see it there. You know, sometimes I'm watching and I'm like, wow, you know, you think and you see maybe you should be, but they've got it so waxed. Yes. The two of them, they really do. I mean, that was. I think Ronnie was a little worried about that because he rode the one before a little bit. He made sure that he was deep there to give him space and. Yeah.
So one down there for Goofy, as he's affectionately known in the stable. Be back for the second round.
I mean, he's still still lying top first and in fifth. All right there. With the one down. No time fault.
Yeah, so leading is Mandarina, and of course they'll come in reverse order of penalty score. So Mandarina will be going last. Liantos is there on 0 as well. Dartoli on 1, Lamborghini on 1, Impossible on 3, Pilgrim on 3, Lexington, Ultimo is a couple on 4, including Goofy there. So this is now a big moment for Helen Criticus, her first time campaigning the adult South African Championships on Callao, Liberia. Another Lissabon out of an Argentina dam line. In fact, there are 6 Lissabons in this class.
Sure.
And some other information for you, Jason. We spoke to Gonda about this. She's a 10-time winner of the South African Championships. The next best is 5, who I think is, in fact, Ronnie Lawrence.
Oh, wow.
And Gonda has 15 pupils out of the 30 starters in this class.
I mean, that's incredible. To have won it 10 times, you know, is in its own right an incredible feat. And then still to have how many years on whenever she won her last one, to still be so current and having 15 competitors at the top of you know, this competition is amazing. Of 30 starters, so actually half the field.
It's got to be a record. Well, 10 is definitely a record, and I'm sure 15 from 30 is another record in itself. Helen,
I do hope one of the 15 win.
I didn't want to say that to her in the interview. In fact, she said it to me. She said it to me before we. I'm not going to say what she said, but one of the better win.
Yeah, exactly. You would think so. But wow, how's Helen? Her first SA Champs here. She was so nervous, but I mean, to have qualified, you know, you don't qualify top 5 or top 6 or something like that, not being on form. Wow, what a great round, eh?
Pats
fabulous,
fabulous. 4 penalties. Just that Hollard fence coming down for Helen Criticus as we take a look at the replay.
Yeah, so that Hollard fence has actually had a few of the, I'd say, the good contenders. You know, Chris had it down, Leonie's had it down, Helen had it down, and I mean, also again, I mean, they're also incredible, that bunch from KwaZulu-Natal, to come up here and do and travel as much as they do. They really, I think it's always a big decision, and it's always, you know, I think it's a show of this magnitude and this length. There's hard work alone when you live in Gauteng, never mind having to have come up all the way from Durban like they do travel, you know.
Beverly Kempster high from Croatia, a South African rider that moved overseas to Croatia. Thank you for all these live streams. Great to hear from you, Beverly. Hit that subscribe button. You got something to say? We'd like to hear who your selections are for this main class. Remember, South African Championships sponsored by Toyota. On the go, Domini, his second horse coming in now. He went out on Collier, 1 down on Collier. This is Soakley Z.
Yeah, Dom loves this horse. Not that he loves anyone, but this is just a fun horse that he really enjoys riding. And Soakley's also a bit like Collier is game. You know, wants to do the job. And it's I mean, I know he is, and he just feels honoured to have both of those horses currently in his string, which is what a choice, you know. You could come out on either day and you would win on either one.
Yep, absolutely. And don't forget about Coleman waiting in the wings as well.
Yeah.
He's there. Athena, past winner of the Derby as well. There's depth there.
Yeah, exactly. So she'll be her fitness will be getting up and ready, and that'll be Dom's next focus after this weekend.
Okay, so strong ride to that open water. Jumps it.
And then paid the price, didn't he?
Paid the price at the next one.
Yeah, obviously knew that he was going to have a little bit of a squiz there because he was prepared for it from that side, and you almost thought he was able to, put the horse back in his box there for that line. Because he really did jump that well, that line, that had been trained. Sure.
Just the 4.
And 2 for Tom though.
71.75. So now the clock's reset. So just the 4 for Dom. So 4 on Collier, 4 on Soakley. But remember, once again, I'm harping on about it. You're carrying forward your scores from the first round through to the second round. As we take a look at the replay, it was a strong ride to that Baker McVeigh open water. And then up the hill, just maybe ran him a little bit deep. Didn't get him back where he wanted to up that hill. So not too many more to come in this first round. As we take a look at some of the onlookers, Greg Scott there, Adrian Brink, Carolyn Dupree, all having a chat what they would have done. That's Kylie Stain there as well. As we take a look now to our capital My Lady, Thomas van Reyk Vorsel.
This is a fun horse, and this is all, I think this is a bit of a crowd's favourite, this little mare, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, the whole combination are a crowd's favourite. So this will be
cracker. She is sold in the inaugural Capital Stud sale.
Which the inaugural one, eh?
Yeah, was the first. Same as Magic Boy, Moonlight.
Really?
Yeah.
She said was a strong crop there, eh?
Yeah. Daughter of Untouchable, who I've got to say is looking well. She is as game as they
heart
come.
And ability and. But as much as she is, I think she needs a Thomas on her.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
a partnership.
Yeah, exactly. It's when a horse and rider find each other. I'm not sure that this mare would do what she does and gives what she does. And as good as she is, I know she has. She does keep Thomas on his toes at home. So he's definitely not. But she's fun to watch when these two are.
She can spit you off very quickly if she's in the mood or not in the mood.
But what a fun combination here. And also been a little unlucky, on one or two things in this year. You thought that it was their time for a World Cup win, or it was all looking like it was there, and just little
she stretched out over that.
She did.
Looked like she had a little. I'm not sure at what, but it looked like she almost had a little look going in there. Then had to really stretch to get out, but she's got. She punches above her weight, doesn't she?
Yeah, no one's ever told her how big she is or what she can't. But what a great round. Yeah, that was fabulous. And that was so much fun to watch when they canter around like that and enjoying it. And
so he is clear. Ronnie Healy Mandarino is clear. Tam Rueda Liantos, Nicholas Syme Lamborghini, and Thomas van Reyk Capital My Lady clear with 2 left to come in this opening round of the South African Show Jumping Championships. Next to go will be another cracker, Pollyanna, and highest qualifier Stacey Weston, Lua DeMel. There goes the wonderful Pollyanna, 15-year-old daughter of Marius Claudius. He by Concord, Robert Smith's Olympic horse. The Royal Brevure Damline, she's another little tenacious type.
Yeah, it's incredible. You're just watching them there. You watched them 2 seasons ago, and it was fast. And now that you can just see how much the mare's grown up and got stronger, and how. The rider is riding on form, old Hannah, and understands her, and you can there's just a calmness at this height right now with the way they're riding and know each other. And again, they are lightning quick.
Well, again, I think you alluded to Thomas and My Lady about it's a partnership, and this is another one.
It is it's just come of age, hasn't
Polly
it?
would be as good as she is with another rider. It's just Hannah and Polly.
Yeah, it is. They really really has taken a little bit of that combination. It's been look at that time, quicker.
10B has come down the most times, 8 times more than any other jump.
So that's the question, eh? Down towards home, little down the hill, real steady 4.
8 in front
hard
of you.
to judge, and then they just Yeah, just push a little.
30% of the time, that 10B coming down. Thank you for the stats there, Michaela. So finishes on 4. We'll be back for the second round. Stacey Weston, Lua de Mel, the highest qualifier in the South African Championships, and hasn't been on this horse at this level for that long a period.
No, I think towards the end of last year there was some Stacey did some good stuff and won a Gold Tour final, and I mean, Stacey's always game and this, but this mare's just got a heart and wants to do the job, and Stacey's produced it again. She produces all her horses and has done some great stuff here, and mares just get stronger and better, and
was the
it's
winner
exciting.
of the first qualifier on Thursday, and we finished up 9th on Friday afternoon. And interesting story about this, Stace has done so well on her homebred horses. This is another one of them. And I know I've told the story a few times, but
you tell it again.
I'll tell it again. So obviously Stacey's maiden name Rodrigues, and her dad Portuguese of origin, and Lua de Mel means honeymoon in Portuguese, and the horse born when Paddy and Stacey were on the honeymoon.
Oh, really?
And that's how she got her name.
Fabulous.
So really, really lovely story there, and what a horse she turned out to be.
Yeah, and she has. I mean, they really have been on form for a while. They have been. They, to come in highest qualifier here, and she's had some really good classes and shows.
Oh, that's down. Prestige and that 10A going down. Finishes on a score of 8.
Yeah, a little disappointing that clear until that line there, and yeah, again, I think riding the line probably the way she knows she needs to ride it, a little deep, and just didn't work on the day from that point of view. But sure, still a.
Well, here's the replay. Off the turn she comes.
She's really protecting the 4 strides, and then just.
And then also almost maybe just didn't complete behind that Prestige one. You can see she's thinking about that distance. She's seen it trap a few other riders going before her. Oh, what a pity. 8 penalties, but I hope she comes back for the second round. So that concludes the first round of jumping. Second round still to come. So coming up next, the second round, which will be over the full course once again. Remember, all riders, barring eliminations or retirements, are invited back for the second round. Doubtful that we will see everybody come back for their second round. Let's take a look at some of those scores. We do go in reverse order of classification on penalties only for the second round. In reverse order of classification, Lauren Neal Dundee sits on 27, Kayla Gattenbach Conzano on 26. Alex Mashevsky on Landino on 19. On 17 is Jody Ambrose Casco Gray. On 12 is Rainer Korba. Kiara Burns sits on 12. On 10 is Nariska and Aiden. On 10 is Oliver Bishop and Gaucho. On 8 is Stacey Weston and Lua de Mel. On 6 is Brandon and Chris van der Merwe. There's a bunch on 4. They are, let's go in reverse order of classification. Hannah on Jean Corbett, Shari Michaelis, Leona van der Merwe on Finale U, Dominique on Collier, George on Lord Chris, Leona on Hey Wilma, Ronnie Healy on Gillian van Orshoff, Helen Criticus, what a ride from her in her first ever South African Championships, Liberia, just the one down, Dominique Alexander Soakley also on the 4, and Hannah Garten Pollyanna on 4. Then there's a couple on some time penalties, on 3-time penalties on Nicole Horwood on Impossible and Lisa Williams on Pilgrim. Gareth Neal sits on 1, as does Nicholas Simon Riley on Lamborghini, and then our 3 clears, who are Thomas van Rijkvoort, or My Lady, what a round, Tamara Rueda Liantos, and Ronnie Healy and Mandarino. We'll have the lineup for you in a moment or two. We're going to go to a break. Don't forget, plenty more action coming up here on Equestrian Live with the South African Show Jumping Championships, sponsored by Toyota.
Toyota Fortuner, you're heading into uncharted territory. Over.
Copy that, Control. We've got this.
Some rough terrain coming up. Engage 4x4.
Roger that. Engaged.
Mission complete, Dad.
The Toyota Fortuner.
Control, we have a problem.
Reimagine the luxury of freedom.
I've been on the road. I've been doing shows.
Okay. All right, here we go.
And
One, two.
Let's go.
Push it to the limit, I can't go no more. Red light, no way, I'm coming back home. Long dirt road all on my own. I'ma be the greatest, write my name in the stone. Write my name in the stone. Yeah, I'm coming back home. Yeah, I'm coming back home.
Look at this. How do they even find these places?
Ooh. Push it to the limit, I can't go no more.
The Toyota Urban Cruiser. Go find your fun.
Well, we're back with you on Equestrian Live as we gear up to the second round of the South African Show Jumping Championships. Tractors are going around the arena, just sprucing up the going. There is what's on offer for the Triple Crown. That is the Toyota Crown motor car. Not easy to get your hands on one of those. Do go check them out, www.toyota.co.za. That motor car, valued just under 1 million rand, is guaranteed to the winner of the Triple Crown Series. On points, Outdoor Grand Prix, SA Champs Derby, the three legs that make up the Triple Crown. It is, of course, with horses and riders, and this is the lineup for the second round of the South African Show Jumping Championships in reverse order of classification. This is how they will start. Kayla Gattenbach will be followed by Jodie Ambrose and Casco Gray, Kiara Byrne, Lindor, Raina Korba, Mr. Twister, Stacey Weston, Lua DeMel, Jean Korba, Callagho Lexington, Shari Michaelis, Ultimo WC, Leona Fanamava, Finale U, Dominic Alexander, Collier, George Cutlass, NCT's Callagho Lord Chris, Leona Fanamava, Hayam Wilmer, Ronnie Healy, Hillian, Helen Criticus, Callagho Liberia, Dominic Alexander, Soakley, Hannah Garten, Pollyanna, Nicole Horwood, Impossible, Lisa Williams, Pilgrim, Gareth Neal, Dartoli, Lamborghini and Nicholas I'm Riley. And last to go will be Ronnie Healy and Cornets Mandarino. 20 starters in the second round. 22, I beg your pardon. Tamara Rueda is there. Thomas van Rijkvorsel will go last in Capital My Lady. Now, 22 starters, but we are expecting possibly one or two more scratchings. They inevitably filter up to the judges' box. So that is the starting order as we have it at the moment. But I'm sure a few of them won't be coming. We'll just have to keep an eye on things as we go. So a few more scratchings have just filtered through to us. Conzano will not go. Casco Gray will not go. Landino will not go. Mr. Twister 5 will not go. Gaucho will not go. Capital Aiden, of course, Nariska had that fall off of Oregon, so she's not going to go either. Hit that subscribe button. Let us know your thoughts about the live streaming, the class, your selections. Kim Duplessis tuning in from Eswatini, from Swaziland. Thank you for the live streaming. Love listening to the knowledgeable commentators and learning about the riders. I'm sure she's talking about Jason, not me. Jason has popped out. He's gone to go and ride a jump off track in one of these smaller rounds, but he will be back with us, hopefully, as we start the second round. Always great to have Jason in co-commentary. Brendan McNiven with us for the morning session, and he'll be back with us later on in the afternoon for the team event, which is still to come. Sue Musto, well done, Nicholas Syme. Riley, superb round on Lamborghini. So that's Sue Musto's selection, we hope, is Lamborghini and Nicholas Syme Riley. Of course, Nicholas Syme already a winner of the South African Show Jumping Championships not too many years ago on Insagi DB. Big thank you to Toyota. They've got their bean bags out here. There's wonderful weather, wonderful catering. So still, if you are in the area, Sue Musto again, fantastic round, Ronnie. So Ronnie's you got to pick one, Sue, or do you? Ronnie or Nicola? Who's your choice, Sue? Who's it for the win in the South African Show Jumping Championships? Of course, Mandarino and Ronnie in a commanding position at the current time in the overall Triple Crown. Of course, he was the winner on Mandarino at the Bob Charter earlier on in the year, Outdoor Grand Prix at Easter Show. He tops the tables on 20 points. Perhaps we could have a look at that table for the Triple Crown once again, if our director would be so kind. Let's just have a look after the first leg of the Triple Crown, how we stand, as we wait for the first horse to come in for the second round. Now, chatting to Anne-Marie Essling, it'll be interesting to have another chat to her. Whether she's altered any of these fences. Course designer's discretion whether after the first round she felt that she would alter any of the fences for the second round. So perhaps we could get somebody to go and ask her a few questions, whether she has altered any of the jumps from the first round through to the second round. Chatting to her earlier on in the course walk, she said that she did have the option of doing that. It'd be interesting to find out if anything in fact has been altered. So, what's going to happen in the second round? I'm going to call on fitness, stamina, durability, as Kiara comes in on Lindor for her second round. She'll be first to go, Kiara Byrne. 12 penalty round in the first round of the South African Show Jumping Championships, and she goes once again on Lindor, 14-year-old son of Lissabon, out of a Contender Dam. I'm told that she was quietly tweaking up or tweaking down, we do not know, but 10B was tweaked. Whether that went up or down, of course 10B was the fence that came down more often than any other fence in the first round. So Anna has tweaked 10B. I would suspect maybe come down one or narrowed one. We'll have to see how that rides. So Kiara Byrne came in on 12 penalties, has had her early rail on Lindor. Now currently sitting on the 16 penalties in this second round of the South African Show Jumping Championships. Riding at a really nice pace here is Kiara on Lindor, over that open water, Baker McVeigh. Now let's take a look at whether we can spot any differences with 10B as she rides this final line. 10A's gone down, 10B no problem. So we'll move on to 20 jumping penalties, make that 24 as the Tack and Togs fence comes down. So final tally of 24 penalties in total for Lindor and Kiara Byrne. Still 19 years young is Kiara. So a big moment for her in the bag, a big day for her. As we take a look at some of the replays of the poles that came down, that that Western Shop fence. And then 10A came down, and then the Tack and Togs fence to finish after two long tracks. I'm sure fatigue coming into play. And just kicking that front rail out as well. Jean Corber goes next. 24 the total for Kiara Byrne. Jean comes in on Callagho Lexington, sitting on a score of 4. So, what is the mindset of Jean? Go clear, and then see how the rest of the class plays out. Whether those that are sitting on time penalties in front of her, or perhaps on a 0 penalty score, might kick one out. She'll stay on 4 if she manages to leave them all up and force a 4 penalty jump off. But of course she's got to go clear here. We saw some time penalties in the first round as well, so you can't afford to take it too carefully and run yourself into time penalties. Even one will be costly. Well, it's all elementary now as that fence goes down and moves her on to 8. But for the other riders sitting on 4 as well, of course you can't afford to take too much time and too much care and run yourself into a time penalty. That would be costly because that moves you out of range of one fence. So an 8 penalty finish there for Jean. As we take a look at the pole that came down in the second round for Lexington. Over that open water, up to that radium fence, and that back rail just coming down as she prepares that right-hand turn. So, finishes on a score of 8 does Jean and Lexington. Shari Michaelis gave us a really lovely display of jumping on Ultimo in the first round. If memory serves, it was that 10A or 10B that came down for Ultimo in the first round as well. 10B causing most of the problems. 10B, I'm told, has been narrowed. So when Anna said she's tweaked slightly, 10B, of course, was the fence we've been talking about that caused most of the problems, and that has been narrowed ever so slightly. So Shari going around here on Ultimo WC. beautifully through that Toyota treble combination, jumping with ease. Moves him on now, down the bottom part of the arena, back up the hill. Now the Baker McVeigh open water, no problem there. Got a steady for the radium fence, don't want to override up the hill. Final line to finish. Now this is where she ran into problems in the first round. Leave them up. Go clear, stay on the 4, put the pressure on those that have gone clear in the first round to keep their scores, and she does just that. Stays on a 4 penalty round as Shari Michaelis over 2 rounds, and that's incredibly well done. Now she'll sit back, see how the rest of the class plays out. She will hope that perhaps the others who have gone clear or had time penalties find a rail and puts her back in the mix. And I say that in the nicest possible way. There's nothing nasty about Shari as well, but that is the nature of the sport if you want to win. That's obviously what she will be hoping will happen, how it plays out. Next to go, Leona van der Merwe, 3-3-4 Finale U. Also on 4. Beautifully done from the triple bar up the hill to that wetland wall. Safely through that Toyota treble. Around now we go to the open water. Slightly hesitant on takeoff 210, where the problem again came in the first round, but I am told that 10 in fact has been made not only slightly narrower but also slightly lower as well. So narrower 10B as well as lower. And 0 penalty round from the second round leaves Leona on just the 4 penalties incurred from the first round. And in comes Dominic Alexander, capital Collier. Also 4 penalties from that first round. So these riders that are going clear in the second round certainly putting some pressure on those that have gone clear from the first. They'll have to stay on their 0 penalty scores. If they want to keep these 4 penalty riders out of the mix, of course. Beautifully done from the open water up to that radium fence, which is the fence that Soakley had with Domini in the first round. No problems for Collier. Oh, and that's down. 10A coming down. Did not need that. Needed to force the clear. Stay on the 4. Not to be for Domini. 4 from the first round. A total score of 8 for Collier after 2 full rounds for Domini Alexander. So that scuppers his chances for sure as we take a look at this replay. 10A. It was 10B that was lowered slightly, narrowed slightly. 10A stays where it was. in that defence at catching Collier and Dominic Alexander. So 2 full rounds, 8 penalties. George Cutlass goes next. Also sitting on the 4 penalties on NCT's Callagho, Lord Chris. Jason is back. Firstly, Jason, how did the jump off go?
It was successful.
Excellent, well done. Right, back to the main class here. So a few have gone Jason, a couple of them have gone clear. 10B has been made slightly smaller, slightly narrower.
That's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting when you went out there, you could hear the talk on the ground that everyone was just getting there too easy to that combination down there, from that side. And so I think that's why Dom then tried to give him a little bit more, not get there so easy, and then paid the price at A.
Yeah.
George is not hanging around, is he?
No, George is going. Our apologies to viewers out there just about the time. We are experiencing 1 or 2 little technical glitches with regards to getting the time sent down to us. George is really motoring here.
Yeah, he's a man on a mission here. He's sitting there with 4 faults, so if he could have it quicker than the others.
Oh, and that, I'm afraid, is what you risk. Balances to the last, but that 4 penalty is going to be costly because that'll put him on the 8 penalties over 2 rounds. So those 2 clears in the second round. Shari Michaelis remains on the 4. Leona van der Merwe remains on the 4. As we take a look at the replay of George's mistake. George's little error. Just clipping it behind on the way through.
You wonder if he wasn't getting ready for that combination again,
Leona comes back, her second ride. Hey, I'm Wilma. In fact, no, this is Ronnie and Gillian van Oorshoff. Leona's just been on Finale. A lovely clear in the second round on Finale, so she remains on the 4. So Gillian van Oorshoff will come in ahead of Leona, who's afforded a little bit more time to warm up. Gillian sitting on 4 penalties from that first round.
A really cheap little rail that as well, but Ron will be back now for sure.
Which did he have down? Was it the Prestige? Final line?
It was jumping out. No, I think it was jumping out as well.
10B. Okay.
There's such a vibe out there, I was just chatting there, just saw someone, and it just showed you how prestigious this is, because there's 1 or 2 people that aren't in the 30 qualifiers that kind of at the beginning of the show we're expecting to be. So it's great to hear that,
yes.
like, any tips, any thoughts on that, hashtag I didn't make it, disappointed, which was interesting to see. This means a lot to the riders, and it's great to hear that, they wanted to be in there, and it was a fight to get into this, which is just shows you how prestigious it was, and gives you also how impressive 10 wins is with
Exactly. Exactly. Right, so
Yes,
got to
it's
lead
still-
them up.
Oh,
Beautifully done.
yeah. Now finish the last.
Well done.
Oh, fabulous.
0 penalty score, second round remains on the 4. Does Ronnie Healy. Gillian van Oorshoff just what the doctor ordered there. He's now level pegging with Shari Michaelis and Leona van der Merwe on Finale. You remember Leona just have another round to come, and so too does Ronnie Healy on a clear Mandarino. So still a long way to go in this South African Show Jumping Championship, sponsored by Toyota. Second round times will count for minor money.
Okay.
So
I suppose there's a few of them on 4 faults, and he was in on 4 faults, wasn't he?
Yeah. So it just shows you the different mindset. I was talking earlier, like, what are these riders on the 4 faults hoping for? To go clear and then others will run into mistakes?
Yeah.
Or do they, like George, go, okay, well, I'm on the 4, let's hunt down some minor money. And
minor could end up 4th, though.
Yes.
It really could be. It's not so minor.
Helen Criticus gave us a great round in the first round. Had just the one down. That Hollard insurance fence to where she canters to now. Leave it up, Helen. Liberia.
She was funny. She was like so excited, and she said she couldn't believe she had to go and do it all again.
She probably didn't know coming in. She probably just like, yeah, I'm done now.
She was like, I can't believe I have to go all again. It was frightening and scary enough.
Lovely mare this has turned out to be for her, formerly the ride of Paige Gage. In with Helen for a few seasons.
Funny how they've also met each other where they're at, you know. She kind of lets her go do a little bit of her own kind of thing, and the mare respects it, and they've had a lot of success over the ranks, haven't they, over the last 2 years?
Oh, 10A's gone down, so 4 penalties from the first round. Keep it on the 4. Yes, she does. 4 from the second round. Finishes on a total score of 8 penalties.
A fabulous showing in your first SA Champs, eh?
Yes, well, I've got my eye on that horse because I've got 2 very well related in my stables out of the same mares, the full brother and the half sister. So, bodes well.
It does. Now you just need to ride them as well.
No pressure. Well done, Helen Criticus. She should be very, very proud. There's the team. 4 penalties in the first round, 4 in the second round. Domini is back. Quick warm-up. He's just jumped off of Collier. He's back on Soakley.
Yeah, interesting. I think these horses both, I don't have Collier actually, but this horse jumped his first big class at the beginning of the year here in the World Cup when you had it at KEP.
Yeah.
So that was in May. It was the first time he stepped him up, you know, and here he is sitting at SA Champs, so he'll definitely be very happy with everything that's been achieved. I don't say he might be irritated, but he'll be happy.
Collier just having the 1 down in his second round, so Collier sitting on 8. Dominic really want to go 1 better here and give us a lovely clear. Former winner of the South African Championships just once and quite a few moons ago on Fedora. So he's, I joked with him, overdue his second win.
He's overdue. He's won everything now, hasn't he? At least once. I know Derby was eluding him until he got it with
Derby
Athena.
Yes. I'm pretty sure, I can't, I have to go over the records, but a man of his talent.
And you can see how much even more settled of entry how the horse that does the waters now. He knows it's there. Oh, how much calmer was that?
Here's where he ran into the mistake overriding the water. No problem second time around. No,
maybe he'll just say that, you know, he didn't know what he was going to do and just put a little bit too much pressure when you see how he rode it the second time. Very different approach to the first one. Finds the same rail with Collier.
It's weird. You mentioned earlier same colours of those fences jumping in, and
I think they're trying to protect.
One or two have just kind of had a look at that, like they're trying to discern where one starts and one ends. As we take a look at the replay, did he have a little slight hesitation going in there?
I think he's Yeah, sometimes you worry about the second part when you haven't, you know, you're trying to protect the second part, you know, not get there so easily.
So Dom actually finishes on a score of 9, had a time fault there as well. So 9 in total there for Soakley. As we move on now to Leona Funamava. She's completed her warm-up on her second ride, 3-3-4, Hey, I'm Vilma.
Yeah, also a cheap roll, didn't she? She had the back of the Hollard.
So here she comes to the Hollard now.
This looks like there's a, you know, having jumped it the first time, there's definitely a calmness amongst all the riders, isn't there? You know.
I suppose there would be, though. I mean,
you know what's coming, and edge and
stretches for the back rail out of that treble combination. So I've got to keep it all together here. Finish on the 0. Bank the 4.
Yeah. Sure, she's jumping. So the last line, she's having a big breath and preparing to finish this line. Yeah, good. I think her and Ronnie with Gillian have got that.
Yeah,
superb down that line. Sure.
All her fans,
and the crowd, yeah.
Crowds go wild. 4 penalties. So finishes on her score from the first round, which was the 4. Next on the 4, and the last who had 1 railed in the first round is Hannah Gotten, Pollyanna. Then we're into time penalties. Then the 3 clears.
Pollyanna was quick, if I remember, in the first round. I noticed that when she came in, sure, she was.
Remind me of the rail. Was it also hollow?
No, hers was jumping out the combination B.
Okay, 10B.
Yeah. It's electric, isn't it? That one, the way he canted off there.
Yeah.
It's electric. It's been interesting to watch all these horses over the last 3 seasons progress and mature and become what they are now. And, you know, she also is where she finished top 2 or 3 in the World Cup circuit as well this year. Had a great time. I think 3rd down in Shangweni. So really...
correct, leg 5 finished 3rd.
Yeah. So really having a
good run of it.
Yeah,
she's
great.
Super talented.
Yeah, and it's toppers, you know, we talking about all the finals there, you know, in the warm-up class, in the speed classes, they're always in the top 3 or 4 or winning it, and, you know, just always campaigning there, aren't they? And they both actually look like they're having fun. They're cantering around here. Ears are pricked. Mare's
Aren't
keen.
you supposed to, Jason? Isn't that what it's about? When the fear abates. So no trouble, second time of asking, and stays on the 4. Lovely round. A moment or 2 ago we saw the president of SAF, Mr. Ian Sunner, sitting under that pavilion enjoying the afternoon here at KPC. So 4 penalties there. So from those on the 4 who stayed on the 4, Shari Michaelis, Leona Finale, Leona Hayheim Wilmer, and Ronnie Healy, Gillian van Oorshoff, and Hannah Garten on Pollyanna. So they remain on 4. We now move into the time penalty riders. Capital Impossible goes next. Nicole Horwood, 3 for time. She's not going to make that mistake this time around.
No, you don't think so? So there's five sitting all together on the 4 falters, eh?
Yeah.
That's interesting. And then how many more to come? About 5 to come. 3 time falters and then 2 clears.
4 time falters, 3 clears.
3 clears. So we could see a 3rd round. Yeah.
Very possibly. Very possibly. Of the clears, Ronnie, Tamara, Thomas could very easily go clear once again. So are we headed for a 3-horse, 3-rider jump off?
I think, like you said, Nicole looks like she really is a little bit more wary of the time. To make sure that it... So she needs to make up basically 3 seconds, eh?
Exactly. She's riding on.
Yeah, and she's... Last line.
Of course, Nicole Horwood, the only rider to win the Triple Crown in the same calendar year on the same horse.
Yeah.
Capital Don Camarco.
Is there anything her and Don Camarco didn't win?
Not much.
Any other records they didn't break?
No, in fact, I think that they won every title there was. I know the President's Cup eluded them for a while, and they claimed that. So there we go, clear.
Yeah.
Clear all the way, inside of that time allowed of 72 seconds.
So she puts her in pole position, eh?
So now all of those 4 falters go, If only she had been over that time allowed by a second, there would have been a 4-fold jump off at the current time, and then they would have been looking at those who have gone clear. But she now takes the lead on 3. Also on 3 penalties, time penalties, Protein Feeds Pilgrim. This is Lisa Williams now. Protein Feeds Pilgrim sitting second on the log. Triple Crown log.
Yeah, also time as well. Hey, he spends a lot of time in the air, this horse.
Oh, and I've just been told impossible, one time fault.
No,
so
you're kidding
puts
me.
her onto 4. so she is now on 4. So at the current time, we're on a 4-fault jump off. But of course, there are still those clears.
Okay, so she was able to make up 2 seconds on her
So
first
if
round.
Lisa has 2 time penalties now,
Yeah.
well, no, she's still on the 3. So if she has 1 time penalty as well,
So she also has to make up 3 seconds.
so she'll be riding on. Get me
Yeah.
clear.
And you jump through the treble there, boy. Sure, just shows she's power.
Oh no! Oh.
It's amazing how and I think that also sums up the sport, as in now, how did they make the sport more difficult? You know, the jumps are as high, as light as they can, so time becomes an issue. So, you know, that was trying to get in for time-wise, you know?
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
Riding for the time, unfortunately.
And you jumped her big over the treble. And then I think she was, you know, she lost 1 or 2 seconds there, and then you're trying to think to get up and get going, and just not what you...
I hope that she's okay. Fortunately, she's
I think
gonna be
most
a
of these
little
girls
wet.
are tougher than you and I, so I think she'll be fine. The way she sprung up there and was checked by the medic.
She's just more miffed than anything else. Oh, what a pity. So an elimination came into the second round on the 3 time penalties. A clear would have put her into the lead. Unfortunately, not to be for Lisa Williams and Pilgrim. And the bigger picture there is that she's not going to score points today. The Triple Crown, she was sitting on 17, 3 points behind Ronnie. And he, of course, still has Mandarino to come and is clear.
Yeah, on the big scale of things, it also changes a lot of stuff, because you've just told me about...
As we take a look, sorry,
Yeah.
Jason, let's just kind of look down at it. I don't think Lisa's going to appreciate that we're playing these replays again, but... Oh. That's the sport, huh?
Yeah, yeah. So Lisa's out, and then you're telling me that Tam is not going to jump Derby.
Tam's...
And then Kelly, I don't think, is also not in the running.
No, she's not. She
So Ronnie's
did
got
reveal that Moonlight's going to new ownership, so she's out.
So Ronnie, so then it's a big, it leaves you with Ronnie and Ronnie against himself, and then Lara.
And Lara's not going to score points today because she's not coming in on Dundee. So Ronnie's looking in a seriously commanding position. But it's the Triple Crown. You've got to compete all 3 legs.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. So still lots to play for that Toyota Triple Crown car. Here we go. Dartoli sits on 1 time penalty with Gareth Neal.
The main concern on this one is that he's fit enough and strong enough, having not jumped a lot this year, and ask him to jump 2 rounds of, you know, digging deep. The first round was, I think we didn't realize how good it was. You know, it was almost textbook.
How old would Dartoli be now? This mare 16. 16-year-old daughter of Van Gogh. Unfortunately, that's gone down, so 4 penalties. Puts him on the 5 now with that 1 time penalty from the first round.
Yeah.
So he's gone behind those that had 4 in the first and clear in the second.
Sure, she jumped that Oxa.
That's amazing how quickly things in this sport can change.
It has changed a lot, especially with the last 5 here, you know. Yeah.
1 down. I think, he's shaking his head, slightly disappointed with that. Could so easily been... And again, it's not just about the prize money for SA Champs. It's about getting yourself into the points then for... Although I'm not sure she campaigned the Outdoor Grand Prix.
Yeah. Just might have got that a little easy.
So finishes on...
probably slightly deeper than he would have wanted to.
Two-time faults, I'm told, as well.
Okay, so 7.
So a total of 7 over the 2 rounds for Gareth Neal and Dartoli. So Nicholas Syme goes next, also on 1-time penalty from the first round. On
So it's right now, so all the 4
Lamborghini.
faulters are tied up together now. So we're still sitting in the same situation with 3 to go.
Yeah, so we've got Shari on 4,
Yeah.
Leona and Finale on 4, Leona and Wilma on 4, Ronnie Healy and Gillian on 4, then Nicole Horwood on 4 after that 3-time penalties and
Yeah.
that 1-time penalty. So we're all tied up, correct?
And
on
how many
4.
are there? How many on 4 then? 5 of them, 6 of them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Sure.
6 on 4. 4 penalty jump off 6-way at the current time.
With 3 to go.
With 3 to go, but we've got
1.
Nicholas Syme on 1. So she'd have to give us 3-time penalties here to be in the mix on the 4 for that trend to continue. And then, of course, the 3 clears. Ronnie on Mandarino, Tam, Leantos, and Thomas on My Lady.
I want to think that one of the big first classes that Thomas jumped was SA Champs last year at Stockiesdra on
My Lady.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
And if I remember, I think he was the only one who didn't have a rail and had a silly miscommunication to the one jump, if you remember.
Yes.
Number 2 or something like that in the first round, or something bizarre.
And how Amy McCall must be sitting at home watching.
Yeah.
Last year's winner and not here this year.
Yeah.
Too busy partying in Stellenbosch. Studying, sorry.
Studying. I heard studying. Sure.
Wow, there we go.
So time, hopefully, maybe.
Okay, so
as it stands, 1-time fault with, and we have to
clear
see
for
what
time.
happens.
Clear for time. Stays on the 1, does Nicholas Syme Riley.
So she's the leader. Worst case
into the
scenario
lead she goes.
Worst case scenario is bronze.
Now, she's been fortuitous with time penalties. Remember in Sagi President's Cup when she won it on a time penalty after
1 or
others.
2 times.
Yeah, I think
couple
twice,
times,
yes. Twice she won on time penalties after the other on that format, fluff their lines. And will we see the same? She puts the pressure because now they have to go clear.
Yeah, they
now
can't
if
afford
they
a
have
pole.
a rail, there's no jump off. It's Nicola all the way. Here is Mandarino, Ronnie Healy. Pressure is on. Will he feel it? Does he feel pressure, this guy?
I think when he won Derby the way he did, I think that answered all the questions. I've never seen such a cool round over what felt like 30 jumps, not 15.
So the current log leader, 20 points in the bag after Easter Festival. Outdoor Grand Prix, the opening leg of the Triple Crown. This was the winner. He went head-to-head with Lisa Williams and Pilgrim that day. He's jumped to clear in the opening round of the 2024 South African Show Jumping Championships. Needs another clear to move ahead of Nicholas Syme Riley. Clear through that treble.
It's been interesting because this horse didn't campaign last year. He campaigned the year before and was successful, and then had a slight little niggle of some sort, and I think that's one thing that Ronnie's incredible at, is bringing horses back. So he was able to take the time, and he was young.
Certainly come back strong.
Yeah.
Leave it up. Leave it up.
Sure.
One more.
So we just hope that time, because he had felt like it was a careful round. I hope it was
clear for jumping. Time is
clear.
good.
Oh,
Into
good.
the lead he
Sure.
goes. So 1-time penalty. Nicholas Syme Riley will put her at this current stage into second. Ronnie Healy on the 0.
Yeah. So that's incredible. So that leaves him on there. And if am I correct in saying that he jumped double clear at outdoor?
Correct.
Which then puts him into another possible bonus.
Exactly. So he bagged the full 100,000 Rand at Outdoor Grand
Sure.
Prix.
And currently he's bagging it.
And currently he's bagging the 100,000 Rand. Remember,
Yeah,
if
it does.
we go to a 0 penalty jump off
Yes.
and you incur faults in the jump off
Yeah.
and win on the faults, no bonus.
Oh, really?
You have to be
triple.
You have to be 0.
Sure.
So
It's tough, eh?
if these two who are still to come, Tame Rueda currently on track now, have a rail and don't go through the jump off, Ronnie gets the money.
Okay, the full 100.
The full 100.
Okay, so we'll win it on a double clear,
If
not a
they
triple
jump clear and we go to the jump off,
He
and,
has
they all,
to.
and he's got to jump clear again.
Again.
Liantos, winner
Sure.
of the last leg of the World Cup not too long ago at Shongweni, Tamara, and again she's on the log, but said she won't be campaigning this horse at Derby.
Such a great initiative that Toyota have brought in this time, and how much excitement it's brought to it, and the talk of it, and I mean it's all credit Toyota from that side of thing, and doing this outdoor Grand Prix, Derby, SA Champs, 3 huge majors. Such a privilege for the sport.
Clear to the last.
Come on.
Wow.
So we have a jump off.
We have a jump off with 1 still left to come. Capital My Lady, 0 penalties. Ronnie Healy, Mandarino, 0 penalties. Tam Rueda, Liantos, and last to go will be Capital My Lady and Thomas van Rijkvorsel. We will go to a jump off in the South African Championships for 2024, sponsored by Toyota. As we take a look at that log once again, so Mandarino on 20 and Tam there on 12, sitting in 4th. Chatted to her in the build-up to this class, and again, I mentioned, she said she's not going to go to Derby with this horse.
Yeah.
I wonder if she changes her mind. Now,
I'm not sure that's a decision you make 4 weeks out.
you never know when there's a R1 million Toyota Crown on the line. And the bragging rights, of course, Triple Crown. Thomas van Rijkvorsel goes last. Capital My Lady.
It would be exciting if we have a triple jump off here, because it'll be lightning fast with these 3.
Triple jump off in the Triple Crown.
Yeah.
You can't be too careful, because that time.
Yeah, and I think the mare needs to run. Tom needs to ride it the way he does. They attack everything, and that's where their power and excitement and everything comes from. It's quite impressive when you look up and watch that hollow from where we are standard, from our basement here. But I mean, all these horses have. Mandarin has looked incredible. Tam is, and her partnership with that one, the way they've jumped around there. I mean, they really haven't breathed on a pole. The two of them really haven't. Thomas is really going in action here, so he's got the last line here. When you're not riding, it's a tense, isn't it? Okay, so now he needs to step up there, and she pushed last time. She's going to have to push again, and she did. And calm to the last. Yeah.
And the crowd goes wild.
This is going to be fast.
3-way jump off in the South African Championships. The 3
Fabulous.
clears stay on the 0. Look at the smiles from the young man. Thomas van Rijkvorsel, Hiti Purkita, the whole team behind Capital My Lady will be ecstatic. They're all in with a big shout. This is going to be quick. Mandarino, Liantos, My Lady, all 3 of them out-and-out gallopers.
I don't think you could find a better crop of 3 fast horses. There's and 3 competitive riders. Neither of them are going to go, and not one of them are going to try to jump a triple clear.
No, no, they're going to be going for it. They're going to be going for it. I mean, they'll want the clear because there's the bonus prize money, but they'll want the title and the points.
Yes. No, they won't be settling for a triple clear in 3rd place. That won't be.
Absolutely. Right. So the jump off 3, 4, 6A, 6B, 8, 9, 11.
3, 4?
3, 4, 6A, 6B, 8, 9, and 11 is the jump off. We'll take a look at the jump off course in a moment or two. We're going to go to an ad break, and when we come back, A three-way jump off for the Toyota-sponsored South African Show Jumping Championships here on Equestrian Live.
Control to Fortuna, you're heading into uncharted territory. Over.
Copy that, Control. We've got this.
Some rough terrain coming up. Engage 4x4.
Roger that. Engaged.
Mission complete, Dad.
The Toyota Fortuner.
Control, we have a problem.
Reimagine the luxury of freedom.
There's a lot that goes into a Toyota Vitz, so to get it all into just 30 seconds, I've asked for a little help.
All right, take it away. What do you say? 4.4 litre fuel consumption, touchscreen, central locking, power steering, electric windows, park distance control, Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, airbags, ABS, and an EBD, and a VSC, and an HSC, 7 color options. Look at that, boot space, sold.
Well, I'm sold.
Toyota Vitz, more car, less cash.
Sudden, I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby, have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you, but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side, maybe we could be okay. Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away.
Welcome back to our pictures here from the Peter Mini Arena, where it's all getting very, very exciting as we move into a three-horse jump-off to crown the South African Show Jumping Championship champion for 2024. A title that Amy Michau currently holds for the next couple of minutes, that is, until we get a new champion to go through to the next year. So Cornet's Mandarino goes up against Liantos and Capital My Lady. All three of those horses clear. Jump off is over fences 3, 4, 6A, 6B, 8, 9 and 11 is what we have.
So they're going to start with the triple bar? down to the wall, which will be interesting. So right train in, then they're going to cut across the arena after the wall to the part of the triple combination. So oxer in, one stride vertical. And from there they are going to then spin back to the radium oxer and down the final line 9, which is the prestige, and a long gallop down to the Takentogs oxer.
So I'm told, Jason, that they have just in fact changed that jump off, so apologies for that. It is now 3, 4, 6A, 6B, 13, 9 and 11.
I think 13 is maybe the South African, or the, I don't know what you call it, oxer behind the radium. Would you say that? That's
skinny oxer.
Yeah, next to there, where would be number? Yeah, I'm thinking that. I don't know what else would make sense, because you have 9 at the top with the prestige. So I think it's there. That's what I think. So it's instead of jumping the radium, you're jumping the
skinny oxer. Yeah.
What's it look? Looks like World Championship colours.
Right, so just to recap, 3, 4, 6A, 6B, 13, 9 and 11, the amended jump off track.
So you can't do anything 3 to 4. That's straight line. And then you're going to probably go inside the hollard, I'm guessing, and around number 1 to the part of the combination. Then the question will be, will you turn inside the triple bar back to 13? And what do you do back to, I don't know if you can, where we're sitting, I'm not quite sure whether you can get inside to 9. And then a big risk it all to the last.
Ronnie Healy, first to go. Corner to Mandarino.
He loves going first.
Combination, the winners of the Outdoor Grand Prix.
Okay, this is going to be interesting to see. So it's tough being first, because he needs to set the thing and he needs to let them catch them, but he also needs to leave them all up.
Here we go. Time allowed 44 seconds. 3 to start.
Over the wall, job done. Round 1, inside hollowed easily.
6AB now.
Nice shot to the combination. Tight inside, back to this.
13 now.
That's the new bump. Jumps beautifully across it. Sure.
9.
One thing about those horses, that step and it landed going there, hey? Sure, it really did. Let's count how many it does to the last year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, but it leaves them up.
Leaves them all up.
That was quick.
Comes home in a time of 38, 39.
Oh, and he's all clear, so he's on time for the bonus.
Yeah, he is.
He is.
So that 60,000 Rand added to that 40,000 Rand first check that one would ordinarily get as the winner of the South African Championships, courtesy of Toyota.
So you have to think with the next two that time is beatable, but he has done it and he's left them up. So they have to.
And he's put pressure on them because they can't afford a mistake, can they?
Not at all.
And one thing about Mandarino, he tries. He doesn't want to touch the wood. He will twist. He will get his 100%. Back end out the way. He's
very much so. You saw that going into the Toyota combination there. He was.
But Liantos is much the same. Allergic to wood.
100%.
Tamrueda. Here she goes. 38.39, her time to beat.
So get over the first two, get those out the way, and then the jump off can start. Nice shot to the triple bar. Wall's out the way. Same kind of line there. I think Ronnie was maybe one less in there. Sure, she's probably going in there. Did turn tight there. Oh, I don't know. It's. Oh,
and it's down.
It is the pressure. Maybe trying a little. No, it's so hard to say. Yeah, super. Oh, and 37.
37.91, quicker than Ronnie, but 4 penalties. One down, 37.91 as we take a look at the replay of the fence that came down. That new fence, number 13, on track, jumping it across it, the skinny on the angle.
That's probably the only rail he's touched in the last 4 days.
Correct.
Incredible.
Probably longer than that.
Yeah, probably the last 3 shows.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So 4 penalty there for Tam. Now Thomas van Rijkvorsel. So the time can be beaten.
100%.
38.39. Cornet Mandarino's time. Capital My Lady is super fast.
So it'll be interesting to see there. So, I think where Ronnie was good was after the double, the Toyota back to that one that Tam hit. So Thomas just did a spin back there to see if he's on the same, that he knows exactly where he is. That he has to leave them all up. So over the first 2, and then we can start. There we go. Nice shot in.
37.91.
Good out the back. No, he needs to just get a rhythm here. Tam just didn't have the rhythm that. Oh, super hit that. No, he's just got to. I think he's up now. I would think at this kind of thing. So I think he just needs to now leave the last. Just stay composed and keep it together. Yeah. 36.
And there you have your winner, 36-0.
The support
Look at the
crowd.
team, the support crowd. Wow,
Fabulous.
what a ride, what a horse,
Fabulous.
what a partnership. Thomas, what a smile, look at the smile on his face.
Yeah. Well, they got it right the second time round, and they again didn't hit a pole of all 3. This time he hadn't had a little run out, so fabulous.
Brilliant stuff. He is overwhelmed. Look at him, look at the team.
Yeah, Will and Thomas go a long way back. I think back from pony. They've come through the ranks from ponies together. So fabulous. What a great.
Absolutely brilliant. 0 penalty score. We'll walk away with the bonus. We'll bag the 100,000 Rand. All I have to say is the poor pangolins. Thomas van Rijkvorsel, the winner. Now, let's turn our attention back to the Triple Crown. He will bag the 20 points today, right?
Yeah, so that does put him up.
He puts
20.
He wasn't in the running after the first leg, so he is on the 20 now. Ronnie Healy will bag 17 today to put himself onto 37 points.
And Tam goes up to 26.
And Tam goes up to 26. Thomas van Rijkvorsel, more to come on that. We'll have a look at some of the permutations in a moment or two. Thomas van Rijkvorsel wins the South African Championships 36-20. Ronnie Healy Mandarino in second, 38-39. Tam Ruwede in third on 4 penalties there. As we take our pictures back, here's young Thomas getting that winner's Toyota sash.
Congratulate my brother.
Yeah,
brother Frick. What a great result. And how old's Thomas now?
Well, this is the thing, what I was crossing my mind. So last year, Amy McCow, how old was she? South African Show Jumping Championship, not in her 20s.
Yeah.
And now Thomas, I don't think he's in his 20s yet, is he?
Well, yeah, we could let's rather say they're both under 23. That makes us sound better.
So for 2 years in a row, young champions, which bodes well for the future, because how strong does it look when you got this kind of talent coming through the ranks? I mean, when I say coming through the ranks, Thomas is there,
exactly.
isn't he?
But if you look at all the guys, even the top 6, you've got Thomas there, you've got Hannah, you've got Tam, you've got Helen Criticus there, George, Shari. I mean, there's so many. Kiara opening her thing here. Sure, very exciting. Out of the top, I mean, and that was, and you had to qualify. There were 50 starters on day one. The top 31
58, 59, I think, close to 60 on both days.
I mean, there's World Cup podium horses that didn't qualify.
Yeah, exactly.
So that just shows you the depth and the excitement and the rise of it, and fun. And Tom's had a bit of unluck, and even at the Shangweni World Cup, also didn't make it. And today it all came together,
New South African Show Jumping Championship. Champion, Thomas van Rijkvorsel. Wonderful stuff. Let's turn our attention now back to the points situation with the Triple Crown. Now I'm just looking forward to Derby. So Ronnie and Mandarino, they bagged the 17, so they got to go on to 37, right? Pilgrim won't feature today, no points there. Gillian will get some points, I think, for minor money, but won't go too much higher on the rankings. Liantos will climb a bit.
Down to 26.
26. So, and 20 for
Thomas.
My Lady and Thomas. So the question is, will Thomas have his eye on that horse on Derby?
I don't know. I mean, it's as brave as a lion. I'm just not sure that it's. I'm not sure. I doubt it's I don't know. I mean, it would be interesting to see there. I mean, I do think that when I look at this, you think that Ronnie is in the driving seats.
Yeah, absolutely.
With Gillian and Cornet and what he did today, triple clear, and going number one, he really couldn't do much more than what he did. I thought it was a very professional showing from him on both his horses and from everybody, to be honest. It was such a great class.
And I've just been reminded that it really is irrespective, because you have to compete all three, and My Lady didn't do outdoor Grand Prix, so not really in the running.
Okay.
So Ronnie really is in the driving seat. I mean, he may as well give him the car keys now, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, what does he have to do? He has to,
he has to show up.
He has to show up. Yeah, it does look like it, eh? But Ronnie's never just showed up. No, Ronnie goes to win.
No. Well, there are our pictures. Young Thomas, the smile has not left his face. We will be getting an interview with Thomas. Capital My Lady. I mean, let's talk about this horse. On the inaugural Capital Stud sale, sold along with some other really top-class Night Star. He's now overseas, now Nassau. Moonlight and Magic Boy, some real strong graduates off of that inaugural sale. But how well has this little mare done?
Yeah, I mean, what you said, Moonlight is currently the World Cup Series winner.
Yeah.
This one is now South African champion. You know, the other one's jumping in Europe in America under NASA. I mean, that's in one crop of auction horses. That is amazing, you know. It really is. Yeah, and this was interesting. I mean, I think Ivan van der Sade did a bit of work on this one as well and produced it. And, you know, the one thing that you have to say is the family as a whole have made sure it's always been in the correct hands. It's, you know, a horse of this caliber and quality has always been rightly educated.
But you got to say that partnership between Thomas and this little horse, absolutely devastatingly good. Fantastic. There he is. Congratulations once again to the young man. Jason, your thoughts on the class, the South African Championships, and then a little bit about Toyota, the sponsorship. We've spoken about it a little bit as well, but really exciting. Just up the ante.
Yeah, I mean, this was a fun class to watch. It really was. I mean, to have two riders go triple clear and one rider go double clear and have a very, you know, late rail in the jump off. What exciting. I mean, it really is. The quality of the horses, the speed of the jump offs here, and as a whole, I mean, I think Kailami Parker put on a great show here. It's been a long show. I mean, for everybody, it started on Wednesday, but it's record entries, I think, in all the grades. And like we said, there was 59 or so riders wanting to get here. There were 60 starters in the 140 with quality, you know, riders. There was over 90 135s, over 120 130s. So I mean, that is a lot of horses, a lot of riders, a lot of depth, and
it's never been this strong ever.
Sure, it's incredible. It really is. I mean, here we are in the main ring. Here we've got in the outside ring 102 or 102 1 meter horses in the championships. We've got 120 1 meter 10s in the championships over there. We've got we've got Interprovincials still going on both sides. You know, from that side. We've got the Interprovincial class after this. I mean, but again, it's only made possible by the sponsors that do it. You know, I think when they announced the Triple Crown at the beginning of the year and had the press and had all the riders here, it was exciting. And I think also when you get a new sponsor and you get a new series like this, you also don't know how it's going to play out. You know, it sounds exciting, but how's it going to work and all of this? And it's incredible. You know. It's really fun, you know. Here we are sitting here as a commentators trying to work out the numbers and where they are and what's going to happen. Could they, and you know, will they be crazy enough now to jump a horse who's never jumped Derby again in Derby? You know?
It really has a whole new level of excitement. As Gwen Crompton going forward to present the winner's rosette to Thomas. I've got this. I know
Yeah,
her.
yeah,
I know
yeah,
her.
yeah.
There's Gwen and Mr. Glenn Crompton, the Vice President of Marketing for Toyota South Africa, the man that we approached with the concept, and he said, I'm in, I love it. So big ups to him. He was just sold straight away. He saw the synergy with Equestrian Sport Toyota and, of course, with the Triple Crown car.
Yeah.
So it all just fell into place, and thank you to Mr. Crompton and Toyota for making this happen. It really is very much appreciated by the equestrian fraternity.
What a nice bonus. I mean, what was the extra bonus for Thomas? 60,000?
60,000.
Yeah, what a pleasure. On top of.
On top of the 40, so he'll walk away with 100,000 Rand today for his efforts, my lady's efforts.
Fabulous.
Not a bad day's work.
And what is the deal to win the car? How does that whole one work?
Whoever wins on points.
Oh, really? Wins the car?
Wins
straight
the
off. As
guaranteed.
easy as that.
Guaranteed.
Sure.
Guaranteed prize. No ifs or buts or maybes. It's whoever
Has Ronnie
wins
been taking selfies with the car yet?
I think he will today. I think he's going to get off the horse, get off the podium, and go straight over there and just rearrange the driver's seat to his leg space, and
Oh, that's very exciting. That is very exciting.
No, it's guaranteed prize.
And the Leontes has been incredible, hasn't he, this year? He's had such a great year. I mean, he won in Chongweni the other day, and I know he's had some other great places there. And I mean, and Lamborghini. I mean, what did he finish on one time fault?
One time fault. What a future he has.
Sure, that's incredible. I mean, it could have been a four-way jump off, couldn't it? I think Nicola was, and he's 8 years old, so he would be the youngest one in the lineup there, wasn't he?
For sure.
And then after that was it the fastest four faulters? Is that why Hannah's in there?
Yeah, Hannah would be there as the fastest four faulter. We had those that are on. Let's take a look. So Thomas, Ronnie, Tam, Nicola, Ronnie Healy on Gillian on 4 penalties in 66.90.
Oh, was he fifth there?
Yeah, so Ronnie was fifth as well. Hannah Garten then on Pollyanna in 6th place. On 4 penalties, 68.37. Leona Hayam Wilmer in 7th. Shara Michaelis in 8th on Tack and Togs.
But that's interesting. With Gillian going in where he came there, he still got 10 points. So he still ends up on 24. So you've got Ronnie on 37. I mean, these are all unofficial ones. And, I didn't get an A+ for maths.
No. So we've got Ronnie and Cornet Mandarina on 37.
Yeah.
Tamara and Leantos on 26. Ronnie on Gillian on 24. Lisa and Pilgrim on 17. Kelly and Moonlight won't take part as the horses moved on. Lara and Dundee on 8. Finale and Leona on 8. And Dominic and Collier on 4 with one leg still to play. So you got to say that really
Ronnie's
in
commanding
the
position to be in first and third.
Yeah.
And and he's, I mean,
which is where he was coming into today, and he's retained that position. It's only second that's changed. It was Lisa and Pilgrim, and now it's gone to Tamara and Leantos.
But instead of having a 3-point lead, he's got a 11-point lead.
Correct.
Yeah, that was a good day out for him, eh?
You could say, Jason, he's in the driver's seat.
It's been a long day for you. Is that the Triple Crown? Is that the car?
That is the car. That is the Crown motor car, the Toyota Crown. It's valued at over 900,000, just shy of R1 million, that motor car. Not a lot of them out on the road. It's a special car. Obviously, a lot of synergy with the Crown. So actually, if it's not just the car at R1 million, it's 100,000 Rand for the bonus prize money for the outdoor Grand Prix, 100,000 Rand for the bonus prize money for this leg, and then going into Derby guaranteed to the winner 150,000 Rand.
Oh really? Yeah.
So that's guaranteed.
That's huge money. Yeah. Really
so if Ronnie walks away with that car, it's valued close to R1 million, 100,000 Rand plus his paycheck today. It's
pretty close to 1.3 in total. If everything is done. So, but that's good. I mean, it's incredible. I mean, I don't know if we would have ever had that much prize money in a year, in a calendar year, being available to the top riders. But the sport is taking a new direction. I think the prize money is starting to match the value of the horses and the cost of the sport and everything like that. And it's incredible that Toyota,
which is great.
Yeah, it lifts everybody. It really does. It really does. And for Ronnie's sponsors behind him, you can see on there, Blue Turtle that are backing him, Western Shop, HH Feeds, everything else that's part of it. It's not a. There's such a big team behind Ronnie and his horses. From physios to chiros to grooms to owners. It's unbelievable from that point of view. What it takes. These guys are almost just the pictures of the success, but behind it is incredible.
It's not a cheap sport. So I mean, these sponsors, we have to look after them. And thank you once again to Toyota.
Yeah. And again, we see all this here, but they've been. It's the 6 o'clock in the morning rides and the Saturday afternoon sacrificing this golf game and this function or whatever it is. From that point of view,
it's dedication, hard work.
Yeah.
Thomas gets the
there we go.
Gets the trophy there, and there is the check, courtesy of Toyota, with that bonus prize money of 60,000 rand, 100,000.
Yeah, fabulous.
Of course, he got the check at the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. Mr. Glenn Crompton, well done, sir. Thank you so much.
The difference between him and that is 2 seconds. That's all it was.
That's a costly 2 seconds right there. So what does that work out to per second? I think his prize money for second place will be around about 15,000. So that's a 75,000 rand. That's different. Yeah. That's costly 2 seconds.
Yeah, 85,000 rand.
Well done all, well done. Gwen Crompton there, and Thomas van der Rijkvorsel, the newly crowned South African show jumping champion. I wonder how many of those he'll get in his career.
Well, he's got a target, doesn't he?
10.
Yeah, 10, and the closest 10 with Gonda.
11.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, yeah, he's young enough. He's starting early enough from that side of thing. Who's closest to isn't it one of Gonda's pupils? Isn't it? I
think Ronnie Lawrence sits on 5. He's 5 behind Gonda.
I thought it might have been Impossible Rider.
Nicole.
I mean, she's got a few under her belt.
A few, but I think Ronnie Lawrence sits on 5. She sits on 10.
You almost wonder if it's ever going to get caught. I mean, 10 South African. It's almost, and then you have on the other side of the sport with Graham Wynn and eventing. I think he's got 15. I mean, those they cement themselves as legends, don't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then, like you said, I mean, to have for Gonda to have 15, but their Gonda sits there. Her pupils were second and third in this, in this lineup here. From that point of view, and probably even probably and then fourth was Nicola's also a pupil, and then in fifth place, how many people are there on 4 faults, which are her? So
exactly. Thomas, of course, trained by Domini and walks away now also with the Victor Ladorum.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, just been received the Victor Ladorum sash. So well done, young Thomas.
And Thomas has been with Dom now for a couple of years. They were gold medal at the Youth Olympics. So where were they? Second in the
That's nice to see, isn't it?
Yeah, he loves that mare. He really does. He loves all his horses.
Well done, Team Thomas, Team Alexander, all the support crew, Charlotte, Culler, Hetty, all of them. Just going to take some photo opportunities before he leads us all off on a lap of honour, and then of course we will be getting a winner's interview with Thomas. He's had so many big wins, you wonder.
But I say it is he must be pretty fluent in his interviews, because he's a bit nervous, but by now he should be almost owning it. He's had enough with you, hasn't he?
He's had a few. Yeah. And of course that big one overseas at Aachen, hallowed ground for equestrian sport.
Yeah, fabulous. It's amazing. I don't know, the rosettes at this SA Champs are just exciting. They're just different. You know, they really are showing the colours there that you see them on those horses, and that they are.
I wouldn't know. I never
special.
got one.
One day when you're big.
One day when I'm big.
And there's the hard work. Those are the guys that put in the hours and the scrubbing and the cleaning and the, you know. So when they walk, we finish now and they go home, and then these guys are back to work. You know, my lady needs to be put to bed and iced and watered down and cooled down and made sure that she's fine, and you know, as the athletes, as all of those horses, not just my lady, as all 50 that started there, you know.
Rugs, bandages, beamer blankets, the whole shebang.
Exactly, they need to be made well. Also, I think on that fall in Nariska, it wasn't as subtle as we thought. There's a bit more damage there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I saw her clutching her arm. She didn't look happy at all.
I think there could be a break there as well. So I think they were debating which hospital, to be honest, from that side. So I hope it's nothing serious, especially after telling me all the surgery that she's just had.
And Lisa, okay, she just needs a change of breeches.
Yeah, I'm sure she jumped up pretty quickly.
So once again, big thank you to Glenn Crompton, and assisted there by Mrs. Gillian Shaw, and Belinda Davidson's on the right-hand side of your pick, judges for the competition. We saw Mr. Jean-Michel Telot a few moments ago as well, assisting. So well done to all of the judges, the officials, course designers. Of course, we've still got the Interprovincials to come, 1 metre 30, 1 metre 35s. That's still to come. But Jason, to you, thank you so much for being part of us.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's always great to sit here and watch a class in this in depth, and
when are we going
have
to
the
see you up
opportunity
in these?
I've got some very exciting horses coming up. It's always a little while, but yeah, maybe in the not so near future we'll have the opportunity.
Lovely having you along for the ride as always. Thank you for your insight, your knowledge. I appreciate it, and I'm sure the viewers do too.
Yeah.
And we'll see you on the circuit.
Thank you for your time, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. I know there's a nice Interprovincial to come along, which will be pretty exciting. Obviously, Gauteng are going to win it.
Well, we'll see.
On that note.
Yes. On that note, Jason Phillips will leave us. Now we're all back in Gauteng. Wonderful to have Jason with us once again. All that's left now is the victory canter, which will be led off by Thomas van Rijkvorsel in this magical horse capital, My Lady. And then we will be taking a winning interview with Thomas. Let's take a look at the result. Well, let's stay with these pictures for a few more moments. The winning canter, Thomas van Rijkvorsel there, capital, My Lady. What an exciting class it was. Great stuff. Young man prevailing. Amy Michau, 2023, 2024. Thomas van Rijkvorsel, both of them young riders. Future looking bright. There is the result. Thomas wins 36.20. Ronnie Healy 38.39. Tamara Wader 37.91. But of course had the 4 penalties, so not a 0 penalty score there, I'm afraid. Nicholas Imrali on the one-time penalty from the first round. Tamara Wader had the 4 penalties down in the jump-off. Ronnie Healy Gillian in 5th, and in 6th place Hannah Garten. So we're going to go to a quick ad break here on Equestrian Live, and when we come back, an interview with Thomas van Rijkvorsel about his win today in the South African Championships, and thereafter the Team Interprovincials 130-135. Still plenty more to come here on Equestrian Live.
(2024) sees Kyalami Park Club play host to all 3 legs of South African show jumping's Triple Crown. And Toyota South Africa has come on board as the official sponsor of all 3 legs. Don't miss the Toyota South African Outdoor Grand Prix at Easter Festival on April 1st, the Toyota South African Adult Show Jumping Championship on September 1st, and the Toyota South African Derby on October 6th. What's more, the Toyota Triple Crown will, for the first time ever, be run as a series on points, where the winner will drive away in a brand new Toyota Crown worth close to 1 million rand. Should the winner take victory on a clear round score, Toyota is also offering bonus prize money to reach 100,000 rand to the winners of both the Outdoor Grand Prix as well as the South African Championship. A minimum of 150,000 rand is guaranteed to the winner of the Toyota South African Derby. Catch all the action of the Toyota Triple Crown live at Kyalami Park Club or on live stream with Equestrian Live SA. Stay tuned to social media for more event details. The Toyota Triple Crown, hosted by Kyalami Park Club and proudly sponsored by Toyota South Africa.
Control to Fortunate, you're heading into uncharted territory. Over.
Copy that, Control. We've got this.
Some rough terrain coming up. Engage 4x4.
Roger that. Engaged.
Mission complete, Dad.
The Toyota Fortuner.
Control, we have a problem.
Reimagine the luxury of freedom.
With me is young Thomas van Rijkvorsel, fresh off his win in the South African Championships. You, young man, are the South African Show Jumping Championship champion. How does that feel?
Oh, it doesn't feel real yet. Yeah.
Hasn't sunk in.
No. It was amazing. My horse was so good.
I was just about to ask you, how good is this little crackerjack, firecracker? What do we call her? She is just amazing.
She's the best horse ever. She was really good today. She was amazing. The first round, her second round was even better, and then she was so good in the jump off.
You've had amazing rounds on her. You've had big wins on her, but this has got to be the biggest.
Yeah, for sure. I think to win SA Champs is amazing, and to win it on her is even better.
Yes.
It's really cool.
Before we go into your round, tell us about her personality, because we see her in the ring, but at home I believe she's not easy. She's an alpha mare who does things her way, and I believe oftentimes she'll just buck you off at home.
Yeah, she doesn't really buck. She's got a bit of a personality, and she's the boss. So she'll walk down and just stop and not walk anymore.
Okay.
And then Willie has to lead me, and sometimes she just stands there.
And was that Willie we saw in the pictures? And he's been with you for many years, because those pictures were amazing. I mean, that's really what this sport should be about. Yeah, just a team effort, and he was so happy.
He's so happy, and he loves Tutu. She's his best. It's so cool for
Is that her nickname, Tutu? Yeah. And how did you get the nickname?
Will started it. Apparently in his language, it's small thing that you love.
Okay.
So we just call it 2-2.
Oh, well, that's perfect. So tell us about this. The second round went clear. 3 of you into the jump off, 3 clears, and there were 3 strong clears: Mandarino, Liantos, and then you were last to come. So you were sitting in pole position. Ronnie went early. A good round from him, but left the door open a little bit. Tam went. 13 was the new jump on the course. She found the back rail there. You had to go clear and you had to go quick. What was the information coming back to you?
We were sitting there and Dom told me the course and where to go. So the plan didn't really change too much. I didn't really see Ronnie jump. I saw the end of tomorrow's round. We just said, stick to the plan and try to do what we thought. She was really quick to the double and really quick to the last.
I'm going to ask you to hang on there because we're going to queue up the round. We have it for you. So let's queue that round and you can talk us through it. So here we go with Thomas and My Lady. And Thomas, you take it from here.
She was really good here. And then the 5 was a bit slow, so that helped my turn really, like, and then I could gallop up to the double. She'll never hit the double there, so I could go as fast as I wanted. And she was so quick to turn, and she was just under me here. And then I galloped here. I was a bit slow there. There. And then I really galloped to the last. I was a bit far. I thought, don't hit the last. Shame, she's the best.
Push to the last, cleared it, and there the hand goes up. And look at the team. I don't know if you saw this while you were on her, but your support team, look at them. Absolutely brilliant. Tell us about the team, because it takes a village of people, of support. You've had great support from your family, from Domini, from his team. Just talk a little bit about what goes into the preparation of a superstar combination like the two of you are.
I've got the best team. My grandparents, they just the best. All my horses, and if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have all these horses and be able to ride here and everything. And Dom, he's too good. He just, I don't know.
And your brother, you've got to mention as well, because I mean, I ride with you guys at Domini a couple times a week, and you and your brother are very close in it together.
Yeah, he's really cool. Like I come out and he tuned me. You rode badly there, but it's just like
Well done. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Anything more in terms of 2024 that you've got your eye on? Any more titles? Where do you go from here? Derby factors into the Triple Crown, but of course you're not a contender in the Triple Crown because you didn't jump the Outdoor Grand Prix. But is Derby something that you've got your sights on with her?
I think so. I think we'll see how she goes, like training for Derby. I think I've got 3 good horses. Pippa, Ollie and My Lady. And I think we'll just see what they do, like what level. But I'm excited for Derby.
Before we let you go, Toyota, a big sponsor that's come into the game, Toyota Triple Crown, and you are now the South African Toyota-sponsored South African champion.
It's really amazing. They've done such a big thing for the sport and the Triple Crown, and just this class is amazing. Thank you. It's really cool.
Thomas, young man, well done. You're a world champion. You're now a South African champion. The sky's the limit for you. We were saying on air that the future of the sport looks so bright. Amy Macau, young rider, winning last year. Thomas this year, young rider, South African champion. Lots of young riders on the scene doing so well. So you're flying the flag very high. So well done once again.
Thank you so much, Aiden. Thank you.
Brilliant stuff. Thomas van Ryk there, capital My Lady, the winner of the South African Show Jumping Championships for 2024.
...2024 sees Kyalami Park Club play host to all 3 legs of South African Show Jumping's Triple Crown. And Toyota South Africa has come on board as the official sponsor of all three legs. Don't miss the Toyota South African Outdoor Grand Prix at Easter Festival on April 1st, the Toyota South African Adult Show Jumping Championship on September 1st, and the Toyota South African Derby on October 6th. What's more, the Toyota Triple Crown will, for the first time ever, be run as a series on points, where the winner will drive away in a brand new Toyota Crown worth close to 1 million rand. Should the winner take victory on a clear round score, Toyota is also offering bonus prize money to reach 100,000 rand to the winners of both the Outdoor Grand Prix as well as the South African Championship. A minimum of 150,000 rand is guaranteed to the winner of the Toyota South African Derby. Catch all the action of the Toyota Triple Crown live at Kyalami Park Club or on live stream with Equestrian Live SA. Stay tuned to social media for more event details. The Toyota Triple Crown, hosted by Kyalami Park Club and proudly sponsored by Toyota South Africa.
I just don't understand why you never use things. You have a watch, but are you ever on time? No.
Yeah.
You have a GPS, but are we taking the fastest route? No. You have a phone, but do you ever bother answering it? No. Yes!
Yes! The Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live, and with me in co-commentary for the Interprovincial team competition is Brendan McNevin. But before we get to the teams, your thoughts very quickly about the South African Championships and Thomas and My Lady.
Oh man, my heart has been pounding since he went through the finish. I mean, what an absolute spectacle of show jumping for today. And I mean, it's actually, fantastic that we got to see that. But even more exciting that we've now got an interprovincial class that's going to be on its way. Great to see some new Natal riders up there. I see that the Van der Merwes have been stolen from Gauteng to Natal.
I was just thinking, they're not Italians. What's going on?
I was having a chat to them when we were walking the course, saying it looks like there's a little bit of bribery and corruption going in between the provinces. But obviously we know that Chris and Leona have moved down to Natal to 334, where they are now applying their trade. So they're going to be riding for the KZN team, which I'm sure is going to up their game a little bit. So it's exciting times that's coming along.
Up on screen is the running order, but I believe there have been changes to this because Nariska had a bad fall.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And she was riding for Mpumalanga province, and they've had to withdraw their team because they suspect she might have broken her arm.
Yeah, it did. I must say, when Nariska's arm was in a sort of cast and a sling when she was leaving to go to the hospital, she said to me that she's never broken a bone in her body, and this will be the first time. So amazing, after all her falls that she's had and her back surgery and everything, she's managed to come out fairly unscathed. But we wish her well. It's never nice to see one of our fellow competitors. So unfortunately, Mpumalanga out of this interprovincial team.
Did they only have 3 riders to begin with?
Yeah.
That's why they're out, because it's 4 riders and a drop score.
Yes.
But if you field 3, all 3 scores count, and of course if she's out, then
they don't have a team, unfortunately. Same as the Western Province. It looked like they've only got 3 riders today, so all scores are going to count for the Western Province.
Gauteng has 4, KZN has 4, Western Cape 3, and Mpumalanga is out. Rules for the competition: if you are eliminated, it's two rounds.
2 rounds, yes.
And if you're eliminated, worst score plus 20.
Yeah.
And if you get eliminated, you do come back for the second round.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the name of the game is to try and make a competition out of this. It's fantastic that we can have a team event and obviously have all the provinces up here in Gauteng doing their thing. It's never nice when we lose a team, but I suppose at this stage everyone's here and ready to rumble, and I reckon those Natalians are licking their lips at this stage. So the Gauteng has better have their back, because I think Natal's going to come very strong this class.
So we've got Sesfakile Kim Kardashian, Oscar Ngube, Kellaho Pika's boy Jean Corba, Skynamo Daggerard Blade Amanda Moore, who was very well placed yesterday in the 130, was it 135?
135's your second, yeah.
ACT Painters, Solana and Olivia Garten. That's Team Gauteng.
And Olivia won the 130s yesterday, so she's on a little bit of form as well. So hopefully she's going to be able to put a good score together for Gauteng.
That must have been a cracker of a class, because I watched some of it when we'd finished the broadcast, and they were going.
Yeah, and Salana likes to go fast, so does Liv, so fantastic result for her yesterday.
KZN is Leona Katori, Forkabel Helen, who's coming off of a high from just having ridden SA Champs, Larona and Chris and Caspian and Courtney Webber.
That's quite a team. Look at those horses. I mean, you got Katori, Forkabel, Larona and Caspian. I mean, that's a solid Natal team.
And then Western Cape fields 3 riders: Penbrit's Coslow, Megan Cunningham, Kellaho Con Casino, Morgan Piper and Chanel and Sanna Klaassen. In picture now is Oscar Ngube. He'll be first to go for Team Gauteng. So we'll go Gauteng, KZN, Western Cape, then back to Gauteng. That's the way it's going to go. 2 rounds and a cumulative score over 2 full rounds, with a drop score afforded to those with 4 riders. If you have 4 riders, Western Cape, as we said, will have to field all 3. So pressure a little bit already from the get-go on the Western Province.
Absolutely, and I think Kelly O'Connor is the chef to keep for the Gauteng team, and she was quite particular where she wanted to put everybody. She thought Oscar had lots of experience, so she was going to send him out first so that everyone could sort of get an idea of the course and that type of thing. So I think clever planning there from our chef to keep, Kelly O'Connor.
KZN chef to keep?
I want to say that it's maybe Shirley Moore. I don't know. I saw her walking the course with the Natal team. She was actually the one who was saying that we've stolen some riders from Natal or from Gauteng. So could be Shirley.
They've stolen them from Gauteng, but then we stole them from I don't even know. I don't know.
Limpopo.
Yeah, Limpopo.
Yes.
Limpopo. Right. So Oscar's on his way. Did you have a chance to have a look at this track?
I did. I thought that, I actually had to go and have a chat to Anna just before this class and just say, Anna, congratulations for an amazing show so far. Obviously, we're not done with this class. I thought the South African Championship was absolutely perfectly pitched. She's had fantastic feeling. She's built the riders. She's built the horses and that type of thing. So the viewers will see that the wall is the friendly side. She's going to keep friendly side, yeah. You can see the shot of the pelican there in the background on the wrong side of the wall. The horses don't get to see that. And you know what's also quite strange is when you walk the 150 SA Champs, this obviously looks a little bit more gentle. That said, it's definitely not. That's a nice 8 strides down here to the triple combination. Well ridden by Oscar. You know, I think that it's so difficult to keep everybody happy, and I think a course builder's job is near impossible. And I think that between Kate and Anna and Brett, we really are sort of working out some fantastic course builders, and it's really sort of boding well for South African show jumping for me.
And I think that's the point. The course builder is not to keep everybody happy. That's
Sure.
not their job.
Yeah, it's to build the course.
Correct.
Yeah, I agree.
So, nice way to start for Gauteng with a 0 penalty score for Sefakile, Kim Kardashian, Fontainebos, Z, Oscar Ngube. Next to go will be 3-3 for Capital Katori, Leona for Team KZN, so already the pressure on them a little bit.
So it looks a bit wrong, to be honest with you. Leona's now got a black and white number with the Natal shield on it.
Now, what do you still consider yourself, or consider yourself? An Italian from that part of the world, or are you Gauteng?
No, I'm a Gautenger. I think that every time I go back to Durban, I feel very blessed for have growing up there, and it's such a sort of intimate place to grow up and lots of fun and that type of thing. But this is where the business is at. This is where the horses are at, and this is definitely where my heart is at. So I'll call myself a Gautengerlinger.
And you've been such an instrumental part of teams, team selections, teams, chef to keeps, young rider teams going overseas. Any part to play in teams today? Am I allowed to ask?
So, yeah, I mean, I think I try and sort of stay involved if I can. I like sort of having my ear to the ground, obviously, so to see any new riders coming up, any new combinations coming up. We sort of try and aim it towards sort of a feel of building and constructing from Gauteng's side. You know, I think we've got such strong riders. It's great to see new faces in the teams, putting different people under different pressures, seeing how they cope, that type of thing. Obviously, from my side, I have a dream that one day we'll be able to take horses from South Africa as part of Team South Africa to go and compete at a Nations Cup on our own horses at a proper level. But that might take a few more years, but everything is sort of working in the right direction for it to happen. And Leona could easily be one of those people that could be making her way to be riding for South Africa one day. She is absolutely foot perfect these days, and that horse suits her down to the ground.
Just picking up on what you've said there, I mean, a couple even weeks ago, maybe that would have seemed like a pipe dream with the export embargoes placed upon it, but things have opened up all of a sudden. We're almost a step closer.
I agree with you. There are horses that are on the move as we sort of speak, coming in and out of South Africa. It's very exciting that it looks like Bronwyn Short's Lavubu's made his way over there now. I saw a video of him trotting on European soil, so he's made the trip over there and managed to get there safely, thankfully. So it is a massive carrot dangle for me, for any budding South African show jumper who really wants to get stuck in. I think that things are going to change, and we are going to be able to get our horses out here at some stage.
First rider for the Western Cape, Penbrit's Coslow, Megan Cunningham. So first blood to Gauteng, as Leona unfortunately had a foot in the water.
Oh really? I didn't see that.
So 4 penalties there. So Gauteng is in the driver's seat at this stage, but of course those two teams will be afforded a drop score. Western Cape will not, so pressure immediately on Megan to go clear if they want to keep themselves in the hunt, given that Gauteng already has a clear.
I mean, just a little bit going back to team riding, I think that this year Team South Africa won a Tri-Nations gold medal, which was very unexpected against Ireland and against Portugal. And I think it's testament to our riders. I mean, Thomas showed what he was made of in the last class, and that team was a really competitive team of riders, all riding foreign horses and that type of thing. So I think that the team sort of vibe is there and thereabout for South Africa. You know, I think that us sort of getting a sort of South African squad together is also something that I really think is important, that we can start grooming these younger riders to be able to deal with team pressure, to be able to ride for Team South Africa one day.
And also the quality of horses that are now being produced in this country.
Sure.
Able to compete with overseas horses, especially in our zones that we will be competing in. So
very exciting.
So 4 penalty score there for Megan Cunningham. So 4 for the Western Cape, 4 with a drop score afforded to KZN, and a 0 for Gauteng. As we go back to Gauteng, their second rider will come in now, Jean Corba, aboard Calaho Pica's boy. There she is.
He's a character, this chap, must say. He's looking shiny and well, which is good, but he's got a sparkle in his eye always, and he definitely keeps Jean on her toes. I suppose another one who's ridden the mom at top level and now well on the way to producing her son back up the grades.
And it can be a quirky individual. And very electric.
Yeah, very electric, and can sort of see funny things on the sides of the arena and can get quite distracted.
To the wall she comes. Open water not in the team competition.
Is this one is? Yes, it is.
Oh, it is.
It is definitely. And it's going away from the gate, which for me is quite tough. This is the tricky part of the course for me. I think he has the water. I think that time maybe won't be such a part to play after watching the SA Champs, where Anna really had everybody bustling along.
So that's a great round from Jean. 0 penalties, 0 from the first rider as well. So busy looking at scores and working out permutations. I forgot that the water jump, in fact, was in, and Leona actually had a foot in the water. So just even showing in the water, he's like, ah!
He's jumped it and he's still nervous of it.
So second rider for KZN, for Cabell, Helen Criticus. As we saw Liberia, what a round she had. 2 rounds, 4 penalties in each round. She must be beaming.
I wonder if she was shouting a little louder for the winner today. We'll leave that to the future. Now, she's a top jockey, this girl, also a Springbok young rider. She's done a magical job with her chestnut horse that the viewers would have seen in the 150s, a little horse that has got a massive heart. She's a real tough rider, this girl. She's almost really designed to ride in the sense that she's not super tall, but she's powerful in her body. You don't often see her losing her balance at all.
And she's tenacious, gutsy.
Yeah, for sure. Good to see the horses are still have enough jumping in them that they're springing and flicking their tails after a very long week of show jumping here at the SA Champs.
So the pressure would be on Helen a little bit in this round, given that Natal's got a 4 penalty, which they would love to use as their drop score, and bank 3 zeros to keep them level pegging with Gauteng. Gauteng already from 2 riders, still sitting on 0.
Oh, they needed that. I didn't even see that
4 penalties. Fence number 2 coming down, so 4 penalties as we take a look at the replay.
Let's see,
I missed that.
It is on the opposite end to the arena to us. Oh, in
There it
front.
goes. So 4 penalties from their first rider, 4 penalties from their second rider. So they will have to now bank a 4, which puts Gauteng into the lead here. Second rider from Western Cape, Morgan Piper, Calaho Con Casino. This is Inge Selane.
I think it might be their 4th rider.
So on our sheets, she wasn't carded to go. Western Cape only 3, so looks like they have found a 4th rider from somewhere.
And they found a drop score. I'm sure they'll be relieved about that. It's always pressure when you don't have a drop score. I must say, I kind of prefer this sort of this ruling when we took a young rider team to China a few years ago. There were only 3 of us, so there were only 3 riders, so it was real pressure. There wasn't a drop score. Every score counted, so it had a slightly different feel to it. I feel like this really builds pressure, where when there's only 3 of you, you know it's sort of the best you can do.
I was chatting to Brendan in the week, and he's saying his wife is absolutely obsessed with horse sport.
Horse sickness, another one.
Horse sickness. So sometimes he needs a break. He'd like to take the kids to the beach, but if there's a training show, he's got no chance. That's where they're going.
It's amazing. It was great to see Brendan again. I haven't seen him for years. We grew up together in Natal, Northern Classic. He won the SA Champs in the Bob Charter many moons ago.
So 4 penalties there for Inge Selane. So they will now have to bank a 4, even though they've got 4 riders in. There it comes down. So a 4 penalty score, which puts Western Cape after 2 riders on 4. KwaZulu Natal on 4 after 2 riders. And Gauteng on 0. 2 zeros they have. So Gauteng certainly in the pound seats at this stage. Amanda Moore going now, their 3rd rider, Skynamo Dageraad Blade.
Fantastic result for her yesterday, I must say. I always feel happy in my heart when I see people sticking to their guns and putting the effort and the work in, and then it sort of all comes to on the day. She's so organized with this horse. She's never flustered. She's never sort of unbalanced or anything like that. And I think this horse benefits from that. He's always got 2 feet to push off. See there how easily she jumped him in and then could press out. Beautiful riding.
And so nice to see her in a team.
Yeah,
as well.
Absolutely. Well, again, I think we are in a fortunate position where we have a huge selection of riders to choose from in Gauteng, and I think one of our plans was always to maybe not choose the same guys all the time, and to sort of put other people under pressure, under team pressure. I think it's always exciting when people get their open Gauteng colours or their open provincial colours for whichever province they ride for. And yeah, I like putting new faces up there, and especially when they ride as beautifully as this, it does sort of make our job as selectors much easier. Easy as you like.
Lovely. 0 penalties. Gauteng really doing well here. 3 from 3, all on a 0 penalty score. It's almost like you'd like to see a little bit, I know it's SA Champs once a year, but more interprovincials.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
More team competitions.
Absolutely.
Between provinces, maybe even between clubs. You know,
Sure.
we're now on a club system and have more going on.
There is such a vibe around team, and it's sort of the camaraderie. It's such an individual sport. You know, we usually go and you sort of win and lose alone at home sort of thing, and it's quite cool to have a team that you can lean on for whatever reason. I think if you had a bad day, it's quite nice to have a chat to a few other people and hear their perspectives, and always nice to have a glass of champagne with your friends after you've won a good class team event.
Nice camaraderie it builds as well. So Chris van der Merwe here goes for Team KZN on Lerona. Sure.
Oh, she just is.
It's a Grand Dorado, is she?
She is I think that's correct. It's quite entertaining that, you know, we all know Chris to be quite a stern guy and can be quite serious about his job, but Leona says that you see the softer side of Chris come out when he talks about this horse, and he can often be found in the mare's barn sneaking her a carrot or 2 or whatever it is after he's obviously said goodnight to all his big fancy stallions. He sneaks off and goes and says goodnight to Lerona. I think he feels something very special in this mare, and he's not often wrong, is Chris. So I think this is definitely one for the future. She's jumped a few 140, 145 classes with absolute ease. He's nearly won a 140 track with her. I said to him the other day, it's coming, but you just got to keep doing what you're doing. This mare's got winner written all over her for me. Oh, how did she jump the last?
So a clear round, which is exactly what KwaZulu-Natal needed, given that they've got a 4, and now a 0. So they'll sit on 4 for now, with one more rider to come, afforded a drop score. All teams, as we've worked out now, are afforded a drop score. Morgan Piper goes next, Calaho Con Casino. I've seen Roger Hessen in the warm-up with Morgan.
I mean, I said, now there's a party. Roger Hessen's here. You know that it's SA Champs if Roger Hessen comes up from Cape Town. It was great to see him. I must say I got lots of memories of Roger. Worked for him for a few years. Oh. The triple bar does come quickly off the corners. I think sometimes could take the horses a bit by surprise.
Not what Western Cape needed, given they've got 2 4s and yet to have a 0. This will be another 4 and time penalties to add.
Wow, well recovered. I must say, I do stand to be corrected, but I do think that most of these people in the Western Province team are new faces for them. So it's all about growth for me, you know. These people getting out there, getting their open colours or whatever it may be, and getting the whole experience of it. I think that's the main aim for these classes, is to try and expose all of our riders to as much of a team feel as possible.
So 4 penalties for jumping and a few more for time. So we'll say that is the drop score for now for Morgan. So it's 4 plus some time. As we take a look at the refusal, the Disso coming off the turn up the hill to that triple.
She just ran out of a bit of space, unfortunately, just an unfortunate distance, but she definitely was quick to recover.
So at the current time, given that 4 plus some time, Western Cape sitting on a score of 8, was just the 4, no time, so they'll drop the 4. It still puts them on a score of 8. Gauteng on 0 and KZN on 4. As we go to the last of the Gauteng team riders, this is Olivia Garten, ACT Painters Solana. As you heard from Brendan, the winner of yesterday's 1 meter 30 championship.
Yeah, current 130 South African champion. I think Livy will like the sound of that. So we're having a little glass of champagne on Instagram last night, and very well deserved. She's a lovely girl, I must say, and fantastic that she's got such an amazing partnership with this mare. It keeps getting better and better. She puts in a heck of a lot of work with her. I think both Livy and Hannah are unbelievably hard-working young ladies and pretty much at the top of their game at this stage. Interesting that Olivia's sister Hannah rode this horse's mother, so a real family affair. Her name was Cleopatra. She jumped a few 150 classes. Yeah, okay. This is Cleopatra's daughter. Isn't that amazing? By Consuelo, out of Cleopatra. I mean, Consuelo, for me, every time you see that in the pedigree, you've got to go and have a look, because some of them are absolute show jumping machines, and I'm not sure this horse would suit everybody. She's quite fiery, but Livy used to have a horse called Pambile a few years ago, and this is just a step up on Pambile for me, and she absolutely loves to jump. Another clear for Gauteng. Fantastic.
Yeah, brilliant. So a 4 from 4 for Team Gauteng, 0 across the board. Next to go will be KZN's 4th rider, Courtney Webber, Foresight Caspian. They're currently sitting on a score of 4, so she really needs a 0 to keep them on the 4. And Western Cape will field their last rider, Sanna Claassen, on Chanel. Now I must know how Solana is tied in with Cleopatra. There must be some sort of a connotation or
I wonder. Yeah.
who Solana was.
I'm going to ask them. I'm going to ask
how they came up with the name.
Yeah,
I mean, it's got to be
definitely.
Consuelo, but there's got to be some sort of a
connotation to Cleo. Yeah, definitely.
So Caspian going.
And Grant Langley owned this horse's father, Casper. And I must say I've seen a few Caspers, and really they all go in a very classical, conventional way. They're careful, they're good in their bodies. Might also have a lot to do with the way Grant produces them. We're just chatting at the last time we watched this girl ride. She's got an unbelievable style that she's tall, but she's forward. It's quite strange how she sort of keeps her upper body soft and slightly light in the saddle, but never goes further than that. You don't ever see her losing her balance or flopping on the neck or anything like that, but she's got a very encouraging way of sort of moving the horses up to the jump, and it really works for her. Oh,
that's down.
She had to have a bit of a press coming in there. You had a little look. Oh, well done. Was he clear?
I think he was. I didn't see a hand go up.
It was well ridden by Courtney, making it happen.
So we'll finish on
76.40 inside the time, and compared to day one when Forsyth Caspian wanted absolutely nothing to do with the water. Today he sails over it, the only blemish on the record.
So just the four as we're listening into Roger on the microphone, just to make sure he didn't go into the water there. So Natal have a 4, a 0, and a 4. They'll drop a 4, bank 2 4s, and finish their first round on 8 penalties. Ooh.
Shame, he rides so hard with his left leg and almost his right.
Dropped the line right.
Yeah.
Last rider for the Western Cape, and they are desperate for a 0 penalty score here. They've had 3, and all 3 finding 4 penalties. So currently sitting on 8 with the drop of the 4.
I haven't had a chance to chat to many of the Western Cape riders, but I'm hoping that they're going to be sticking around for the Derby, which is in a few weeks' time. I think that these horses could maybe have a week off after a strong SA Champs and then get back to fitness, get some fitness training done up here on the Highveld and let the horses come up and jump the Derby. It would be great to see them all up here, so let's hope they're going to stick around. I hear that a few of the Zimbabweans are going to be sticking around, so that's always going to make things a bit fizzy. Great to have a whole international contingent here at the Derby.
Am I right in saying that Amy Michal piloted this horse for a while?
I think you are right. I think you are right. I must say, Sanna's also got beautiful feeling, the way she's always going to the jump. She's got short reins. She's sort of, all her horses look like they're going pretty soft mouthpieces. She's got a very exciting big bay horse. It's coming up the grades, which is going to be fun for her, I'm sure. So that's just what they needed, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. Well, it puts them level with KZN. So Gauteng across the board 0s. KZN a 0 and 3 4s, drop 1 4, finish on 8 after the first round. And same story there for Western Cape, a 0 and 3 4s, drop 1 4, finish on 8. So Gauteng in a commanding position. Where is Puck Class, and has she given up? Is she still around?
I wonder. You know, I think,
sister?
Yeah, you know, I think that most of these kids have finished school and they're going to want to going and traveling the world and all that type of thing. And I wonder. I must actually try and find Damien Stevens and chat to him a little bit. I love picking his brain about his students and his plan and what's coming up. And I think, I don't know, it almost feels like I've got Derby fever already. We've just finished SA Champs and the next big one is the Derby. Exactly. So it's going to be on everybody's lips, that's for sure. It's what everybody's going to be training, thinking about, wishing to be good on Derby Sunday. So I'd like to hear from Damien what his plan would be.
We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the second round from the South African Interprovincials here at Kyalami Equestrian Park.
Hey, Uncle Smooth.
Okay, cool. Check your map. Are we going the right way? I'm following you.
Guys,
The Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
There's a lot that goes into a Toyota Vitz, so to get it all into just 30 seconds, I've asked for a little help.
All right, take it away. What do you say? 4.4 litre fuel consumption, touchscreen, central locking, power steering, electric windows, park distance control, Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, airbags, ABS, and an EBD, and a VSC, and an HSC, 7 color options. Look at that boot space. Sold.
Well, I'm sold.
Toyota Vitz, more car, less cash.
So horses are in now for the second round. And Leona looks like she's going to start. So the second round is a different course, and Brendan's going to take us through it.
Yeah, I must say, and on that note, just to give a huge shout out to the course builder for this whole week has been Anna-Marie Esslinger. I think that she's absolutely nailed it. I think it's an incredibly difficult job. I think obviously having the South African champs is a big weight on her shoulders, and I thought that the main class was absolutely first class. To have 2 triple clears in the SA champs, I think is job well done from her side there. And I must say, nothing's really changed for this track. So pretty easy again. 1 to 2 is still the same. And then you're going to do your left turn to number 3, which is the Afrizan. And then Leona's going to have to ride a straight line down to number 7, which is the wall, which viewers may recognize that line from the class before. Tori naturally quick. Leona won't need to bustle her much to... Oh, she's gone inside though. Good ride. 2, 3, 4, 5 to the wall. And I think this is so clever. She's going to take you all the way up to the top of the arena here to a little double. And then winds you all the way back down to the radium at the bottom of the arena. And then you go right turn all the way back up the top of the arena. Long gallop to a vertical. I think this is fantastic for the crowd. Long gallop up there to number 6. Fantastic riding.
Lovely ride there from Leona van der Merwe. 4 penalties in the first round. Clear in the second round. Comes in on a score of 8, does KZN. We're in reverse order of penalties from starting with KZN, then Western Cape, then Gauteng, who had a clean slate with 0 penalties on the board. And it is about cumulative penalties over 2 rounds. But you saw Leona taking the quickest way. Why? Because if we come down to equality of penalty score, we then have a cumulative times that we add up, and the quickest time will then be declared the winner.
Sure, absolutely. It is a little bit more of a technical process, not so clean cut if there's an equality of scores, but that's why the time is definitely going to count in the second round.
So really, Gauteng can afford to go relatively sedentary and make sure that they bank the clear rounds. KZN essentially are fighting it out here with Western Cape.
Agreed. Oh, you know what though, this is show jumping and I'm so tired of being wrong in this sport. I mean, I had a quick chat to Ron saying, oh boy, you've got 1 foot in the car there, but he's looked at me saying anything can happen, you know, like he's still got to get the derby jumped, he's still got lots to do. So it's never over till it's over, that's for sure. I think that's what keeps us, it keeps feeding our horse sickness, unfortunately. It just makes us come back for more every weekend.
This is Megan Cunningham, 4 penalties from the first round for Western Cape. She rides Penbrit's Coslow.
A super round. There we go.
And 0 penalties. So, neck and neck between KZN and Western Cape. I'm not going to mention the times. Michaela on my right-hand side will be adding them up for us. Remember, it is accumulative times, accumulative scores that count in these team competitions. So you will probably see now the first rider, Oscar Ngube from Gauteng, going a little bit slower than what we've seen the first riders from KZN and Western Cape.
I would think put another clear round in the bank there and put the pressure on the rest of the teams would definitely be the name of the game. I'm sure Kelly O'Connor, the team chef to keep, would have given good orders there. You're 100% right, Aidan. Here he goes, a little bit around, sets this mare up. She's got big steps. She got down that 5 real easy.
Clear in the first round, as were all the Gauteng riders. He's not hanging about, but he's not foot to the boards.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, he did go around to the triple bar, because I think that would have been the thing. Make sure you leave the poles up, but be quick enough. Don't go and dawdle around the place, but obviously plan A, leave them up. Yeah, pressure on.
I think especially your first rider, if it then goes pear-shaped with your first rider or second rider, then you can go to plan B and go, okay, now we have to get some, because,
of course,
you know, the other teams are catching.
There is a lot of sort of team strategy that goes on with the team events, which is so exciting. I think that's a new aspect of our sport that brings something fresh and a little bit more exciting.
So 0 penalties from Gauteng's first rider as well, Oscar Ngube. So 0-0-0. Back we go to Team KZN. Their second rider, Helen Criticus for Cabell. KZN still sitting on a score of 8 after the first round.
Obviously, name of the game is you have to leave the jumps up, but
correct.
This horse is quick, and I'm sure there we go. Helen's going to want to just lean on that pace a little if she can. Super nifty through that turn. Flimsy double of verticals.
So that is down. Not what they needed.
Wow. That was a good turn. This mare is so nimble, gosh.
Finishes on a score of 8. 4, I beg your pardon, for Cabell. So 4 from the first round, 4 from the second round. Western Cape's second rider about to go. As we take a look at the replay. Just looked like a...
Soft in front there, a little bit slow. Maybe just carrying a bit too much momentum into that double, but with the time in the back of your head, it's so easy to do that.
Inga Selene going next, Radio Star. 1 down in the first round, 4 penalties. Desperately looking for a clear here to give them 1 up over KZN.
Is Radio Star a thoroughbred?
Yes.
Fantastic to see. Is it Northern Guest, out of a Northern Guest mare? I remember yesterday Shaitan was saying the 2 thoroughbreds in the class were both out of Northern Guest mares and both had white faces.
It's a half and half. It's out of a Northern Guest mare. It's a Rex Granus.
Okay. True South African warm blood breeding, I would say. Still one of my favorite combinations, if I'm honest. If you can get a fantastic thoroughbred mare and get a nice modern warm blood stallion on that, it's usually a recipe for something really exciting.
And interesting, Amanda's horse Dacharad, also out of Northern Guest.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Absolutely. Isn't that interesting? Both in the same class and look similar for me.
Yes, exactly. So 1 down, 4 penalties. So really, KZN and Western Cape.
Yeah, they're fighting it
They
out.
are neck and neck here. 4 penalties there for Inga Selene.
He's a fantastic horse, that Radio Star, I must say.
Here goes Jean. Looking good for Team Gauteng, Calaho Pika's boy. Gauteng so far banking all zeros.
Gets that little cheeky guy up there on the 5. He doesn't look like he liked being prodded along there. He shakes his head on landing and says, come on, don't do that. He is an acrobat, though, I must say. Gosh, springs.
Flick of a tail and a shake of the head and
I think just if this horse has got another 18 months mileage in him, can you imagine what he's going to be like when he matures and realizes that he can actually do his job without messing around?
Oh!
Sure, Jean. He did look like he was backing up a little bit there, doesn't he?
Did. So 4 for Jean there. So they do have 4 riders. A 0 from Oscar. A 4 now. Afforded a drop score, so we'll see how the other 2 go. Now, what happened? Going forward to the last. Oh, I think she asked him. He just said, I can't from there.
Yeah, it was literally one brain thinking one thing and another brain thinking another thing. And it's unfortunate in show jumping because I wish that the horses knew exactly what we're thinking all the time, but sometimes they don't, and unfortunately it can happen like that.
We've got that term in show jumping called miss. You missed.
Yeah.
I've often wondered, does that mean a mishap, a missed, or a miscommunication, or all 3?
I think, I'll be honest with you, when I do it, it feels like all 3. It's a terrible thing to happen, but I mean, I suppose it's the flip side of that is the poetry of our sport. You know, when it goes terribly, it feels awful, but when it goes well, it's just absolutely incredible. And I think that's what keeps us coming back. Is you know, those we yearn for those perfect rounds when we just have the rhythm and we have the horses underneath them and that type of thing. It's such a technical sport as far as that's concerned, and I suppose it's so easy for mistakes to happen, especially at pace when you're dealing with these feisty, opinionated horses. It's difficult to make sure that they understand what we mean all the time.
Chris is back on this wonderful Lerona, 334 Lerona for Team KZN. Still can't get used to that.
I mean, Christopher's done well. I think he was born in Jeffreys Bay, rode a little bit with Anthony Kay in PE when he was a bit younger, then moved to Johannesburg and rode under Barry, then moved out to Limpopo and fell in love. And
probably got provincial colours for all of them.
And then moved to Gauteng and now has made his way down to Natal. So he knows South Africa back to front. She is magical, this mare. I think when you put horses that like to go fast with riders that like to go fast, eventually the stars are going to allow, and you're going to get rounds, you know, like we've seen in the past, Charlie, whoever it may be, Thomas from earlier. It's just excellent riding there.
Clear in his first round, clear in his second. KZN there, a 0, a 4 and a 0 in their second round, carrying forward the 8 from the second round. Keeps them on from the first round, keeps them on the 8 from the first round. With one rider left to come, they'll throw away that 4, they'll bank the 2 zeros, and last to go will be Caspian and Courtney Webber. Western Cape now going head to head with KZN, so Chris is banked a 0. Morgan's got to bank a 0 here as well. 4 from the first round.
She's elected to go around here so she can have a good shot at this triple bar.
Yeah, this is where it went a little bit pair in the first round. No problem now.
Good. I mean, on the whole, the wall and the water have jumped well enough. I mean, they haven't jumped worse than some of the other scary jumps that we have in our country. Sort of different parts of the world, we have different scary things. I must say, the first time I arrived at Revel Stables and they had the meerkats and the lions underneath the jumps, and I had a Namibian horse, I think I nearly went home, to be honest with you.
But the lions were going to eat you.
Yeah, but I think that's just the way Anna's prepped the riders and the horses for these competitions has been fantastic.
Is that a clear for Morgan?
That's what they needed. Fantastic.
Yeah. Well done.
Shot of the big boss, Barry Taylor there, and Lorette enjoying some show jumping in the afternoon.
So a clear for Morgan. 4 from her first round, clear from her second round. That means that Western Cape again are level pegging with KZN.
It's tit for tat at this stage.
Exactly the same. Apologies to viewers out there. We are having a few issues with the times, but Michaela on my right hand side is listening into the times from upstairs and jotting them down. So if we have a quality of penalty score, we will go to the accumulative times, and we are busy tallying them all up. So this is the second one out of the Northern Guest Dam line, this by Dageraad.
I mean, I want to say to people, please don't ride thoroughbreds off. Please get out there, go and ride thoroughbreds, go and feel them out. I promise you, you won't be sorry. And I must say, if you can acquire yourself a thoroughbred mare to put on an exciting warm blood stallion, I mean, you could be breeding yourself a Radio Star or a Dageraad Blade or whatever it would be. And I mean, look how useful these horses are. I must say, this horse, it suits Amanda down to the ground, and they really look like they get each other. I think he likes her pressure, she likes the way he reacts. It just looks so smooth. That was like an equitation round, Amanda. Unbelievably smooth, beautiful riding.
So they've only had one fault there from Pika's Boy running through the last fence, but they're able to chuck that score away at the current time. So Gauteng on 0 with one more rider to come. Courtney Webber, their fourth rider for KZN, Foresight Caspian.
So getting to the sharp end here. Come on, Courtney. She wants to put pressure on the Western Cape team here by jumping a good clear.
So regardless of what happens, with their fourth rider, Gauteng has won it, because if they have an elimination, they get to chuck that away, they'll finish on 4, they're ahead of the other two teams. So really, Gauteng has already banked the win, and we are fighting it out between second and third here for KZN, who will go neck and neck with Western Cape.
And obviously, if Livy jumps clear, then they can drop the 4 and they finish on absolutely nothing, which is sort of where most teams like to finish.
So, well done, Gauteng.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, sort of touching on what you were chatting about earlier, I would also love to see 1 or 2 more provinces maybe in these competitions, making it a little bit more of a vibe almost. I would almost want it to be the main event of the day. You know, I'd like to build everybody up to this. I think it's a fantastically exciting class. Team events are always so different for us. So let's hope in the future we can get a few more riders and teams out there to make this a real strong competition.
So Courtney has had the last rail, so that's a 4.
Oh, hands on heads as she goes through the finish. No, they were hoping
so
for a
now, if Chanel and Sanne Klaasen go clear, Western Cape moves into second spot, and KZN is down in third. If she has one down, then it goes to times.
Yeah.
So, Michaela, get your calculator out.
The Western Province manager will be willing them home. I did see Daniela Smith. I wonder if it's her. I must actually chat.
So a little bit of pressure here on Sanne.
She was clear in her first round, right?
First round, she was clear.
Come on!
Oh, it's down.
Now you got to go.
Now you got to go.
Yeah, now you got to throw caution to the wind and you
hope
got to hammer it.
And hope that your other riders have gone fast enough as well.
Because it's all accumulative, the times.
So it looks like KZN are faster. Quite a lot faster, in fact.
Well, look, I mean, Leona and Helen were real quick in the beginning, so good move from their behalf there, definitely.
So they finish on equality of penalty score, KZN and Western Cape, as we take a look at the replay of the pole that came down. But KZN a lot faster will move them up into second position, and Western Cape will finish in third. As we take a look at that replay. And that concludes the Interprovincials.
Which means Livy won't need to jump.
She won't need to jump.
Okay, okay. And after Salana winning the 130 championships yesterday, I'm sure Livy can wrap her in cotton wool, tell her that she's done her job for the show.
Michaela did look up. We were chatting on air. We said, was there an association between Cleopatra and Salana? You found out that Ceylon is a place in Egypt. But we're not sure if that's where it comes
We're definitely going to ask the Garton family, because we'd like it to be
yes,
that.
We would like it to be that. Yes, exactly. They're going to say, no, it was just a nice name. What are you guys on about? We're grasping at straws. The straw that broke the Egyptian camel's back. Right, we're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, the prize giving. Remember that Gauteng dominate this class, absolutely dominate this class. Second place to KZN, equality of penalty score between KZN and Western Cape, but KZN finishing on the faster accumulative time between those two teams. Don't go away, more from Equestrian Live when we come back.
Number 2.
It's in my blood. Dripping off my fingers. Adrenaline in my veins. Can't get enough. I won't give up.
All the action brought to you by Equestrian Live SA.
It's in my blood.
I just don't understand why you never use things. You have a watch, but are you ever on time? No. You have a GPS, but are we taking the fastest route? No. You have a phone, but do you ever bother answering it? No. Yes!
The Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
There's a lot that goes into a Toyota Vitz, so to get it all into just 30 seconds, I've asked for a little help.
All right, take it away. What do you say? 4.4 litre fuel consumption, touchscreen, central locking, power steering, electric windows, park distance control, Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, airbags, ABS, and an EBD, and a VSC, and an HSC, 7 color options. Look at that, boot space. Sold.
Well, I'm sold.
Toyota Vitz, more car, less cash.
We've just seen the conclusion of the Interprovincials here in the Peter Mini Arena at KEP, the last class of the day. Exciting one, but Gauteng absolutely dominated.
Yeah, we retain our trophy that we won last year at Stockies Dry. I must say, I was rooting for them. I think we had a strong team. It would, I suppose, a part of me would have loved to have seen Limpopo, Mpumalanga out there doing their thing. But yeah, look, Gauteng are pretty strong, and to see Ray and Kelly in there. Ray was part of the team. He decided not to jump Ardennes. He thought that maybe he was a little bit too above himself for this show, so he left him out.
They decided not to jump Solana, so they will bank the 4 penalties as they weren't afforded a drop score in their final round. Just 3 of them went. Finish on a score of 4 in 162.92. KZN and Western Cape were level pegging the entire way. Went neck for neck.
Yeah,
one went clear.
pole.
One exactly pole for pole.
Yeah.
And when it was all said and done, it came down to the accumulative times, and KZN 12 penalties the total in 143.11 gave them the second place, as compared to Western Cape 12 penalties, same score penalty-wise, but their time a little bit slower there, 155.95. You're right, it would have been nice to see a few more teams take part, but
Sure.
you know, we've seen how popular team competitions can be.
Yeah.
Interprovincials we've had around for a long time. They've kind of maybe just fizzled a little bit, need to be rekindled, that
Absolutely,
spark.
absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. And I think maybe sort of going on along the lines of trying to make this the main class of the day, try and build a few classes around it, so we've got a packed grandstand and we sort of get that whole real feeling that we're after. But look, I think you can't take anything away from Gauteng today. They jumped flawless rounds. Everybody clear in the first round. I mean, a little 4 penalties in the second. I could have almost guaranteed you Livy would have probably jumped a clear. They would have been able to drop that if necessary. So, I mean, if you're winning a team event with a score of 0, job well done.
Exactly. And also interprovincial colours. I remember when we were young riders, that was the thing, to get your interprovincial colours, to get your team tracksuit was a hell of an accomplishment.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you felt you were really part of something. It was, you know, we've maybe moved on a little bit from there. We have other things going on in the sport and other titles to win, and we maybe neglected that a little bit.
Sure, I know. I must agree with you to a point, and I think also what we've been trying to do this year is we've got our grooms involved. We've tried to, as from a part of Gauteng, we've had waistcoats made for the grooms, blue waistcoats that the guys can put their scrolls on, and they can sort of let Picker's boy is still full of the joys today. But fantastic that we get to acknowledge the grooms for all their work. It does take an absolute army, I must say. Earlier, just seeing Thomas and Ronnie and everybody getting their prizes. Domini was there. Thomas's gran was there.
Yeah.
I mean, you forget how many people it takes to get these horses into show condition and keeping them this way.
Gwen Crompton once again going forward, representing Toyota. Once again, big thank you to Glenn Crompton, Vice President of Marketing, for this wonderful Toyota sponsorship. Mrs. Barbara Lovell, judge for the competition, going out to present Gauteng with their winners' rosettes. Team Gauteng, well done once again. In second place, KZN, and in third place, Western Cape.
And Amanda looking very smart there with her winner's sash, and Blade looking very chuffed with himself. He's been in the arena collecting prizes all weekend, to be honest with you.
And 2 of those, as we said, in those teams, Northern Guest Dam Lines. Northern Guest, probably the sire that built Summerhill Stud when it was a thoroughbreds stud under the Goss family, and now that stud under Henning Pretorius as Summerhill Equestrian, trading as Capital Stud. So nice to see some
recognizable thoroughbred blood there that has a history in the sport.
Absolutely, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. There's Chris and one of his favorites, Lorona. He's got Lorona and Leona in his life that he needs to look after. She really is a special mare that I think for viewers at home, earmark that one. I think we've got a few more months under Chris and she's going to be absolutely flying around the big classes.
Courtney Webber there. Caspian. Jethro Bauer. Flag bearer for the KZN team. Always nice having the Natalians up. Or down, rather. Or up the hill. What are we? Up the hill. We're up the hill. Right. We got the thin air. They got the good air. And there is Helen. What a show she's had. So well done once again to KZN in second, and in third place to the Western Cape team. And they've come a long way to be here.
It's a heck of a long drive, and we really appreciate all the Western Province riders making the 2-day trip all the way. Let's call it to the much nicer weather. I mean, at least the sun shines up in Johannesburg.
They brought the snow a little over 2 days. It got pretty chilly, but there's some beautiful pictures out of the Western Cape. All that snow falling there. There's Morgan Piper. And while we're watching these pictures, Brendan, your overall thoughts, impressions, views on South African Championships for 2024?
I mean, I think just to Toyota, firstly, I mean, the prizes have been unbelievable. I spoke to Kelly earlier, and she said she was a bit embarrassed because she was standing on the top podium and they kept bringing more presents and more gifts and more sponsored stuff. And I think that's just a fantastic place for us to be in. So to start off with, to Toyota, just a huge thank you for the staggering prizes that have been on offer today, and also with the Triple Crown coming up, the end of it going to be happening at the Derby. So without them, this doesn't really happen. And I think to Heather and her team at Kyalami Equestrian Park, you mentioned the grounds have been amazing. The surfaces have been well prepped, well watered, well looked after, well maintained all week. We've had some testing weather, high winds and all that type of thing. It's very difficult to keep these arenas wet when the winds are blowing like they do. So I think just a full-on team effort from everybody in Gauteng. I think I'm proud to be a Gautengelinga today. I think that it's good that Gauteng have won, and I think that Gauteng have put on a fantastic South African champs here. To everybody else that I haven't mentioned, I suppose one more person is maybe Anna Marie. I think I've gone on about it enough today, but really, I think she's upped her game. I think she's made the sport fantastic today. I think that people are going to remember Thomas's round for years to come, and I think that's what it's all about, you know, that being part of history, basically. You know, I think we're going to look back in a few years' time and be quite proud of the sport that we have been creating here.
And, of course, the year of the Triple Crown at Kyalami Equestrian Park.
Yeah.
All 3 legs of the Triple Crown. Remember that Outdoor Grand Prix, Bob Charter is the home of. Derby, Bob Charter is the home of. But this competition, South African Championships, is on a rotation this year at Kyalami Equestrian Park. And that's why the Triple Crown, because all 3 legs are at KP this year. Hopefully it will continue and we don't need to be in the same venue. We'll see what Toyota feels about that. And perhaps there are Toyota Crowns on offer every year. Let's see what happens.
I still can't believe it. Every time I've walked past that car today, I've thought, like, for real, like one of our friends is going to be driving that car in a few months' time, and it's a staggering prize. It really, really is. But I think just the magnitude of having to get to that first place is incredible.
Yes.
You know, keeping all your points through the Outdoor Grand Prix, which is a long course at the beginning of the year, and then we come to this, which is a long track. We've just seen three rounds in the SA Champs, and then we go to the biggest course of the South African calendar, being the South African Derby. It really takes no prisoners, that class. It's testing, it's scary, it's everything all in one sort of thing. So a horse and rider combination that do come out on top, they are incredibly well-deserved winners.
Next year, SA Champs is where? Do we know?
That's a good question, to be honest with you. I can imagine Shongweni, perhaps?
Probably Shongweni, yeah.
Let's go down to the warmer weather and the beach a little bit for a week and see if we could treat ourselves to an afternoon by putting our toes in the sand.
So there is Team Gauteng raising their flowers and their hands up into the air. Got the medals, got the trophies. Well done
to Kelly, the chef de keep, and Ray at the back there in his sash as well. Team Gauteng, well done, absolutely dominated this class. KZN back in second, well done guys, and Western Cape back in third. Remember, same penalties, different times, that's what separated them. So it's been a wonderful, wonderful show. Record entries.
Incredible, right? I sometimes thought they were typos when I kept looking and saying, oh, there are 130 in the 130 class or whatever it was. Incredible.
So all in all, great success. Once again, big thank you to Toyota. Brennan, big thank you to you for once again coming on board Equestrian Live. We love having you, your insights, your wisdom, your experience.
Or lack thereof.
Nonsense.
No, look, thanks a lot for having me, guys. I always call this the best seat in the house because nobody bothers you and you get to watch the show jumping and really focus on what's going on. And it's been a real privilege to be here today and to watch everything that's gone on. Massive congratulations to everybody involved. Kind of sad that it's all come to an end, to be honest with you. I suppose all until next year, but as we keep mentioning, we're still not done with this year. We've got the big one coming up, which is going to be the South African Derby, which is going to be the end of the Triple Crown, where we're going to hand out that car to a rider in South Africa. I can't get used to saying that, and it's so exciting for us, and I'm going to be front row seats when it comes to the Derby, don't you worry.
Just over a month away, and it's a wonderful time of year when everything in this part of the world just wakes up, doesn't it?
Hopefully we get some rain and it starts to get a little greener, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Brennan, thank you so much for being with us. I'm going to let you go. We're going to wrap up the show. We're going to go to a break once we've seen the victory canter from the Gauteng team. Leading them off, KZN back in second and Western Cape in third. And we'll be back with you just to recap the day's action, the highlights of the afternoon here on Equestrian Live. He knows where I live. Oh no, man.
We'd also like to welcome the grooms onto the podiums for each of our teams once the riders are safely remounted. Wonderful to show support for the grooms as well. They put in the long hours keeping these horses in tip-top competition condition. They travel with them, they make sure they cheer safety, and they privatize the conditions.
So once again, the result of the Interprovincial team competition at the South African Championships for 2024. Well done, Team Gauteng. That could have been a 0, not a 4, had Livy Garten come in on Solana. They didn't need to, so they took the 4, took the win, 162.92. The time didn't factor in. Times factored in for second and third, KwaZulu-Natal, 12 penalties in 143.11, and Western Cape in third, 12 penalties in 155.95. We're going to go to a quick break after we've taken these winning pictures. There are the grooms. Well done, guys, the team grooms. Martha Hector from Toyota going forward to present the team medals to the team grooms. Well done, guys. Gauteng guys having that team shield. Well deserved. We'll stay with these pictures for a moment or two, and then we'll go to a break, and when we come back, a little wrap of the day's action.
I just don't understand why you never use things. You have a watch, but are you ever on time? No. You have a GPS, but are we taking the fastest route? No. You have a phone, but do you ever bother answering it? No. Yes!
The Corolla Cross. Cross boundaries.
I've chased my fate. I'm getting so close, and no, I can't, no, I won't break this late. The thirst for glory, oh, it runs in my veins. Can't get enough, I won't give up. I gotta run, this is in my blood.
Stay clear over there. We're around on 1. So mark 2.
I place my trust, it's in my blood. Dripping off my fingers, adrenaline in my veins. Can't get enough, I won't give up.
All the action brought to you by Equestrian Live SA.
It's in my blood.
Welcome back. Well, what a day's show jumping it's been here at KEP, Kyalami Equestrian Park, the Peter Mini Arena. We started the day with the 1 meter 40 championship class. Great win there by Kelly O'Connor on her wonderful mare Tack and Togs Layla. Then moved into the big one, the South African Championships, over 2 full rounds, and then to a jump-off, 3-horse jump-off, second leg of the Triple Crown. Ronnie Healy, Tam Rueda, and of course Thomas van Rijkvorsel going head-to-head at the end. The youngster, Thomas van Rijkvorsel, prevailing. What a brilliant, brilliant win for him. He is the new South African show jumping championship champion, so a huge win for him. Congratulations. And then of course we've just seen the team Interprovincials, where Gauteng prevailing. Triple Crown is alive and well. 2 legs down, 1 more to come. That's in around about a month's time, just over. The third leg of the Triple Crown, Sunday, the 6th of October, 2024, here at KEP on the grass in the Bob Charter Arena. Tickets will go on sale for the event in the not too distant future. Plenty to look forward to. There's going to be a fan park. There's going to be an after party. Toyota sponsoring for the first time, and of course makes up the third leg of the Triple Crown, where Ronnie Healy is sitting in a very, very commanding position. One could almost say he's got himself into the driver's seat of that Toyota Crown vehicle. Don't miss, if you can't be here at KEP, all the action on Equestrian Live. We'll be broadcasting that on the 6th of October. From myself, Aidan, big thank you to our crew, to Michaela, my wingman. Big thank you to you, to all the guys on the camera towers, Johan, to Darlington, well done team, and to the guys in the outside broadcast unit, Donovan Orange, Atlantis Video, to Mike Domain, to Scott Seward, to Shay De Beer, to Ethan, to all of you guys, well done, job, well done, be proud. Right, that's all of us, that's it, that's a wrap from myself, Aidan, until next time, which will be on the 6th of October, from all of us on Equestrian Live. It's been great bringing you this broadcast. Until then, in just over a month's time, take care. Bye-bye. The 2024 Toyota South African Adult Championships, proudly sponsored by Toyota South Africa.